They said it. They had to play for the entire game, and they really had to play tough for all four quarters. I mean, we did it in Philadelphia, right? And he was the same way. He was so emotional. I mean, here's this big guy. He's saying, he's this tough face, but he was overcome. He really couldn't even get the details from his team. He just was overcome, and he left the room. Do you think it hurts him when the Philadelphia coach comes out and snacks and says, man, we played like that?
The most important parts of the story, because to them, it's just normal stuff, right?
Okay, they've been good, but we're the worst team in the world. We didn't play well.
2 blocks of human beings,
I don't like that.
1,000 men strong, run into each other.
It takes away from other teams' accomplish.
What else are you saying? So anyway, so they were in, so this is where basically, and there's a timber industry. Why did they leave Germany? There's a great migration when many people did, but Judaism changed in Germany, and when Reform Judaism started, which is when. It's a good question. Technically, June 1810 and 1820, Germany. Was it? Yeah. But I mean, I'm not. I will tell you this. My friends would be like, okay, so we know some Jews, okay, and be like, yeah, but not the same kind that I am, and it would be like, it's a different religion is what it is. Jews don't call Reform Judaism, Conservative Judaism, Orthodox Judaism different religions, but as a modern day halakhist, that's not even really a word, but like it is. It's a pasuk, like an expert in religion within Judaism. I can tell you they're different religions. Other religions would consider them different religions. Why don't you? Why don't we? We're so small already that we don't want to let them go, and there's also some ability to be brought back into orthodoxy that isn't allowed to some of those other groups, but they're different religions. There's no doubt about that. And for Jews, that's why I feel like everyone needs a conversion. Even my Orthodox friends over here, they're like, yeah, none of them are doing it correctly. Why? I can tell you the footwork was wrong. Really? Absolutely. They all did their footwork wrong. If you read in the book how it's done, it's left, right, left. Right, left, right. And they do left, right, left, left, right, left. When it comes to their footwork on the Amida. They even call it the Shemoni Esrei. And that means 18. And it's Mida and it's standing. They don't even like call, I mean, things have changed within that. Anyway, so what is it? Well, how would you describe it to your friends? Okay, so basically you had these Egyptian mystery schools thousands of years ago, and polytheistic Canaanite religions, Hittite, that shit in the fucking ancient Near East. That like people in Israel, we need one of these for Israel. From where are you in Israel? They'd be like, oh, I'm from Tel Aviv, and that'd be here. And then you point out in Israel where you are. Or I'm from Herzliya, or I'm from Netanya, or I'm from Gaza, or I'm from Dimona, or I'm from Jerusalem, whatever. Really? And it'll spread. Why? Everybody knows what these places are. But not always. Why? People be like, I'm from a really small part of like I don't know, Kiryat gone or something like that. And they're like, well, where? Huh? Where's that? They're like, oh, it's here. They're like, yeah, and it's just easier to point on something and be like, I mean, Israel's not that big. I say this like it's the size of Michigan. It's not, but it'll eventually be that big, and people won't know. So at least when you're talking about to Egypt, to Jordan, well, through Lebanon to Jordan, into to Syria, into Jordan, and then like the Red Sea. But I mean, when this starts, like I'm on Jordan, people know. But like if you in Europe, you're like, oh, I'm like we eventually expand. It'll be like, oh, I'm from Al Chakakaka, and be like, where the fuck is that? And like, oh, you're out way in the fucking desert, like the Negev or whatever. That's like here. Really? Yeah. Shout out to Demona. Really? Anyway. Why Demona? How I learned about Israel was Mordechai Benunu. Really? Why? I knew I was Jewish from my grandma and my mom. But my mom never talked about it. She didn't really know anything about it. My grandma knew more and always made sure that it wasn't like my grandmother was like all your fucking grandmothers. What do you mean? Trust me, you think you know your grandmother, who was like, oh, she's so fucking observant now. That woman used to play cards, she probably smoked cigarettes, she probably had a beer every once in a while. Our grandmas are exactly the same people. Your grandma now is just wearing a shtetl. Okay, that's the only thing. She's got a wig on, that's the only thing. Okay, are you done? A shtetl? Yeah. So if I would have had my grandma, she had wigs. If I would have just said, oh yeah, that's a shtetl, then you go, oh, okay, cool. Wigs become big. Yeah. Anyway, is that the end of your story? No. Oh, I have to tell this fucking story though, because I just had this really nice way to start my day. But anyway, I would daven at Beth Jacob. I would walk. I had this fucking walk with my friends, and I was walking past Beth Jacob, and it looked like a fucking prison. It looks like a prison. Why? It's very cold, which it's doing the right thing. Shuls are not supposed to be welcoming places to the outsiders. It doesn't have a sign. These places, it's a very interesting way that it's like tradition that you just don't do these things. You don't proselytize, and a sign proselytizes. So they might have signs in the future. They do. Theirs becomes a thing. It's like this thing. It looks like a menorah, and it's like this thing that goes up. It's nice, but it's like they don't. It's not a proselytizing place. Why didn't you go there when you first moved here? It was called Beth Jacob, and I was told that Chabad, that rabbis are only men, and so I thought it was some ladies named Beth Jacob, and it was her synagogue. I thought that was she's like the rabbi, and she just named it after her. So I joined the one that sounded like a fucking youth group. I joined, I'm not going to say it, but Young something Israel of an area. Why? Because that sounds like a lot of fun. It sounds like you're going to be playing paintball and going bowling, and you know, there might be a couple of songs you sing, and fuck no, it's a lot of work. Did you ever go paintball? No. Did you go bowling? Yeah, I did go bowling with my friends. It was in a bowling alley, so it's like, oh, you're going to be doing something at this place. Never. We dive and we pray there. It is also a fucking conference center. But we did go bowling once, my friends and I. And did you have fun? We did. How'd you do? So my friend from his name is Eric. cool also. He works at Boeing. He works on some kind of program that affects all this. He's an electrical engineer from Tusk, and it would be like, this is what my friends do. For my friends from where I am, it'd be like, hey, what do you do? And they'd be like, oh, I work at this company. It's in healthcare, and we like manage healthcare data. Well, okay, cool. And you ask these people from Boeing, and it's like, what do you do? Like, oh, I'm an electrical engineer. What do you do on a daily basis? Like, well, we really can't tell you. And honestly, I don't know. And they don't even know. I mean, you get to talk to him a little bit, and it would be like, he would be like, I work on some kind of radar that can, like, which was like 5G. He probably didn't know, but he was working on 5G for years ago. And it can affect things, and it's really strong, but I don't really know exactly what it is. Okay, fine. But they're working on, like, really advanced stuff. And it's right here in Huntington Beach. Really? That's what is so cool about it here, kids. It was like, from where I am, there are no industries. Nothing. There's that fucking school, and that's it. It's like when the fucking donut place opened up, there was like a second industry. Jesus Christ. Anyway, that's run by the Amish. Anyway, fucking Midwest Kosher is going to be the biggest fucking industry in the town. Really? Yeah, and it didn't open up till too late. Really? Yeah. Anyway. So is that the end of your story? Midwest Roughneck. And they will get. I used to send my parents money home, and for groceries and stuff, and I wanted them to start keeping kosher. And who's to say they didn't? But I wanted them to do so at a certain store, which was different. So they opened up Midwest Kosher, which actually my dad's the first person to take me there. And what did he have? Pastrami on rye, I believe. And Marble Rye company. Marble Rye outdoes challah. Like, if I say to any Rebbitzin, hey lady, knock knock, I got news for you. Hey, what? Something changed in our fucking religion? I'm something. I don't know what it is. But on top of all that, you know the fucking challah that we have every fucking week? Yeah. How many do you need on a given week? That's a good question. There should be 3 meals. And so you've got Friday night, Saturday, and then another on Sunday. I think you can do it with 5. So you got the 2 for Friday night. And this is like a really rabbinical question. And it's also very practical. Like, at the very minimum, how many loaves of bread do I need to do everything correctly? 2, and then 2 for after Kiddush or whatever, when you're like a Mishnah. And then you need a 3rd before, like, Haggadah. So I think that's it. Anyway, but like, you know those fucking challah? It's no longer challah. It's going to be marble rye. And she's going to be like, well, why? The only time I've ever really heard of a marble rye is from that fucking Seinfeld. And I'm going to be like, exactly. Welcome to our fucking religion.
It's not been. You know, I went to the King game. My daughter will vouch for them. And she will, if anyone doesn't believe me, my daughter did this. Talks about the Jewish from Africa. We walked through the Staples Center, and first of all, you got to go through the mail box, right? So you got to pull your keys out and your phone out. And then go to the mail box and they give your keys to your phone. And then you go to another lady and she scans your ticket.
I'd like to replace that one.
I'd like to replace that. But it's got to be sports, not schnitzers. Sports is. I'm sure schnitzers becomes a big deal. It's sports is out of San Diego. Really? Yeah, it means flag. It's George Soros' original name, but that's cool. He changed it because it's also a. Sports is was a negative connotation for some people, but it wouldn't be anymore. Sports means friend. Like nigga means friend in American English. Schwartz means friend in Hebrew. Really? And nigga means friend in Hebrew as well. Because nigga doesn't mean anything in Hebrew now. So it means what it means in English. What about niggas? Now niggas, that is an Ethiopian king And that kid pronounced it like 100 fucking times in the ESPN scripts spelling bee, where it's like negus. The word is negus. An Ethiopian king, negus. Negus. Use it in a sentence. A negus is an Ethiopian king. Negus. Negus. Can you please say it into the microphone? Negus. 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 This lady would have been the oldest lady I would fuck. Really? Yeah. Either this or that 114-year-old lady, but that's another lady. But this lady, so if you're wondering, like, would this kid fuck me? If you look younger than this bitch, you're in. Really? Ask any of my friends. My friends would be like, yeah, if you put that lady in a red dress, he might fuck that lady. Why? I'd be like, lady, you saw the Hoover administration. Get over here.
I'll tell you what, I'll give you $50. Now be reasonable. You cannot turn down $50 for a $6 ride. I'm terribly sorry.
I have a very funny story. I think it's funny. It's a Jewish thing. I have Jew humor, I have mom humor, king of mom humor, king of Jew humor, eventually. Really? Yeah, there are some very good Jewish humorists, of course, but, and comedians, but who's the best one you've ever seen? It's actually two. One, I'll just say, I'm the funniest motherfucker ever. There's one guy I saw, Mark. He was at a Hanukkah. He's not that funny. I would say you're not that funny. You got a good little shtick. He was on the Tonight Show, but he made my Rabbi laugh. So we'll say he's number two. Why? He wasn't like overtly funny. And then the third guy is this really fucking Shlomiel looking motherfucker, or Shlomazel, depending on the day. Anyway, it's like he got slapped. He's a Shlomiel, got slapped by a Shlomazel, but then wouldn't that make him a Shlomazel who got slapped by a Shlomiel? Something like that. Anyway, he's actually funnier than the other guy, in my opinion. So we can say if the first knot, well, on the first epic, I'm the funniest, and the second epic, I'm the funniest. But number two, first epic, that Mark guy was the funniest. The second epic, that fucking Shlomo motherfucker was the funniest. Really? Yeah. Why? People won't, like, humor changes, just like beauty changes. Oh, like I was saying, Hillary Swank is seen as really pretty today because symmetry is so important. But like in the future, everyone will be super symmetrical. Like, well, I do like someone with a little something different. Really? This is what always fucked me up. Why the fuck, like, women, I'm gonna like solve a bunch of shit for them. Women, at least for one thing, always think that people with beauty marks are pretty. And to someone who doesn't like beauty marks, that is seen as ridiculous. It's like, you are so pretty, but you're a little fucked up. If you, some people who see people with famous beauty marks become really big. Like even tattoo versions of them. And you can't tell the difference. It becomes, and I never understood this. But then I finally got it. Why? When you start dating the same kind of girls or a lot of different girls, and they kind of start fitting stereotypes, like certain looks, like all blondes or all brunettes or all Latinas or all Asians or all European chicks. They're like all Russians, all Middle Eastern. They're all really pretty. Or I mean, they don't have to be if you're a fortunate person. Or if you're, let's say you have a casting call, which are things where you have, like, I need someone to be cast as a good-looking, or African, of course, definitely. I need a good-looking African person. That's a little different one, though. Why didn't I say African? You can't really tell, actually. That's a weird one. I didn't say African, almost purposefully, because normally I would, but beauty marks don't really, you can't. You can, there's some, I mean, African people have beauty marks, but their skin's beautiful for other reasons. And if I were to say, like, would I rather have white skin or black skin and have my choice of like a clean slate? No, I would rather have black skin. There's more pigment to that, and it's better in the sun. And I would think from an adaptive or like as a species, it's stronger, but it doesn't work that way because black people admire light skin, and people in general admire light skin more in society because it's seen as more pure. Just as a and it's like as from animal instincts, it's more rare. That's the thing. That's why, because it's more rare, and so it's seen not necessarily as more pure. I misspoke. It's rare, and that rarity is seen as somewhat pure in today's society. So that's why, like, people with fair skin. It depends where, but a lot of times people want fair skin and have for a long time. I've always wanted the opposite. I always wanted like super dark skin. I even tanned a lot. Really? Yeah. For the vitamin D specifically, but that doesn't say I won't do that in the future, but I'm just telling you, it turns out. But I didn't want it that way. So I'm like the least racist person I think you could ever want. If you had to ask me what would I want, I'd want the opposite of what I have because of it, adaptive traits of it, just purely biological. I think everyone could understand that. If you have a black person and a white person and put them in the sun and they're exactly the same, the black person will die after the white person. And I'd want to give my kids like those kind of traits. And that doesn't necessarily mean I don't, but eventually we're inside and we're in like spaceships and shit, and the sun doesn't really affect you as much as like other stuff does. So it's like it becomes a certain thing where you can choose what you'd want, and basically everyone starts to become a middle ground, like there are all kinds of different terms for whatever you want to call it. Tan is what I basically, it's the middle, but like terms are like the racial, I don't want to offend anyone, but mulatto, red bone, those kind of things. Everybody becomes that. But then there's like one little group that still people want to be, that is that almost like aboriginal, not aboriginal, opposite, not vertigo, but albino. Albinism becomes really interesting. But yeah. Do you know anyone who's albino? I do. And I didn't really know it. Really? They're very, very attractive. And as many people with albinism are. And I guess they're considered African American, but they're lighter than I am. And because of just the pigment of their skin, they have like red hair and pretty eyes. I know like sometimes they have red eyes, but unless she had like colored contacts or something, but very, very, very pretty person. Really? Yeah. She used to wear this green jacket. Oh my god, she had this green like master's like jacket, but no, it's like a petticoat or something. like a calico, but not like a petticoat, or not a petticoat. That's a long thing. Like it's a peacoat, a green peacoat, like that color is very pretty, and she's very smart. And what? Well, did you know something was different about her? Like, I was an adult person who's met a lot of people and couldn't really tell anything different about the person. Really? Yeah. So, I mean, people get really interested in that. Really? Does that mean people in the future are albino? No. It's just, there's much more albino acceptance. And there already is to some extent. Shout out to the first, I don't know if the first, but the one that I recognized as a music video that had someone of, I guess it's funny to say a person of color, but it's not. It's like the opposite of that, which is very funny, right? Isn't that? I'm glad I captured that on camera. I'm sure all albino people think that it's funny. Maybe they don't, but they have to come to some terms with it. I know I came to terms with being scarred, and still do. So. But it's like something. It's like a skin thing. I guess people immediately when they would see me, they was like an instant judgment, and I think that's the same with people who are albino, but they're not. It's not to be feared. As a child, if you've never seen anyone who's albino, that's the thing. We should show children like this is what different people can like, what they can look, so that people aren't scared of it. Because if they aren't attuned to people with albinism early, they'll be scared of those people. Really? Yeah. Why? They'll have all kinds of questions. They won't know anything about it. The earlier you get people to learn about stuff, the more normal they become with it. So, like, if people find out that there are gay people early, it'll be normalized much more early. As opposed to, I mean, the way I grew up and the way society was, there were no openly gay people. I'm not saying no, but if you were, you had to be really fucking flamboyant. You were like Liberace or I don't want to like out anybody, but like, I think I can out Liberace or like Truman Capote, something like that. It was rare though. Really, yeah. Are you done? Anyway, rye bread becomes really good. Because of Seinfeld becomes really good. Seinfeld is part of canon. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Seinfeld would be like the Leviticus of this switch. Really? Yeah. It's like huge when it comes to people and Judaism. It's how I learned Judaism. Really? I know Judaism better than my rabbis know Judaism because I've seen it from inside and outside. And I'm not saying I'm the world's biggest Seinfeld fan. I am saying that I'm referencing twice within minutes of getting arrested in 2 different times. I'm referencing Seinfeld. Really? Yeah. And Jerry Seinfeld's observance. Really, one of them. I'm like, how observant is Jerry Seinfeld? Hello, are you Mr. Rothschild? Yeah. Really, it's just like that. It's pretty close to that. Really, yeah. I wasn't questioning this observance. He's very sure, right? He's got that his meme thing where he gets up with like the Pez system. I'm out here. Really, yeah. No, he's fucking. Who would he be like? He'd be like one of those fucking. He'd be like Saul or something like that. I'm not gonna say that. He'd be like a big fucking Israeli. Really? In the future? Oh, it'd be like, I don't know how to describe it. Shrugim becomes really big. What did my friend call it? Shitzel, but Shitzel? That's what you call Shitzel, but it's Shittle? No. Shitzel? No. She always would say that. There's this one girl, I just have to talk about her because I think she's so beautiful. She might be the most beautiful Israeli I've ever seen. Really, more than Gal Gadot, more than Barb, Yasmin bleached. Oh, I have to talk about people with shit on their face, and she doesn't. But wait, we'll finish that, and I'm getting albinism. I don't know her name. And she's like, people are like, do you think that girl's pretty? She's very symmetric. I can just tell symmetry very well. Okay, so it's Schitzel? No, it's Shittle. Striva. No, it's not Striva. Okay, Shruga means knitted, and Schitzel is the name of this family. It becomes a big show. But it's not Schitzel. That's what my friend Marlene calls it. It's Stissel. Yeah. A Haredi family living in ultra-Orthodox neighborhood of Jerusalem reckons love, lust, and indulgence of daily life. So, I'm sure it comes back. Who's the girl? People are going to be like, who's the girl? It really caused me some... And I have emails to my rabbi about this. This was weird to me. When I was a kid, it was like the last thing in the world ever was that you would marry a cousin. Why? My cousins were all boys, first cousins. The closest cousin that I would have had would have been, I had other cousins too. That's not true. But ever, you'd never marry a cousin. Why the fuck are you going to do that? Our family sucks. Go to another family. My father's side of the family is the only family that ever said, if your parents ever get divorced, we're taking your mother. Father, and it's true. Really? They weren't kidding. Yeah, but who's this chick? I actually don't see her yet. Really? Yeah. Yoshi's gonna be like, oh, it's Leah Koenig, is it? Oh God, it's Leah Koenig. No. It's Hadassah wrong. I think this girl is so very good. She becomes very good. Really? Yeah. My friends would be like, she looks like Girls from Home. I'm like, I know. Why? She looks like she could be from Ohio or Illinois. She could be from Chicago. She could be from Illinois. But yeah. Anyway, so there is a thing where in the show, this girl, they start to date their first cousins. And I was like, and as we were watching this show, my friends were watching the show. They were not nearly as observant as I was, and they also weren't as into the show. So I was further down the seasons as they were, and I'm like, have you seen what has happened yet? And I can't explain it to them, but I'm like, is that normal? You marry your fucking cousins? What the fuck is this? So I got to doing my research. Actually, I changed the Chabad website. Really? I know the Chabad website so well, but I mean, I can tell you this is something on which I wrote to my rabbi, and he wrote back to me, and this was a compliment. He said this is something like, this is an apt observation and something that a lawyer would notice. And the person who wrote the article is seemingly not a lawyer. But there's a loophole on the Chabad website about the most critical thing that we could have, which is marriage within Judaism. At least there was. It's documented. I have screenshots of it to my rabbi and asking for clarification. So, Chabad website, marriage. And there's a thing here. It's Chabad Judaism. No. It's like, well, what the fuck is it? It's Chabad. It's its own thing. Well, what about, can you convert to Chabad? No. There's no Chabad conversion. Really? There are some offshoots, arguably, that say, oh, well, blah, blah, blah. But no. If you know a Chabad rabbi who has done a conversion directly, then they're not Chabad. They're their own thing. It's like one of the key parts of Chabad is you cannot convert to it. How do you become a Chabad? How did I become a Chabad? well, I'm Jewish. My mom's Jewish. My mother's Jewish. And I can follow this to the Bible. And I'll say the Lipsker, and I'll say the Shalom, and Tadabon, and Weiss. DNA test my ass. And look at my observance. My observance behind closed doors is better than your observance in front of the fucking shul. At least I'm there outside, because you sleep too late. But motherfucker, imagine I'm in a fucking spaceship. Or that we're in Antarctica, and we don't know in the time the sun never rises. And I'm gonna make those motherfuckers so rich and famous. Damn it. Anyway, the Jewish wedding, American relations, and marriage. No, married by Kabbalah. No, I do a Jewish wedding. No. Marriage question mark. Who marriage? Kabbalah marriage. Who can marry? Now, what do you mean Chabad is not Judaism? I will say this. One of the big I didn't know what Chabad was when I first moved here. I didn't know how to pronounce it. Like many Jews, I know people who celebrate Shabbat every fucking Friday who call it Shabbat. I mean, they don't know. And so a lot of there's like, if you're not in a Chabad, now some people do. But from where I was kids, when I was a kid, there was no Chabad, and there was no Chabad in my town. I moved out here, they found out that they had Jews there, and they had a Chabad within 6 months. But there was no Chabad. Keep that in mind, kids. Really? There was no Chabad. From where I was, there was no Chabad. Really? The closest one was I don't think there was one in Kalamazoo. And I think Kalamazoo got one. Really? Yeah. Now, is there Chabad in Chicago? Fuck yeah. But there's all kinds of shit too. There are breast lovers and fucking probably a Satmar or two. But there's no Chabad. And I grew up so insulated. I knew one person who even said they were Jewish outside our family, and that was a man, Engel. I forget his first name, but he worked at the university. You're not very Jewish, and I could say that to him. You're not very Jewish if you're working at a Catholic university. I could say that to my own mother. Really, yeah. But it's like when there are no Jews, that's you hang on to what you've got, and I can't denounce him for that, or my own mother. It's what you have. Hold on. I gotta find this thing up Chabad. It's very important. No. No. I want Chabad. Why? They have to change the website. And I would have demanded it then, because it was like, oh, this is a loophole. I'm a lawyer at heart, and my rabbi knows that, who is a lawyer and law professor, and knew I had a fucking... Okay, here it is. Perfect. They have to change this. You fucking Chabadnik motherfuckers. I love you like you're my fucking family because you are. But no one knows you better than I do from an insular and outside standpoint. I've been in Chabad to the point where I would go to young something, Israel, and they would tell me, make sure you tell them that you're Chabad. And that hasn't changed. Rabbi Lipsker told me, when you go to wherever you're going, Rabbi Fisher, you tell him that you're Chabad. And I told him at Shabbat, I was Chabad, my Rebbitzin was there. Really? Absolutely. And we are. Really? I've never converted to anything. Never had to. I've done everything needed for it. including 2 brisses. Really? Yeah, with reservations for a third, but I don't want to get into that. The following summary of marriages prohibited by Jewish religious law details specifically whom one may and may not marry. Everybody listen, this is the big fucking thing. This is who can you marry and who can't marry. And it's bullshit that it reads this way. A man may not marry anyone not Jewish. Now let's get into that. Anyone. Can he marry a man? Well, that doesn't count. Anyone not Jew. Can he marry a Jewish man? According to this, yeah, it seems like that. The daughter, so they're not defining, so it's got to be better defined as a woman, if that's what you want to do from a traditional way, and I understand that. Okay. But notice, we're going to look at this like an attorney, and we've got loopholes. Okay, anyone not Jewish, okay, that's fine. The daughter of an adulterous or incestuous union. Mamzer. Okay, so mamzer. What's a mamzer? It's basically a bastard. Now, Jewish women have been controlled for too long over this issue. Basically, within Judaism, women were held to a much higher standard than men when it came to their future mates. And that's why it was always like women never really married outside of Judaism, but men did more commonly. Or they'd have bullshit conversions that were very common and basically that were paid for, which is half of fucking Hollywood and half of fucking Beverly Hills. Not just Hollywood, the people. I'm saying half of the city of fucking Beverly Hills. Their fucking conversions were all just paid for it. Just like wrote a check. It's a joke. They never walked a shul. They never kept kosher. A lot of that shit. And we'll make sure that they do. They're finally excited that they get to watch it and it'll be all really nice and organized and they'll learn. And it's a lot of fun. And then they teach it to their kids and then they have traditions and they live their normal fucking lives in secular society, but they've got purpose. Is it about like pie in the sky kind of got? No, it's about like self-improvement and things like that. Okay. Which shul is. It's a place to learn. A man may know. Okay. The daughter of an adulterous or incestuous union. Now, what's that? Okay. So there are all kinds of laws in Judaism. What a mamzer is and what could be considered a mamzer. And they've been held very difficult. Women to a very high degree and men to a very low degree. We'll just keep that there. But basically, within Judaism, the standards haven't been the same for men and women and different communities. Meaning, the whole fucking state of Ohio needs a goddamn conversion. Even the most observant person in Ohio, I could basically say the most observant rabbis in Ohio are basically like at a level of like an observant Jew in LA or New York. I mean, it's just more relaxed there. So an observant Jew in Ohio, no offense, but like is just not, it's more than most, but it's not very impressive. Why? You live in Ohio. There's not a big community, not many big communities. Okay, you got Shaker Heights and fucking Beverly Hills and some players at Cleveland and maybe one or two in Cincinnati, but that's really for reform. It's Jews go to be around Jews, and Ohio is not for Jews. It is a weird place because of Cincinnati and what happened there, and we'll learn all about that more. But and not to say I don't like it, I end up moving there, I think, but to make it more conservative, it's like it's not conservative from a political standpoint, no, very socialist, from a it'd be more observant, meaning Maimonides' Torah. What is it? This kind of shit. Okay, a married woman until the civil and Jewish divorces have been completed. His own divorced wife, after he her remarriage to another man and the latter's death or divorce, a widow of a childless husband and who is survived by a brother until after the chalitza ceremony has been performed. What is that? I want to see that. That's the one thing I haven't seen in Judaism. I've seen brises. I've had reservations for one. I've done everything. I don't want to be a moil, and I don't think it should be done. I want to cut off a kid's dick. Absolutely not. And that's why a lot of moils will not do an adult man's bris. They have it done in a hospital because that motherfucker will kill you when he finds out all the sensitivity of uses. And he's less likely to do it to a doctor. A Cohen may not marry a divorced woman, and that's another one. Oh my God. The Kohanic blood. Oh yeah. There's no perfect Cohen right now except for really fucking much, and I'll just be able to say it. And even my, I know where I have loopholes, but my Kohanic bloodline goes all the way to fucking Aharon. So you can, it goes even further back than that to Batzazel, first architect of the Mishkan. Nobody else can say that. DNA test me for that, please. I beg you. There's no test that can do it. I've had the closest one, and I didn't have it. Someone in my bloodline had it, and it's one of the most famous tests of all time, and it's the National Geographic Genographic Project. It becomes very big. It happened in 2004. So this isn't like I had a 23andMe or anything like that. This is a really big one. Like, it's what all 23andMe and all that shit was built on this. This was the biggest one in global history. This is what basically allowed us to link all of us to the human genome and stuff. It's the big one. Anyway, a Cohen may not marry divorce. Relatives, primary and secondary incest. You may not marry your mother, grandmother, and descendants, and mother of his grandmother, his stepmother, and the wife of his paternal grandfather, and of his descendants, and the wife of his maternal grandfather, his daughter, granddaughter, great-granddaughter, and her descendants, his daughter-in-law, the wife of his son's son, and descendants, and the wife of his daughter's son, his wife's daughter or her granddaughter and descendants, his sister, half-sister, his full or half-brother's wife, divorced or except for levirate marriage with the widow of childless brother and full or half-sister, divorced by his lifetime, his aunt and uncle's wife, divorced or widowed, whether the uncle has been full or half-brother or father or mother. And let me say this. There's something interesting about mamzers. What? The law with mamzers is that they're not Jews. It's not that they're not Jews. They are. But for 10 generations, they have to marry other mamzers, which Judaism never really thought. It's a fucking loophole. That, okay, call them mamzer a mamzer. But then eventually mamzers become to be a really big population. And they're cool people. And everybody wants to start marrying into that. So eventually, mamzers become big. Really? To some extent. Not non-Jews marrying other non-Jews. But certain marriages that perhaps could have been considered that. Why? When you're Jewish, you have to do a lot of shit. When you're a mamzer, when you're Jewish, but you don't have to do, there's like a lot of shit you don't have to do. And so it's like, when people hear mamzer, they bash us. Oh, it's really bad. But actually, in the future, is that bad? Really? Yeah. So, a man may marry his stepsister, a step-parents, blah, 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 his stepfather's wife, daughter-in-law of a brother, his niece. In American English, a man may not marry his niece, his daughter, his brother, his niece. The halakhic permission, even encouragement to marry the daughter of a brother or sister is superseded by the civil law's prohibition in this case. So basically, we have halakhic law and civil law that directly conflict. And it's obvious that they conflict. And Jews just have like a blind eye to it. Really, yeah. His stepson's wife, his deceased wife's sister, a woman with whom he had relations in their unmarried state. A Cohen may not marry a widow who was never divorced. A woman may not marry. Now this is the big one. Anyone not of the Jewish faith. Okay, that sounds like nothing. No. What did we say first thing? A man may not marry anyone not Jewish. A woman may not marry anyone not of the Jewish faith. What does that mean? There's a difference between being Jewish and being of the Jewish faith. What does that mean? Jewish is Jewish. Your mother's Jewish, blah 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 blah, or an approved conversion, but even those are questionable. Even the best of them are questionable. I saw the best of them, and those were questionable. Absolutely. So they're all bullshit in my opinion. But what is this? Anyone not of the Jewish faith? What is the Jewish faith? I don't know, but there's a big fucking loophole here. The Supreme Court of Israel, they're in the fucking... They have a really nice building. It's in the Knesset. It's like this fucking... I know this. My family donated it, and no one knows how much for what it was. And it has... I can tell you all kinds of shit about that thing. There's this fucking eye and a circle, and it's like a triangle, and it's like a pyramid. If you look at it from this fucking one angle, all kinds of stuff about it. But it rules on this, and well, I mean, there's a lot here, a lot to this, and what does it come down to? There's a 1966 law that basically says if someone leaves the faith of Judaism, they're not allowed to come back to Israel. If they convert or are of another faith, their kids are cut off. And in my case, I can trace my lineage of grandma's. I can trace it all the way back to Betzal's. Chief architect of Mishnah. Okay. But that was not a law when my mother was born. It actually wasn't even a law until she made her bat mitzvah, arguably. She was 12 years old when it became the law. So when she was a child, that was not the law of the land of Israel. The law of the land of Israel was anyone who came from a Jewish woman was Jewish. That's the law of the land of Israel. Until 1966, when some dumb motherfucker converted to something and then wanted to come back, and they were like, "No, you can't do this." So I know this. This comes up. It's like, how the fuck do you know all this? There's some kind of technology. I was just talking about my friend who works at Boeing. I'm in Aviation Alley, which is San Diego to fucking LA, El Segundo, then to Palmdale, Lancaster area, where like Lancaster, Palmdale, that's Lockheed Martin, Boeing is El Segundo, like Northrop Grumman, they're all here, and they have advanced technology. And one of them is called chronoscope that can see into the future. I know that sounds crazy. And how did you learn all about this? I had a relationship with Rabbi, I guess, and it was like it came to me in dreams how it feels, but I don't know if that's true. I could tell you that my predictions are basically right, and you watch some of the political predictions will still come right. They'll all come right. Okay? And if it doesn't come right, it still will come right. It will come true, and it'll just be a funny way how it happened. And a lot of these happen with like I confuse words. Anyway, are you done? No. So the Israeli Supreme Court will rule on this, and what will they rule? That after 1966, when that ruling was made, if you were born after 1966, your children cannot leave Judaism and come back. But my mother was born before that, before this was a law. And the Israeli Supreme Court would say, you have someone here who basically, I don't know how it was, but you would just have to say this from like a clean slate kind of idea. They can marry anyone they want because they're Jewish. And then that changed because of a law that wasn't taken seriously. The whole country wasn't taken seriously. And now you're supposed to take it seriously. halfway through your life, that doesn't fly. If you were born after 1966 and you leave Judaism, you're done. If you were born before then and your kids and you're a different religion, or you were born into a different religion, there will be an opportunity for your children. There's like 1,600 people. It's not that many people. Will have an opportunity, and many of them are in Los Angeles, in Hollywood, where there's like this fucking forum. Every fucking person in LA, and Hollywood especially, Googled. The number one Googled thing of the 90s was, and Google wasn't even a thing. It was Yahoo. Nobody called it that. Number one search engine index question. And I think up until like 2006, aside from the word Google, to Google something, typing in Google into Google is the number one thing that's Google. So when you type Google and then your company's name, it's a good thing to do because it's got the word Google on it. But the number one question that was typed into a search engine was, is George Clooney Jewish? Is he? Yeah, but it's a weird way. And it's like his mother's. It's not a weird way. It's how everybody's Jewish, but he doesn't practice Judaism. He doesn't wear a kippah. He fucking grew up like East Greek Orthodox and all in fucking Cincinnati and all these other things, right? So what would it be? His mother was born before 1966. He'd have the opportunity to go to Israel, live that life if he wanted to make Aliyah. What if his mother wasn't born after 1966? And then it's a conversion, just like anything. Really? Yeah. Is it possible? Yeah. Everybody has to convert, so it wouldn't be like a big deal. Even people in Israel, fuck yeah, they're not religious at all. Of anyone who needs to become religious, it's Israel, and they were waiting for somebody to lead them.
Is that right? And look, I don't know much about the car business, but I'm guessing that's one of the reasons I don't make those anymore. The steam car is dangerous. Was it gasoline explosion? Yeah, but gasoline is what powers what makes the steam, and it sprayed out and caught his face on fire. It's just brutal. It's horrible. So it's fine. It was pretty right, in the burn center. And he's at the best burn center in throughout the world. So I have mixed thoughts on that though, because if you're not in really bad shape, you would never go to this burn center. So my thinking is it's probably worse than what people have been told. Well, you said you issued a statement, right? Yes. I'm fine. I saw some get better or whatever, something like that. So that's something that he would do. He would just sort of play it down like, I'm like that. But I don't know, man. It's like a friend of mine's dad had a stroke. And I said, oh, well, how's he doing? He said, well, he's still in the hospital. And I said, oh, has he been in the hospital? And they said 6 weeks. And I said, oh, it was a major stroke. He goes, no, it was a minor stroke. But he's still in the hospital. I said, buddy, I don't know what they're telling you at the hospital, but nobody is in the hospital for 6 weeks with a minor stroke.
Aside from questions and marriage monsters, actually is exactly the same. But it's like, well, are you a monster? No, I'm a Jew. But really, what happens, I'm not in love with this solution, but this is what my parents are. What my kids would say, Mom, Dad, what kind of Jews were Grandpa and Grandma? We call them humanistic Jews. What is that? This is a newer wave of Judaism that started really in the late teen, more so became public, but it's founded in Detroit, Michigan by Rabbi Sherwin offers a non-theistic alternative contemporary Jewish life. Humanistic Jews believe in creating a meaningful Jewish life free of supernatural authority and reviving the secular roots of Judaism. So what is it? It encourages Jews who are humanistic and secular to celebrate their identity by participating in relevant holidays and rites of passage such as weddings, bar mitzvahs, and inspirational ceremonies that go beyond traditional literature while still drawing on it. Meaning, like, and there's something else. Reconstructionist Jews, well, both my parents, Reconstructionist Jews consider my parents 100% Jews. Judaism considers my parents 100% Jews. Do you? I'm tough on it, but I mean, that isn't to say that by the end, last I spoke with them, this gets us back to Midwest Kosher. I would call Midwest Kosher. Well, I'd send my parents home money. I was making a little bit of money, and I was able to send some money home just to be nice. And so, but I'd call Midwest Kosher because I'd go to OC Kosher and buy whatever, and I'd be like, man, this is so much better than any food that I normally get. I really want my parents to realize this and become more kosher. So I would start sending them checks home, and then did they cash them? Why? Not to my knowledge. I think I would really ask my parents too, and but they knew I was in more debt than they were, and but they did start going there, and not that they went there before I had. I've never been there. I was only in a parking lot. Really? Yeah. I was on a tirade. I didn't want to go. My father's the one who was like very welcoming of a Jewish-owned business in the town. When he found out that Jews owned a business at Little Deli on the south side, I mean, he got my mom in the car with me, and we went there on Sunday morning, right when they opened.
And I feel bad asking, but we have nurses and doctors who listen to the show. If you're in the hospital for 6 weeks because of a stroke, is it possible that it's a minor stroke?
Anyway.
Or is it a major stroke?
So that's how we got on a ride. Really? Yeah. Are you done? Well, how else are they Jewish? Reconstructionist Judaism? Really? Yeah. So where do you get any fights from anyone? Orthodox Judaism. Why? Rabbi kind of described it like this. He said, basically, you look the Av based in eye to eye. His name is Rabbi Abraham Union. You looked him eye to eye, and what did you say to him when you met him? I said, I want to become more observant, and he pushed me away. He said, you don't want this kind of life, basically. And I said, yes, I do. And he pushed you away for like an hour. And I said, well, no, this is the kind of life I want. And what was the thing that convinced him? I said, if you don't let me do this, that's fine. But I will go to the corner of Pico Robertson, and I'll have a date in 5 minutes. And it was at that point, he knew he was fucked. And he had to let me in. So would people just jump into Judaism? No, everybody would have to do what I did, at least for 1 year, become Noahide. Really? Yeah, you did it for a year? Really close. Really? Yeah. Because if I say I did it for a year, there's an argument to say you didn't want to be a Jew. so we'll say like 364 days or something. But why? Because I wanted to see. I did not want to be every kind of religion by any means. Jim Croce already did that. Really, yeah. Shout out to Jim Croce. One time there was this Yomi class, and fucking, I'll never forget. It was the day I gave my hybrid to Cars for Kids. I got it on camera when I gave the car to them. Really, yeah. 1877 Cars for Kids, KARS Cars for Kids, 1877 Cars for Kids, donate your car today. Really, yeah. Anyway. So then what? Earlier that morning, I heard Rabbi Senior say something like this. What did he say? It was something like, it was something like this. We know that there are some men who have. It was something like.
They're backing up, getting away from the 10. Actually, they're backing up into Culver City now, away from Venice Boulevard. And the drive on the southbound side of the 405.
What was it?
Going down into Culver City, leaving the 10, looking around better by the time you make your way to Florence. This city remains closed, comes south from Los Angeles all the way to the 110.
That does seem like something.
Across the 91
Why? I just remember thinking about this as I was donating that car. As I was closing the door, I remember thinking about Jim Croce in this moment that I just heard. And I disagreed with it, but I didn't want to get into a debate with him or anything. In fact, he and I really never spoken. We've spoken like 5. I saw him 666 straight days. We'll say we did, because I was there. When I can call out the rabbi and how fucking consistent I was. And not to say he was inconsistent. He was there 666 days. But he's very consistent. Very, very consistent. But when I know I have that on him, he knows there's a new sheriff in town. Oh, somebody like my video. Anyway. I told that motherfucker at Golden Dreidel there's a new sheriff in town. On camera. To Naftali Bennett. On camera to Naftali. I'm saying Naftali Bennett, calling him the president, his prime minister. Naftali, hey, president. And this fucking guy's right there. Really? Yeah. Anyway, I just can't wait till they fucking they're gonna make his fucking parking lot gold someday, and with special paint. And I one time reenacted Derek Jeter's throw to Jorge Posada with Jason Giambi in that fucking parking lot. Actually, it was later that day. I was there. I went to the Hall of Justice, made this fucking video for Naftali Bennett, right? I'm the president and the whole fucking time. And then I came back to there at sunset when I was fucking pissed. Nobody's seen it. Well, I sent it to him, but I even said, motherfucker, I'm so solid on this, man. I would have said this to you. He's like, all right, man, knock yourself out. Hey, we write notes on this. Nice. Anyway, was that the end of your story? Hey, love it, boy. I think if this got big, people would like me. I think they would just see enough of me that they'd fall in love with me naturally. And I'm not saying that in a cocky way. It's just like, if you see enough of someone, you'll like them enough because you're just exposed to them. You become associated with them, or And so if people saw this, I think so, but this doesn't mean I want it, really. I just want to live a fucking normal ass life. If you ask me, what was your dream as a little kid? Would be to live at the fucking end of my fucking cul-de-sac next to my friend and have my parents down the street, and that would have been far enough away that I wouldn't have had to mess with them. Damn, they would have been able to see me. I leave all the time, but I wouldn't care. If I had a family and things, I would just look on my floor off your grandparents. Like, yeah, but they could go run down it. The people who I knew who had it the best, and this would have comes in Israel. My friend Joey. My friend Joey was he had a big, beautiful pink Barbie house. And it was all mason. His dad was a mason. I don't know if he was a mason like I'm a mason, but he was a brick mason and was very talented at it. And it was like a Tudor. It was a very, very ornate house. And his dad had a business and was able to provide for a really nice living. And I just have to say, his sister's so hot. Her name is Katie, and she was the first cheerleader I knew. She becomes really big in cheerleading, but she was just super hot. Really, she was the hottest of any of my friends' older sisters. Definitely, my friend Mark's sister was the hottest younger sister, and my friend Joey's sister was the hottest older sister. Like for sure. Anyway, so her grandma and his grandma lived on the same property across the basketball court. They had like a basketball court, or like a driveway, and they had a really big, beautiful house. I mean, it becomes a really good thing. It had a big circular driveway, and it was a huge lawn. I remember him saying how it would take him a long time to mow this lawn. And eventually I think they got a lawn service, but so everybody can worry about their fucking landscaping. Anyway, his grandparents lived literally like you could toss a ball to their house. So one time I was over at his house and he was like, do you want to go over to my grandparents? And I was like, well, sure, where's that? And he's like, oh, it's just above the garage. I'm like, above the garage? You got your grandparents living in the attic? He's like, yeah, kind of. He's like, come on, I'll show you. And we went, and they had the cutest little house above a garage that had like nooks everywhere and a little brunch nook and fucking kitchenette, and they didn't need a whole kitchen. Literally, they had a house next door. It was a guest house. So it was like just everything that you would need in like a kitchenette. I don't know how to describe it, but but that isn't to say she cooked cookies in there. So I think they had a full kitchen. I'm just calling it a kitchenette because they already had a kitchen. If I were to say, oh, in his kitchen, I'd say, well, the grandma's one or whatever, but I probably would anyway. Anyway, his grandma and grandpa were really nice. His whole family was really nice. Really, yeah. And they end up buying a lot of south of the bypass becomes like Kellyville. Really, yeah, like Nellyville. St. Louis becomes Nellyville. This is Kellyville. Why? Well, just what this kid had to endure one time when he smelled some of my mad flavor. This fart that I had, allegedly, it was tremendous. But I mean, I'm talking about this thing 20 years later, and every kid right now would be like, oh yeah, I remember that fart. It was the worst thing we'd ever smelled in their entire life. And they could literally talk about this whole thing for an hour, because I've talked about it for 5 hours. So they could talk about it. But Joey needs, I think he's going to have to get psychological help because of it. Why? Well, ever see someone with post-traumatic stress disorder, also known as shell shock, also known as war neurosis? This kid had them all in one. He had this 1,000-yard stare. I don't want to get into it right now. It's a long story. It's on the backtracks. Anyway, if I keep telling the same stories, you'll never see it. Anyway, So Joey's grandparents lived across the way. So we go over to their house, which was just above this garage, and have milkshakes and cookies and stuff. But like, what a cool fucking thing to be a grandparent and just be like, I will have your grandkids there with their friends, and there's nothing to do. Oh, they come over and you make them milkshakes and cookies and and it was like, what kind of milkshake would you want? I'd be like, what do you mean? There's thin, thick, medium, thick, thick, like in Roseanne's. Oh wow, we get a choice. Whatever, thick, I guess. Really? Yeah, because then it could melt and then be thin, thick. However, actually, am I eating for speed? Then it's thin, and I'll just suck that bitch down. But if it's like we're gonna be walking around, then thick, because then it'll fucking melt and stuff. Really, yeah. Anyway, and I'm thick. Anyway, are you done? So, shout out to my friend Joey and his parents, and for having me over. Why? If you ever had me over, I've told a story about being at your house at least once. Really? Yeah. Like, maybe not. Okay, I went to my friend Jeff's once. Or not just once. It wasn't like, oh, we had him over and he smells like he does now. We never had him over. Why would it change? I would change schools. Or it's like you have other friends. When we were in school, we had 30. Now, girls never came over to anybody's house. Just boys as little kids. And it would be like, I'd have him over. He'd have me over. And then you'd find another friend, you have him over, they'd have you over, and another friend. And you do this 30 fucking times. I've had 30 fucking friends over and been over to 30 friends' houses or something like that. Really? Whose didn't you talk about? You should probably do that. Whose houses you were at, because you really appreciate going over there. Okay, so Jeff's house. I said it before, his mom was a pilot, his dad was a pilot. They got divorced for whatever reason. They'd have 7 years in the future. Why? He was my friend, and I know he loved his parents a lot and always wanted them to be back together. So maybe if they lived forever, they could spend 7 years together and appease him, and then get divorced again on purpose and find she can go to her current husband or whatever for 7 years and then get divorced back to that guy, back to however the fuck she wants. She could have anyone she wants. Let her do what she wants. But she doesn't have to be tied to people like perhaps before. But she was able to do. What was her name? I don't know. I do know that. I don't remember that. My mom always said she looked like my cousin's mom. I didn't really think that, but that's fine. But they moved to our town in 4th grade, I think, and he and I went to university together, and we're a little bit of rivals at university. And I can say that in like a way that I won, but that isn't to say that it wasn't a respectful effort. Really? What does that mean? Well, so I think his stepdad had gone to university or something like that. He was a really big university. Maybe his dad, somebody like that. And well, I had gone to his house, and he had a dog, Rudy. He was a really big fan of the university. And I don't remember anything great about his house, meaning like I know where he lives, and he lives by some of my other friends too. John Holmes. John Holmes lives there, yeah. So we got Paramore, we got John Holmes, and then we got Brendan Murphy. They all like live in the same street, something like that. And then what? So I was at his house once, and did he ever come over here? I think once. It's like that would be the thing. Like at least with my parents, I had my one really close friend who would come over more often, and some other friends. But I would try to get as many friends over as possible to have different experiences. And one time I was able to have all my friends over. Oh god, that was the end of that one. But so I mean, we were always trying to have friends over or whatever. But I did go over to his house and had a lot of fun there. It was just after school, and then my mom picked me up after work or something like that. And that's usually how it goes. You'd go home with someone with however they got home, and then your parents would pick you up at like 5. And so it was like an hour and a half after school where it wasn't too much on the parents. Like, oh, this kid's here he's going to spend the night. Now it's going to be like a sleepover or something. It wasn't like that at all. I mean, not that we didn't all have sleepovers. But Jeff was on my basketball team, and he was the center. He was the tallest kid on the team. He used to run on his tippy toes, and we used to make fun of him before that, but that actually becomes how you run in the future. And was he very fast? No. But he ran the way that you're supposed to run. It just looks hilarious. When everybody's running a certain way, especially the big kids, and you got this kid on his tippy toes, but that is how you're supposed to run, and that's how he learned to run. And he probably could be a pretty good runner in the future if he put his mind to it. Not like super good, but he was a good athlete. Where, like, I know some athletes. My cousin is the fastest person in all of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and he's in his 50s, and he is a natural athlete, meaning he doesn't juice, he doesn't use sugar growth. Not that that's not natural. I mean, of any person I've ever met who's just like, he drinks water. I don't know if he drinks coffee, maybe a little bit, but like he just has. And he's athletic. Anyway, is that the end of your story? No. Who else house you went to? Did you? Who else's house? My friend Blake. When I was in first grade, I went to Blake Weehy's house. Blake Weehy's big. Why? Well, let me think about this one. He was a very good athlete. Well, he left the school. And why did kids leave the school? All kinds of reasons. But, well, it could be all kinds of reasons. But it's sad because you wouldn't get to see him anymore. I wish him the best. He was my friend. And he's the first kid I knew named Blake. That becomes a big name for both boys and girls. Where did he live? He lived in, I love this neighborhood. It's this little, like, neighborhood by between, like, by the racket club is where I'd say. I like, what's that school? There's like a school there. I used to play at the school all the time. I don't remember it. Not typically. It was, Tarkington Elementary School. So he lived there, and do you remember anything about him? Normally when we went over to your house, we just played video games, anybody's house, or maybe we played in the yard or something, but usually we played some kind of video game. Why? All of us were pretty poor, and video games were like a thing that we all had in common, where whether like if your dad was a doctor or a lawyer, maybe you weren't so poor, you still had video games. Maybe your parents weren't that. Maybe your parents was an industrial tool salesman and a real estate agent, or maybe a stay-at-home parent, or whatever. You still had video games. Now, I don't know if we played video games there, but it gave us like a common something in common. So we had school and stuff as well. I will also say, I remember this about Blake Weehy as well. I don't remember much about him, but we were in first grade, because I think he left in first grade or something. But we were in first grade, and we
in downtown LA on 7th and Figueroa.
Oh, I know where that is. Really? I got chased down there. Really? Yeah, I was very close to where that is. Actually, I had 2 very good stories about being down there. Okay, so Blake, we read about him. Really quickly. We were in first grade together, and the teacher, Mrs. Skowski, asked. She had a friend who was a dental hygienist who gave everyone in the class like toothbrushes and toothpaste. Okay? I remember Mr. Skowski said, "How much toothpaste are you supposed to use?" And everyone was like, "So much." She said, "No, a pea-sized amount. That's what it says. You all can read that. Like we could read what it would say on that. Really, yeah, we were pretty good at reading at that point. We could, or somebody read it aloud and we heard. But that was very important. I've called it. Says if not, call poison control. And I remember being like, oh, poison control. It's like a new word. What's poison? We learned about poison. And anyway, no one does that. I did it when I was in law school because I wanted to be like a Ralph Nader like motherfucker. And I was like looking out. Here's who's looking out for you, baby. And it was like, hey, I'm calling to see what happened. So what did I do? I was in law school and I asked the poison control. Must have been in like 2009 or so. I called when I was in torts class, not while I was in torts, after torts class, or it was when we were learning about the Clean Water Act and all the shit that's in your water. And I remember being like, there's no law that says that you can't put pharmaceuticals in the water. Clean Water Act only had to do with like pollution. It didn't have to do with like garbage in the water. It didn't, and also it was the name of it. No one's gonna go against the Clean Water Act or the Fresh Air Act. No one's going against these fucking acts. The No Child Left Behind Act. Oh, you want to leave children behind? I mean, come on. Anyway, they'll make laws, I bet, in the future that are like, oh, this is if you don't vote for this, you're a terrible congressperson. Act of 2025. Anyway, why? I don't know. Don't make that one crazy, man. It's a big tarp bill. It's just filled with fucking, what do you call it? Pork barrel fat and shit. What do you call it? What do you call it? Not pork barrel. Pork barrel. What do you call it when you add, like, I want to be a lobbyist one day. What do you call it when you add shit to a law that isn't anything? It's like pig fat. I forget what it's called. We rate milk. Anyway, what about like we were in class. Well, what happens when you call poison control? I said, hey, I swallowed more than a teaspoon amount, or more than a pea amount of toothpaste. What should I do? And they said, they were like, are you serious? You called us over this? They're like, yeah, that's on all the fucking things. No one it was like poison control just sat there at a fucking phone until like nobody ever calls. And then all of a sudden somebody rang the fucking phone call. Like, hello? Poison control? Like, is this line even working? Poison control? And I was like, yeah, it says on the toothpaste that if you accidentally swallow more than a pea-sized amount to call poison control. So let's just say I accidentally did that. What should I do? They're like, holy fuck. Somebody fucking called about it. They were like, I don't know. Hold on. Let me put it on hold. Let's see.
I felt a little KKK say, I'm like, hey guys, English only. I'm like, oh, but there's no reason for it. Sure. It's one of the very few places you can get away with it. Hey guys, English only. It's really the only place I can figure it. You know what else is English is the international language is flying. Oh, that's right. Every pilot communicates in English, and they have to speak English. And it's a struggle for some airlines. some airlines that, guys fly domestically for airtime or whatever, they never had an opportunity or never had a reason to speak English.
I might change Google Translate.
Well,
yeah. Eventually, you won't have pilots anymore. Really? Well, I'm talking about pilots. My mom would always say to Mrs. Paramore, or whatever her name became, Mrs. Johnson, how is it that you're able to fly such a big plane with all these flies? And she's like, Shirley, you drive your car, right? Yeah. Just right. You got kids in a carpool, you got my kid driving them. Same thing when you're in a plane. You're paying attention, you're doing your best, but it's like a big car. And I remember her saying that, and I was always like, well, it seemed manageable. It wasn't like you had to be blessed with some kind of special skills. My mom could drive a car, and this lady is basically saying, you, with the right kind of training, you can do the exact same thing. Well, anyways.
The difference, and I discovered this watching online, the difference between New York and Los Angeles is in Los Angeles, we'll be kind to you, but we won't help you. But in New York, they'll be rude to you, and they will help you. This ain't really helpful. Right? Like, if you get a flat tire in L.A., some guy in L.A. will come by and go, I actually cost a lot of money. Sorry that happened to you. And move on. But in New York, you gotta come like, hey, you bought 2 tires. Let me show you how to fix this happened thing. All right, and you'll get out of the car and fix it for you. Completely. So yelling at you. You sound out my wife to pay for these tires. What you want? Joe tires down the street? Horrible tires. And meanwhile, it's changing it for you. Yeah, that's the difference between the company. Yeah, East Coast, West Coast. All right, Conley, we're live on tape. I'm Mark Thompson today. I'll play the big poker game. Can I watch it live or do I want to watch it live? You down there? Oh, I don't think they'll let you. They call it, railbird. I don't think they're doing it. It's kind of in the studio, so I didn't hear a celebrity, so it's not like my celebrity back there. All right, Conley, we're live on Thompson here. We're not in North Road. Professors at Tampa classes and truck drivers have refused to deliver packages across picket lines and reported 48,000 educators who want better pay and benefits. From Idaho, say students from the University of Idaho found that off-campus Sunday were targeted and killed for
No, did you ever go to John Holmes' house? I think so once. We golfed. Really? Yeah, shout out to his family. I think one time they allowed us to golf with him. Yeah. Really, yeah, his mom's really nice. And she's seen as really like a trailblazer for golf. Youth golf, women's golf. Why? My dad and she were like the 2 advocates for golf at our school. The school never got a golf team, so they did have a couple events where we did. Who was a good golfer? David Miller, I remember, was a good golfer. But yeah, and so I think we golfed at the university golf course for a couple times after school. But they never got a golf team together. Why? Well, I'll say they had an athletic director, Randy Peterson, I'm sure still there, and he always did his best to really take a program with no money or anything and try to build school spirit, and he did a very good job with it at points. Though the students were the ones who did it, he'd make sure that they had games and all that other shit. But golf was a very expensive. Here's the thing. He was about bringing in money to the school. And what brings in money to the school? A little bit. Soccer could. Football's way. They weren't at that point. But it would be soccer and like basketball, where you can. It's like a place where you can charge admission and make money on things. And here's the funny thing, how they used to have to charge admission at the beginning. It would be like your friends are playing. I wouldn't go to pay to see my friends play because they were just my friends. It's like I see them play in the fucking yard of our school all the time, and we have no money, any of us in school as kids. So it's like I'm not paying. And I remember we'd go there, and he'd be like, "Did you guys pay admission?" We're like, "What do you mean pay admission?" He'd be like, "Well, you should go over to that booth and buy a ticket." They're like, "But there aren't tickets." They're like, "Yeah, we call them tickets." It's like, you just want me to give some, your account's logged out. You just want me to give a donation, basically, to watch my friends lose a soccer game. I'm not doing that. So what would you guys do? He got to be like, well, you got to pay admission or whatever. So people just started putting their lawn chairs, like, right outside where the school owned, and they just watched the game from like a non-school owned place. Like they would do at many schools, and it becomes a big thing. I forget what schools, but they have a big hill, and all the kids, you could just go in as a student, have no money, and just go and watch your team play, like from a big hill, as opposed to in the stadium. And it becomes a lot more fun out though. Really? Yeah. What one is that? I don't know. But anyway, why are we talking about all that shit? Let's forget where I am. I'll find it. My spot. Oh. For Jews, I have to finish this. Close up that Chabad conversation. Fuck up. Because women are as important as men. Anyone not of the Jewish faith, but we have to clarify that. You have to be Jewish to marry Jews, okay? But what's this, anyone not of the Jewish faith? It's a fucking loophole. Why can't you just pick some guy up the fucking street, tell that guy to start going to shul and keep kosher and the other stuff and no conversion, and then he can inseminate her? Why is that allowed? He doesn't have to be Jewish. Why is anyone not of the Jewish faith? To me, this was a blatant Chabad. How are you allowing this? Anyway. I would just say to Rabbi Lipsker, Rabbi Shalom, Rabbi Teitelbaum, Rabbi Weiss, I'm disappointed in you. And all the other rabbis and rabbits, the rabbinate of Chabad and the rabbinate of Chabad, I'm disappointed in you that you are not harder on yourself about prohibited marriages and your website. This is a reflection of you. And random ass people go on the website and a random ass person reads, woman may not marry anyone now the Jewish faith. And then a guy can just go around and say, I practice Judaism. Are you Jewish? No, I practice Judaism. There's a difference. One has a full-on conversion and one doesn't. It's a huge loophole. Anyway, when some of adulterous or incestuous union moms are, we went through that, a married man, but don't put down the mom. Why? You want to, in the future, there will be something of that. What do you mean? How would it work? Well, here's why. If we live forever, if like you can upload your brain and stuff, an incestuous union won't be seen as that bad. It would be like, well, I married my sister. I don't have a sister. Okay, so I can say an incestuous union, I married my sister. Why? She doesn't exist. But maybe there's a machine. You could take my DNA, put it in a machine, create a person, and I have a child with her. Normally, that would be prohibited by Jewish law. In the future, that would be super technically amazing, and people might want to be of that bloodline, and that would technically make you a mamzer. So just think, when technology is involved here, everything's up for grabs. A married man, until the civil and Jewish divorce have been completed, a man with whom she committed adultery, her divorced husband after the death of a divorce, or her second husband, the following relatives, primary and secondary interests: her father, grandfather, and descendants, her stepfather and husband of her grandmother and of his descendants, his son, grandson, great-grandson, her son-in-law, and the husband of her granddaughter and descendants, her husband's father or grandfather, and the father of her father-in-law and descendants, and the father of her mother-in-law, her husband's son or grandson and descendants, her brother, half brother, her full or half sister's divorced husband, and her sister's life, and her husband's brother, her nephew. A convert may not marry a Cohen. So even more difficult. There you go. A woman may marry. And in case any fucking Cohen is like, oh, no Cohen has a perfect bloodline aside from Yola fucking Rothschild, and I can tell you that to a certainty. And if you want to go after mine, you can DNA test me, you can look at my lineage, and I arguable throughout the whole thing. My father attended religious services for 70 years straight. Where he was, where was your dad? That's all I have to say. Did your dad go to a religious service every single day for 70 years? No. What was he doing? Counting his fucking money, cheating on his mother, most likely. And my father was doing the opposite. Not counting money and never cheating on my mother. Her stepbrother, a step-parent's son from a previous marriage, even though they were raised together as brother and sister. Did I just read all this? Oh, maybe here. Stepbrother, a step-parent's son from a previous marriage, even though they were raised together as brother and sister from the earliest youth. Stepmother's former husband divorced her with her. The son-in-law of her brother or sister, her cousin, which was like, what the fuck? Her sister's husband after her sister's death, not divorced unless she is deceased already. Her uncle. In Jewish law, incest law, in Jewish incest law, an aunt-nephew marriage is prohibited, but an uncle-niece marriage is permitted even though the state prohibits it. A man may marry his deceased wife's sister, but a woman may not marry her deceased husband's brother. Even a childless widow, whom the Bible commanded to marry her husband's brother, must today receive chalitza and forced separation. I want to see that. That's that fucking thing with the boot. They have a boot in downtown LA, not LA, but at the base in there. And I want to see that fucking chalitza. That's the only thing I haven't seen. Nobody sees that unless you're a woman whose husband dies and the brother is gonna. You're either I'm a brother. I'm not a brother of anyone, and I've never been married, so. It's like and I've not been on a base in to see that. But I've basically seen everything else in Judaism, from a bris. Oh no, I've never seen a bat mitzvah. Why? That doesn't exist in Orthodox Judaism. It doesn't strictly. I've been to bar mitzvah. Damn, have I been to a bar mitzvah? But I've been to tishes. I've been to every holiday. I've been to weddings, been to funerals, but I've not been to bar mitzvah because that isn't considered a traditional Orthodox Jewish event. It just isn't. It was invented because Christians had, what are these things called? Confirmations around the same, around 13, and boys had bar mitzvahs, but girls didn't have anything, and it wasn't fair. But it's purely to, you could ask Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, died in 88, but bring him back. First thing I'm going to ask him is, you made a halakhic leniency, a header, for women to be able to have that, but that is not anything that's biblical, and it wasn't celebrated 100 years ago. Name one woman 100 years ago who had a bat mitzvah, an Orthodox one. It wouldn't have happened. Anyway, a man with whom she had relations in her unmarried state. The Cohen's daughter does not have the restriction of a male Cohen. But yeah, by Maurice Lamb. Who is this? So basically, Maurice Lamb, everyone in Judaism is disappointed with. But truthfully, we're happy that you put the fucking rules down, because it's a pain in the ass looking at it any other way. Really? You know how much fucking Talmud you have to know to know all that shit? Really? Yeah, because it's not all in the Bible. It isn't. So anyway, so why did you find out about that? So this one girl, it takes us to Raimundo and Martine. So I had this job as an accountant, and one of the things I could do was, so this one girl who had the job before I did, she would just sit there and watch Netflix all day and not be very productive. Well, I thought, well, if she's allowed to watch Netflix, I should at least be able to listen to it. And so, and like glance off at it when I'd like. And so I would just play that, and it's all in Hebrew, so it's not like I'm fluent to the point where I can just listen, but I think it would be. But it was a good foundation, and but they were the ownership of that business was very nice to me, where they knew I was an observant person, and they never pressured me. They always gave me any kind of time off I needed. Really, the exact opposite that I had in another role, and so that's why we pray for them every single day. Think about it. But yeah, are you done? What? Movie phone? Okay, movie phone. Fandango, do you think people would just call movie phone just to have a thing to do? Welcome to movie phone. The O'Briens always got to do cool stuff like that. They got to call movie phone, and Uncle Tommy would pay the bill. We never fucking got to do that. We had to look them up in the fucking newspaper. It wasn't that difficult.
A lot of them have the same name. A lot of AMC theaters like, oh, which AMC am I going by?
Though I did see Waterworld at the 100th Cinema once with my friend Declan Gardner. Oh, like we did. So we're in first grade. Anyway, called Poison Control. What did they tell you? They were like, they put me on hold and they were like, yeah, are you feeling any queasiness or uneasiness? I was like, no, I'm good. Queasiness, then foot tapper. Every time I hear the word queasy, I think of this one lady. Her name is Helen Ann, with whom I worked. I think she had a crush on me. She's an older lady, and very pretty lady. But anyway, these ladies with whom I worked would always say, she always says, I feel queasy. But yeah. Anyway. Blake Weekly and I, the teachers said, what way should you brush your teeth to the class? And the class was like, she says, up and down, raise your hand. And the kids raise their hand. And maybe of a class of 30 kids, 14 of the kids raise their hand. How many kids do you think you should go side to side? Oh, those kids. 14. How many do you think should go in a circle? Blake Weehee and I were the only two that said that, and that's the way they should do it. But, yep. So that's why you got to go to his house? No. But I just went to his house, and what'd you do? He lived by, I wouldn't know this, but our friend Monica and her husband moved there or something like that. Not really Monica. Not Monica, the other one. Anyway, I forget her name. She's on this. Are you done? So there's anybody else has to where you went that you appreciated? Yeah, Danny Hammis. He and I went to his house. His mom had, we were in preschool together. His mom had goldfish in the backyard. Like, she had ponds that become really popular. Ponds in the backyard become really popular. Like fish and like koi ponds and shit. Really? Yeah. Why? She had ponds, and I think, I could be wrong. I could definitely be wrong. So he had I want to talk about my friend Jeff's stepdad. He had a very good relationship with his stepdad, and I remember his stepdad was always not always, but like generally, when he could be there at Jeff's basketball games along with his mom, and you wouldn't have known there was any difference. That's what I'm trying to say. We had friends on that team who they were adopted, you wouldn't have known any difference. They had divorced parents, they didn't have any, you wouldn't have known any difference. Maybe one parent, maybe it was a father raising the child as opposed to the mother if it was the one parent. There was something kind of but it wasn't and it wasn't like I remember Blake's parents. He had very nice parents. What'd you do? I think we had peanut butter and jelly at his house or something like that, which is perhaps the thing. But he lived by Tartini School. We had a lot of practice at Tartini School. Anyway, at the end, well, he didn't continue with the school for whatever reason, and it would be funny. I would meet up with some of these kids later on. Bridget Nathanson is the one who comes to mind, where she and I were in school together, and it would be funny. We were all in school together, and then she, I think, moved to Florida to move with her father or something like that. And we didn't see her again. And that happens in school. And then all of a sudden we're in college and I meet up with her again, and it was very like we had friends who were all of the same friends, and it was very, I don't know, like, did she ever come to your room? I think so. If not, well, I would say this too. We kind of looked out for each other like we were still in grade school. Like I knew her kind of like a sister. Like we weren't to hook up. There was one girl who was kind of different than that, but I didn't know that girl growing up. That girl I met like when I was in 8th grade. But these other girls with whom I was younger, it was like we were brothers, sisters, kind of. The other girl who I met in 8th grade, I had religious class with this girl, and we didn't see each other for 4 years or 5 years or 4 years or so, and then we saw each other at this party, and we just from across the room ran at each other and locked and went on the fucking stairs and just made up the whole fucking and made people walk over us at this party. We hadn't seen each other, but it was like da na 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 na. Really? Yeah. We didn't even see anything. It was like really. It was, and why didn't anything happen there? What's your name, Allison? Was it good? No, she played very good defense. Wait, what do I mean? Things happened, but especially when I was a student. But I didn't really want a girlfriend, to be honest with you. And I could tell you where on her body she'll let a boyfriend be, and where she will just let some guy from a party. Huh? Yeah, you're great at defense. Stutter. Anyway, are you done? Her school becomes big, Stanley Park. So I did not go there. That would be a big school. But yes, I think that might become part of this fucking yeshiva now. Anyway, oh yeah, so that yeshiva one day takes over the university. But it was nothing when I was there. Really? We were nothing when I was there, kids. Really? That fucking rabbi is gonna say, I've never seen this motherfucker in my entire life. He's from Pawnee? You mean the guy is from fucking Pawnee? Of all the fucking gin joints in all the land, you had to walk in the mall. But no, the thing that I really want to do is job in there really, really well, and they wouldn't even know the difference. They would have been like, from where are you? I'd be like, Pawnee. And they'd be like, huh? That's my goal, is to just one day walk in there and then just be like, they'd be like, not know the fucking difference. That's the goal. Really? Yeah. Are you done?
A Russian missile crossed into Poland. We're still trying to figure out where that missile came from and was it Russian? I don't know. We're getting it just coming across the wire here that the initial findings right now are suggesting that the missile that hit Poland was fired by Ukraine. They were firing at incoming Russian missiles. In that far west? Oh, yeah, because the Russians been hitting electrical power plants and stuff like that now for 2-3 weeks now all over the country. Oh my God. And then a study finds that automatic braking in cars cuts crashes by more than 40%. That's huge. That's significant. That's not a lot of cars that have it. So the more cars that have it, I think we're all going to pay less in insurance later on. Let's see what we get. So let's start with the terror at Target. That's what they're calling it on the news. At 7th and Figueroa in downtown Los Angeles, the vibes have gone bad at Target. It's like a very friendly, family-friendly place. I go there often with my wife and daughter. And I love Target. I've never felt unsafe in Target, ever.
We have the area secured right now as they investigate. So we'll go ahead and take you to some aerial videos. Target is one of the anchor stores for the downtown LA mall at 7th and Fig, and it was full of shoppers at the time when the seemingly random attack occurred. In this next video here, which was shot by a witness, you can see up to at least a dozen cops running toward customers trying to get everyone to safety. The video really captures the panic inside the store once everyone heard gunfire and screaming and started scattering. We have another video for you here, also shot by a witness. You can see victims being taken out of the Target on a gurney and then rushed to a hospital. The LAPD tells us there were 2 stabbing victims tonight, unfortunately in critical condition. That includes one adult who was stabbed in the chest and an innocent 7-year-old little boy.
Oh my God! Somebody stabbed a 7-year-old boy at Target?
That includes one adult who was stabbed in the chest and an innocent 7-year-old little boy.
You know, I don't know any of the circumstances here, but it sounds like a lunatic. It sounds like a crazy person. I don't know whether they're, what happened.
Nice
here,
brief,
any
Dad.
circumstances,
Nice big dog.
any information, but
Big cat.
anybody's going to stab a 7-year-old child.
Oh, what's your TikTok name? Circumcision on TikTok. Oh, cool, man.
Apparently came into the store, grabbed a knife from the home section, and then used it to go on a rampage.
Okay, sounds like somebody unstable. I don't know if they're homeless or not, but somebody lost it tonight in downtown LA. And innocent people shopping at Target, getting ready for Thanksgiving, getting ready for the holidays. They paid the ultimate price here for staff.
Anyway, what was that? Are you done with Blake Leahy? You done with Joe Cat? Yeah. I went down for what would it be? St. Sebastian's Day for I just want to see what it was like in downtown LA. And so it wouldn't have been this, but it would be in the future. So there's nothing to do in downtown LA. And it's even like joked about on Family Guy. But yeah. But it would be. I mean, I like it. It's just very dangerous. Really? Yeah, that's why they say there's nothing to do in downtown LA because the fucking place will you get stabbed. Really? For sure.
I just happened to be downtown at 7th and Figueroa, but it could have been anybody's Target. It could have been your Target. When you go to
And get into this absolutely horrendous situation. The suspect also punched a third person inside this store who tried to intervene and prevent him from hurting those other 2 people that he was able to stab. Also, we're learning that there were 2 LAPD officers downstairs inside this mall on another call on this happened, so thankfully they were able to get inside this door pretty quickly. For now, we're reporting live in downtown LA. I'm Nicole Conshaw, Statetown News.
did they say this is a 2-story Target here?
Also, we're learning that there were 2 LAPD officers downstairs inside this mall on another call.
Okay, downstairs. I don't know if the Target is 2 stories or not. I'm not a big fan of
So
2-story
it's actually in this big one. It's called Blue Harvest, which is the original name for Star Wars. I don't know anything about Star Wars, but I know like some things that it was originally known as Blue Harbor.
Any attack made by the rebels against this station would be a useless gesture, no matter what technical data they've obtained. This station is now the ultimate power in the universe. It is fantastic, terrific one, so no weaknesses at all. You hesitated there. Something I should know. No, it's virtually indestructible, like 99.99%. Okay, wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask what's the point one. Well, I mean, there's this little hole. It was kind of an aesthetic choice by the architect, and if you shoot laser into this hole, the station blows up. Well, that sounds like a pretty big design flaw. And the hole's only 2 meters across. Well, I spoke bigger than the whole project. Exactly. And even to get within range of it, you have to skim along this whole trench. It's not a big deal. I mean, I can't wait to blow it up. Put some paint on it or something. Well, that would look terrible. I mean, we got to think about resale. What are you talking about? This property is right above Sunset. The values are going to go up.
Sure. Shout out to the
References to the Los Angeles real
bird
estate market
neighborhood,
haven't given
the
you
bird
clairvoyance
streets.
to
They
turn a
become
profit
big.
on that condo in Glendale, nor has it.
We did. We had a my grandmother
Property is in a prime location, 20 minutes
had
to the
a
beach, 20 minutes to downtown. There's nothing to do
downtown.
downtown.
Had a
Enough of this. Later.
apartment building.
As you wish. Alright, so we're gonna plug up that hoop? Yeah, we can get it done tomorrow if price is no object. We'll get estimates. Yeah, estimates.
So what? There's nothing to do in downtown LA. Really? Yeah, I mean, if I tell you, like, there's a lot to do in downtown Manhattan. Nobody really calls it that. There's a lot to do in Manhattan, including look at this girl's poop. But I guess downtown, just New York, but yeah, downtown Manhattan, as opposed to uptown. There's so much to do. There's downtown and uptown. But in LA, it's different. Is there an uptown LA? No. What would it be? Mountains, basically. If you go north of downtown, you hit a set of mountains, and then on the other side it's Glendale. So I mean the valley, but like New York doesn't have the valley, which is totally different thing. But yeah, it's just different. Anyway, so I'm in downtown LA. Why? Because I'm thinking, well, there's got to be fucking. It's like New York. You got to be in fucking downtown LA, but downtown New York. That's what people do. When I should have been in like the Sunset Strip area, which I had been previously. It isn't to say that I hadn't, but it wasn't so impressive to me that it was like. It wasn't that impressive. It was manageable. It was like, oh, I could be cool here. It wasn't like it was like a Tuesday night and everybody's like fucking going crazy and there's lines of Coke and everything. There's that a little bit, but I remember going to the Whiskey A Go-Go like some fucking Saturday night, and I remember being like, in my own way, I'm the coolest person here, but that's everywhere. But it was like, I went to the guy at the door. I remember saying, like, you know, it's a thing. If you work at the Whiskey A Go, if you're on this, you're on this. But it was like, you know, I traveled thousands of miles to come to this fucking bar because it was basically a madman. But no, because it's a famous bar. A lot of people have been there. But it's, to me, like the biggest LA bar is the Whiskey A Go-Go. It's like the Studio 54 of LA is the Whiskey A Go-Go. So I wanted to make sure if I'm going to go anywhere, it's like right down the street from the Comedy Store. It's the Whiskey A Go. It's like, ask anyone in LA. I'm not picking a bad one. There are others, but it's like the hot spot traditionally in the Sunset Strip. And I remember saying to the people who worked there, you know, it's something to work here. It's very, very famous. And I'm looking at these guys, and they're like normal security guards. They're like, it could have been working for anyone. And they're like, yeah, I mean, it's no big deal, like whatever. And I remember going through that whole place to tell everybody, like, you know, it's a thing to work here. It's like you'll be able to tell, like, your grandkids would be like, oh, my grandfather went to the Whiskey A Go-Go one time. Really? Oh, it'd be a big fucking deal. But they didn't like connect with any of them at that time because they're so connected to LA. They don't really capture how famous it is and some other things. And maybe that just like about history. So anyway, So I had done the whole Sunset Strip thing a little bit, and I'd been in the valley, and there's nothing going on in the valley on a Saturday night. I mean, unless you're like cruising the strip or in your car or something. Everybody goes to Westwood or Hollywood or something. Anyway, so I got this fucking great idea. I can't tell a fucking story about that chick. Anyway, I'm gonna go party downtown LA with like no money, really, yeah. And so what? Well, actually, I went twice, if I recall. The first time I went to the same place, the Standard Hotel, very cool hotel. Why did I go there? I did what any fucking smart person would do. I googled best MILF bar in LA. Really? Yeah. And I wanted one that had a pool. Really? I wanted a rooftop pool. Like, if I could have any fucking bar that I want to have a rooftop pool. I want it to be MILFs galore. And, so what? I just thought, okay, so what'd you do? I went there, and it was cool. You could, like, smoke vape outside, and I remember that was a really big thing, because it wasn't legal. It was like, nobody's going to say anything to you here. Was anyone in the pool? It was December, and so, no. But it was a super cool party, and then, so, I later on was like, I'm going to go there again some other weekend. I was like, actually, I had more fun there than I did the Whiskey A Go. However, when I was at the Whiskey A Go, it was just a random night. I was there. I had a kippa on and an LA Dodgers hat. I was wearing this Dodgers hat anyway. And this guy, I was walking down the street outside the Whiskey A Go on Sunset, and this guy comes up to me, and he says, "Are you Jewish?" And I say, "Yeah." And he says, "Oh, cool. I am too." I was like, "Okay, great." And he's like, "You really look Jewish." And I'm like, "Okay, thanks." People tell me this a lot. And he's like, what are you doing? I was like, actually, I was just at the Whiskey A Go, and there's not a whole lot going on there. And I'm going to get my car, and I'm going to drive to Van Nuys, which I'm living in a house that I just moved here. And he's like, "Oh, okay, well, let me get your number." I was like, "All right." And I was like, and I'll never forget this. It was like 818, because that was the kind of number that I could get, just a valley number. And he's like, "Oh, well, I'll make an exception for you." I was like, "Excuse me?" He's like, "Well, there's like a rule, and it's an unwritten rule. This is how uppity motherfuckers in LA are. If you have a certain number in LA, like I have a few of them. This a 310 number is a very big deal in LA. It tells people that you're from the West Side, that you perhaps, but you can tell if I hear 818, I know you're from the Valley. 310, it's the West Side. 213, it's an old school Los Angeles one. What is it? 714 is Northern Orange County. 949 is Southern Orange County. 5, there's one of them. 5, the Gateway Harbor District has one. I forget. Anyway, and you can kind of tell where people live by their number if you know the telephone numbers really well. And then you know 909ers, which is like Corona, and that's like, that was actually how I first learned about this. This girl told me one day, she said, this is in law school, but she was like, "What's your number?" And I was like, 574, and she's like, "Oh wow, what the fuck is that?" I was like, "Pawnee," and she's like, "Oh, okay, well, wherever that is." She didn't know, really, she didn't know where Indiana was. It was like the world cut off at Las Vegas, and then that she had been in New York, but there was like nothing else. She's like, well, Chicago maybe, but no. Anyway, she's like, well, whatever you do, look out for 909ers. Watch yourself if anybody gives you their number from them. It's like, okay, she's looking out for you. Really, yeah, it makes her sound like super biased. But it was the first thing I knew, like, oh, people care about numbers here? Like, yeah. And then I had two other friends who were like, one of my friends was like, give me your number. And I was like, all right, 574. And he's like, where the fuck is that? He was like, Pawnee. He was like, all right, whatever. 310. And this other girl was like, with whom I was having a discussion. I was having a discussion at a table with a girl, my friend Molly. And my friend Tom came in and was like, hey, what's your number? Blah, blah, blah. And she's like, I remember they were like both 310, and they both knew kind of where they were in the city. He was like, oh, from where are you? And she's like, RPV, Rancho Palos Verdes. And he's like, oh, I'm from San Pedro. Anyway, and blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Anyways, at the end of your story. That becomes big. Rancho Palos Verdes. Rancho Palos Verdes. I think Rancho Palos Verdes is the most beautiful part of the world, perhaps. Really, yeah. It's gorgeous. Anyway. Donald Trump's golf course is like the foreskin of California. It's beautiful. Really? It's just like right on the ocean. It's the most beautiful golf course I think in the world. Really? Have you played it? I played parts of it. Really? Yeah. What happened? You know, it's on camera. I don't really remember. I can't see the ball. That's what happened. I can't see the ball. My vision has digressed to the point where playing golf to me was like fun. So I had a cart and everything, and I hit the ball, and I couldn't see where it was going. So it was the first time I played golf in many years, so I didn't know my vision had digressed that badly, and so I couldn't play anymore. Anyway, are you done? But it's beautiful. I could tell we were on the ocean. It was absolutely beautiful. Really, yeah. But you can't see the ball anymore. Yeah, and I'm not talking the ball's going all over. I mean, sometimes, but like, no, I'm saying dead straight, and it's like I can't see it in the fucking fairway. So I have to stop every 10 seconds and see if I like can. No, it's really not fun. Not only not fun, it's dangerous. When you can't see, and you're in a new place. I mean, not to say I couldn't drive and things like that, but when you're looking for a golf ball, it's super small. And you might think that you went off the edge and out there you're off the edge and it's the ocean, and you don't want to fuck around, you know, too close to that shit. Anyway, so I was in downtown LA. This was another time. So this was like, I was like, man, I had a really good time. Oh, well, with that guy at Whiskey A Go-Go. So he's like, what's your number? I'm like, that time, 818. He's like, well, I'll make an exception. But normally I don't take numbers from anyone outside doing it. That would become the thing. But yeah, and I'm like, huh? And I'm like, I was just walking out of this bar. I'm doing my own thing, and you're like accosting me, basically. You're like the one talking to me about Judaism. He said to me, he said, actually, wow, you look, are you Jewish? Yeah. He was like, man, you really look Jewish. He's like, here's your number, blah, 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 blah. Yada, yada, yada. I was like, he goes, what's your name? I said, Michael Rothschild. He's like, no way. My father's obsessed with you guys. And I'm like, well, ta-da. He's like, wow. He's like, are you really Jewish? He's like, yeah. I'm like, look. And I take my hat off, and I had a kippah on. He's like, no way. He's like, you're a real Rothschild. Whip out my fucking ID. He's like, oh my God. And I was like, yeah, and you didn't want my fucking number. and I put my fucking shit away, and I start walking into this. He's like stalking me now, and he's like, wait, give me your number, like, and I'm like, no, you're a douche, like, fuck you, man. And I walk into this fucking coffee bean, and he's like, oh my god, you are really fucking drunk, sir. I was like, not knowing that it was at the time like a kosher.
They're going to be a huge part of this charity event. The 12th annual Pasta-thon is 2 weeks.
Hangout anyway. So did you get his number? He was like, please, I made a mistake. I was like, look, don't be a douche. Really? Yeah. I said, do you know how pretentious you sound if you say to someone, I'll make an exception for you today, but normally I wouldn't get your number? I said, you don't know who the fuck I am. I could just bought the whole fucking valley and just got a number from there. You have no idea. But it was very much like that Mindy Kaling scene in The Office where she says, big mistake, huge. Really? Yeah. It's not like any other scene in anything else. No. Anyway, so I didn't want to go down there. I mean, I had a fine time down there, but it was just not that poppin', to be honest with you. Why? It lost. I mean, I expected the Sunset Strip of the 19s, and I think we could get that back. But then it was like kind of boring. Really? I've realized the most fun kind of party or bar or anything ever is a dorm party. Everyone wants to be in a dorm room party. What is that? Where it's so tight that you can't move, and but you can. I mean, it's not crazy, but kind of not. And everybody's like got their hands in the air and dancing to music and having a good time. That's what everybody wants. But still, the ability to not be touched in an awkward way and be able to move the way you want. That's what everybody wants. Really, yeah, where everybody's dancing and having a good time. But it's hard for bars to replicate that. So anyway, but down there, it's like, well, here's the thing that surprised me. It wasn't that expensive in comparison. Well, what would actually be the place? One Oak would be the place to go in any city. Really? Yeah. Like One Oak would be, if I'm going to a city, it'd be like, you'd know that's where I was going. Really? Yep. Why? Have you ever been to a One Oak? No. But I know that's where. Really? Yeah. Why don't you go there? I got observant, and I didn't want to do that whole fucking shit. But after dominating observance, if we're going to dominate the world, then I'll dominate it from a One Oak in every major city in the world. So quickly tell your fucking story. So I'm in downtown. So it's at the end of your list to go to. Yeah. But shout out to the bartenders right there. I just remember being like, you're famous. You don't even know it. But like what you're doing, having a job here is very, very cool. They talk about this in pop culture. It's in history books. I think. Really? Yeah.
And I'm starting the Winter Sawdust Festival this weekend.
Shout out to Ruth Book. We get her husband back, Dr. Book. Ruth Book's on the bitch. Really? Yeah. I would never talk about how she got to shoe. She walked just like everybody, just like I did. Really? Ruth Book.
NaughtyUSA.com. That's NAUTIUSA.com. Check out the latest sandals to the wall.
Naughty USA. Oh, anyway, so tell them about that. So I'm at so I had a really good time the first time I went to the Standard, And the only reason why I went there was because it was not the top MILF bar in take a moment to just mourn. That was Foxfire. Foxfire was the ultimate MILF bar in the world in Orange County. It closed several years ago, or I wouldn't ever be there. I wouldn't leave. I'd be a busboy there if I needed to. Anyway, I went there once and it was amazing. And even though I saw some people there who had defrauded me, actually, they weren't MILFs, they were trying to pick up MILFs, but it was such a good place that I went there. They saw me, they bounced because I would have fucking killed them. I would have beat their asses. And would you know, I would just embarrass them in front of everyone. So it was good for them to get the fuck out. And what? Because that's my place. Anyway, it was this fucking box den. It was amazing. It's just hot older women. And I went there and it was like, it was too easy. It was like I was walking out and women are like following me. Really, yeah. So what? They closed it. So anyway, what became the top one? It's actually a quiet one in Newport. Have you been there? Yeah, one time. Is it a MILF den? Yeah. It's like elite MILFs. Really? Yeah. I remember going there and like the MILFs are like professors at UCLA and like just women living off hedge fund divorces. It's like, oh, actually, this one would be really big in Northern Orange County. It's called Canyon Club. I've actually been there. It was on a one of those bar rescues, which all those places become big. They all reopen. So if you're like, oh man, we haven't had that, all the fucking Kitchen Nightmares places become like a unionized and like a chain, and under Gordon Ramsay, and then the fucking those become under Jack Tap. They've all become very, very successful because basically these people are like, it's like they're just able. These people are already restaurateurs and they're already in major places. They just put together a loose connection of these, and all these places make a lot of money over decades and like long hundreds of years. They become big. Why? Because they were on television. People really underestimate the connection that people have with art and television and their data. Are you done? Jack Tapper. Is he on this? Anyway, so I'm at the Standard. He is, but like he's not a thing yet. So I'm at the Standard the second time I was down there. And so like if I had to choose, I had a much better time at this MILF bar with the pool and everything at the Whiskey A Go. Why? Whiskey A Go was what would be really big is like the right club and things like that, but which becomes big, but it's like it's super dark, and it became, at least when I was there, it was very like vampire-y, like dark, hardcore metal kind of deal, and I wanted it to be like disco, and no place does disco anymore, though they would in the future, and it would in the future. It knows that there's a certain people like that kind of shit, so do it on a given night. But when people want to go out and have a good time on a Saturday night, they don't want to always go to be a vampire. They want to sometimes listen to pop music and have a good time and dance and have bubblegum parties or bubble parties and blacklight parties and like theme parties. I mean, that's a thing. You want to have a big fucking night at your club? Have a theme night and only let people who have that theme on. So you have to, it's like Jersey Chaser night or black and white night or
Southern California Edison wants you and your family to be prepared in the month.
Pink night or polo night or I mean, there's like 1,000 different kinds of parties we used to have where it was just like everybody's just gonna wear like cops and robbers night. Just what were the big? I mean, I remember Pink Party was one of the biggest parties I ever saw. That was my friend Sarah's birthday. It was huge. Everyone wore pink. If you came within on that fucking street not wearing pink, you were gonna get fucked up. It was like everyone wore pink this party. Anyway, you'd have like Halloween parties. You'd have St. Patrick's Day parties. You'd have holiday parties. You'd have holiday parties in the summer. You'd have just anything. My parents used to have a Shoot Your Taxman party and Christmas in July party, and that becomes a Jewish thing. To celebrate Christmas in July is not a Christian thing. It's kind of a secular thing. So all the Christmas shit becomes like a summer thing in Judaism, in Israel. Like what? Like wearing that fucking and this becomes a thing. Okay, so the pink, what is it? Red for fucking the winter, I think, like Santa, that red for Victoria's Secret, that little thing with the fur around the thing and the Mrs. Claus little costume. And then I think it's blue in the spring, pink in the summer, and orange in the fall. They get 4 of them. That fucker from whatever his fucking name is, I can't even think of it. Lex Wexner's on this motherfucker, and he owns all that shit. So we pump Victoria's Secret like a motherfucker. But my friends would do that anyway. Ask any of my friends my first year of college, and for sure, I'm not talking about the underwear that they wore, which most certainly was, but the clothes they wore were all Victoria's. That fucking pink on your ass becomes very big. Really? Can you wear that to school? Fuck yeah. You can wear duct tape over it if you need it. Really? Yeah. And then one day everybody rip their fucking duct tape off. They're pink and fucking Juicy Couture. Really? Yeah. You can wear Juicy Couture on Shabbat and pink thing. We gotta do something different. Okay, are you done?
House doesn't have any branches that can blow into the home, so we cut this straight. Yeah, you gotta be very careful out there. If you have anything in your backyard that can fly, like for example, I have a trampoline and we want to lay it down. Things down that could fly.
So I was at downtown LA at the Standard, and what? So, well, this was a very bad situation. There's one time I can tell you technology kind of saved my life. And, what? So, I was downtown LA. I didn't know where I was, really, at all. I would now a lot more, but... And it's not like I was drunk or anything like that or anything. I was clear-minded. Charlie Sheen becomes big. So then what? What about Charlie Sheen? Who was driving that fucking car?
Do you think that he flipped off the guy as he
What's the best thing to do if somebody is tailgating? What can you do? You put on your hazard lights and
let the guy go and he puts me on.
They'll go around you. Really? Yeah. If you put on your hazard lights, they'll go around you. They'll realize something. If they're so fucking wanting to go, you put on your hazard lights 99% of the time, they'll go around you. Really? And what does that mean? You're not going to go any further, but it basically is a lesson to them. God damn it. That nothing is, that you're not, you might even go slower or something's wrong with your vehicle. But at a certain point, they're not going to fuck with you at that point. Are you done?
Frank Garcia has 9 days before he'll serve thousands his annual Thanksgiving meal.
Oh, awesome. Ready to go.
Start the day getting the few dozen turkeys he has in the oven. And roaring his
Few dozen turkeys in the oven. You just can't eat it.
2 dozen turkeys he has in the oven. And roaring about how to secure 400 more.
Is this the end of your fucking story?
Turkey? Then there's stubborn.
No. I was like,
What you think you get up to 20, 21?
I think I said 10. I think I said 10.
Wow.
Then there's the cost. Turkey prices have reached record levels, and Garcia has to stretch his budget to be able to put this feast on the table for those who otherwise wouldn't have Thanksgiving.
Now, Talia, you said you're going to a party in Corona. Is that correct?
Yeah, what's up?
You're going to that party. What are you going to bring?
We have to bring pies.
Oh, that's not a bad idea. That's how you're going to make a homemade pie?
You know what? I am going to try.
Wow.
I am. But I'm going to have
is that the end of your story? No, so I'm at the Standard Hotel, and it's as cold as it's going to get in LA, which is nothing. And I just come from Pawnee, so I'm fucking fine. And
You know what's another good place to get a pie is
what? So I go to the Standard Hotel. That was the night I had, yeah. So I go to the Standard Hotel and to go again to party like I did like a week or two before, not knowing that you needed to have tickets because it was a big night. And so I as I go, I'm like, man, this place is fucking loaded. It's around the corner. This is going to be a really big night because when I was there, it wasn't that big, but it was something. It was, and it was like, I'm like, well, I'll just get behind all these people. So I wait and I see like all these people. We start going around the building and it's like, you know, gonna get like later and later. And I'm thinking, I'm excited. Like these kids are cool. This is gonna be fun. And then we get to the door and it's like,
That's right, yeah. They will screw everybody over on the holidays.
that door just got you to another door and it was wrapped around way even more. They had so many people at this thing. And I was like, oh man, holy shit. This is something that seems like you need tickets. And I was like, oh, man, I bet you need tickets. So I say, excuse me, do you need tickets for this? They're like, oh, yeah. So I go to the doormat and I was like, hey, is there any way to get tickets to this? No, it's sold out weeks ago. I was like, oh, fuck, it's sold out yet. So, then what? So then I was like, okay, no big deal. Well, I remember I parked in this parking garage and I didn't have really a lot of money and I really shouldn't have done this, but I parked where like the parking security parks, they're normal cars where it's like not underneath the thing, the arm. It's like still outside. I was like, I'll park there. I'm not gonna be here more than an hour. I'm sure it's gonna maybe 2 hours most. What are they gonna do? Give me a ticket? I'm never in LA. Fuck them. That's what I'm thinking. Not knowing that they'll tow your car, they'll do all kinds of shit. So anyway, I was like, walking downtown, and I remember this is also, I think, the same night, or around the same night. I was like, well, oh yeah, that's right. So there's a bar downtown around that area, Dublin's, and then there was one across the street, and the one across the street was the one where I was gonna go to the Dublin's, but then one across the street, I didn't because it was fucking packed at the door. This other bar was packed at the door, and I was like, well, I'll just get in line here. I didn't want Irish shit. I was like, fuck that. Whatever this is, and I said it a lot, and the guy's like, you can't wear a hat in here. And I was like, it's part of my religion. And he goes, wearing a Dodgers hat is part of your religion. That was so funny. Really, yeah. And wouldn't you know it would? But why? Because I'd wear this Dodgers hat with a kippah under it. And why? Because I thought, like, well, Orthodox Jews don't go to bars, but no one told me that. So I was like, well, I've never seen a fucking Orthodox Jew wear a kippah in a bar because it's not done ever. It's not. It's against the religion, basically. It's a shanda, essentially. So I was like, well, I didn't know any of that. That's not necessarily like well known, but it's just kind of, when you're in a Jewish community, you kind of know that. But then again, like, you don't. I mean, I saw there are a lot of Jews in bars. They're just not wearing a kippah, and they consider themselves inside, and so they're good. And whatever they do, they just they say maybe the satellite dishes or satellites in the sky or something, like protecting them, whatever. However they live their life. Okay, so what do you do? And we just do it for modesty, but also respect for God anyway. But it's also, it's like, God, this is a fucking joke that God told me, but he says, you know why Jews wear a kippah? And it's a medieval tradition, blah, 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 blah. It's like, oh, so God can keep track of his people. It's like, oh, okay, well, that's a cute joke. So, yeah. Anyway, so what did you do? That guy lives downstairs. Not the guy who lives there now. That guy's just, they're both yes. So, was that the end of your fucking story? No. I'm at the stairs. So then I went to this other bar. Anyway, so there was like no room at the end. Basically, I didn't have anywhere to go, and I was just walking around. And I was very dressed up, and I remember I had dress shoes on. And when you wear dress shoes, when a guy wears dress shoes, it would be like a girl wearing heels, but only half of what a girl experiences. Like, a girl in high heels would have definitely taken her high heels off by this point, because I kept walking in circles and I didn't know where I was going. But I was still in my shoes that were very uncomfortable. And not normally, but I just walked so much downtown LA that they become uncomfortable. And this guy starts yelling at me. Now, this has happened a few times. People yell at me, Jew or Jew boy, but most recently in Santa Monica. But this happened down in LA, and this guy could tell I was Jewish, and he said, "Use a Jew," something like that. And he got up and started walking quickly behind me, and so I'm walking as quickly as I can, and he's walking right behind me, and I was gaining ground on him as he's yelling through all of downtown LA, come back here, and I remember I turned this corner and I turned around like to see where he was, and he had gained some significant ground on me, and it was like, I'm gonna fucking run now, and I don't know where I am, and I'm all turned around, and now this guy, if he sees me on the street, he's gonna fuck me up. And so, I mean, that's a lesson, kids. I didn't have a gun on me. I didn't have a knife on me. If you're faster than kids, though, it's like the ultimate weapon. Like, my friends and I would be at parties and stuff, and we were faster than the police. And especially when we got to college, they were track athletes and track stars. So it was like they were some of them like world record speeds. So it was like cops could still get you with squad cars and stuff. But if it's just we're standing next to each other, kids. Don't ever underestimate the ability to just beat someone in a flat-out foot race. And when you're able to do that, they can't get you. You're too quick for them. And that's what we had in this situation where I was just faster than this guy was. And I turned this corner, and I just took off in a dead sprint. And but the way I did the sprint, it was like this building had like these pillars, and I went inside the pillars so that if you were looking down the street, you couldn't see that I was running on the inside unless you had like kind of maneuvered your way. It was just a way to lose this guy, and then I was able to cut this corner again and go down another street. I never saw him, but I remember. I mean, from where I am, if I just walk around, I just look like a white person. But here, you're identifiably Jewish, and sometimes it's somebody stops you on the street and wants your number to be a friend, and sometimes they're in a fucked up situation. Really? Yeah. Anyway, so then what'd you do? How'd you find your car? So I couldn't find my car, and this guy was fucking chasing me, and I was fucked because I parked it in a parking garage, and that's the thing I'll teach everybody about downtown LA. It's a fucked up place. I mean, it's cool. It would be really, really cool, and the financial district would be a really big place to be, and partying and things like that. But it's very dangerous, and why? It's not like gang violence. It's random ass motherfucker who just doesn't like the way you look and they fuck you up today. And just random stabbings. I know exactly where that type is. And this is right where it happened. And so what'd you do? I couldn't find my car, and my legs were to the point where they were hurting. And it's like, well, do you take my shoes off or just try to find my car? So I had an idea. I had my phone, and like Waze normally tells you, like, that has saved me a bunch of times where I've been in a new city or new area of the city, and I didn't know where I was, and I had this terrible habit where I just get on my car and I think I know everything, and I don't look and see exactly where I parked or everything. I'm just do the next thing. Anyway, that has saved me, and we use Waze issues. Waze isn't a really app. It's football. Use that. Don't use that. Okay? And it tells your cops on smart things. Anyway, I was. I didn't know where my car was, but I used this thing that I had. I would always lose my keys, and I was always afraid to lose my keys as a supervisor because my keys were worth like $1 million basically in the amount of if I lost my set of keys, not $1 million, but a lot of money to rekey the buildings to which I had keys when I was a supervisor at the university, meaning it's like $100,000, I think, to replace some, like $10,000 each key, because they have to redo all the cores of the doors, and it takes a long time to do that. And it'd be a lot easier in the future where it wouldn't be that expensive. You could just do so electronically. But back then, people had keys, like old-fashioned keys, and you were issued these, and it was like you guarded them with your life. While I was there, I didn't know anybody who lost theirs, meaning we were all very, very careful with ours. I did know one employee, a couple of times employees might lose something, but not the supervisors, because we knew how important those were. You basically meant your job. They would have understood, but it would have been a rough year for you. But it was an understanding place. Things happen. But nevertheless, I had bought these tiles that would tell me if I ever left my keys anywhere, where I left my keys. And I had one of them that wasn't on a set of keys, but it was in my car, just randomly. And I remembered that I had that, and I went to the tile app, and it told me where I needed to go. And I was over a mile away of where I needed to be. And I was just taken way off because I was running away from this guy, and I didn't know where I was. And the thing was, everything was closing down to the point where it was like 4 a.m. at the time. And I couldn't ask anyone for help, and it was just a really, really bad situation. And I can tell you that tile app saved my ass. And it has like a battery in it for like 6 months, because it's not like it was charged or anything. And that's the thing. We needed like longer lasting batteries so that you could do that. But man, did that save my ass. Anyway, so I found my car and it wasn't ticketed. And whenever I see those fucking gates, I think of like Lamborghinis that go right under the fucking guard gate. Like Lamborghinis are so low that they just go right under guard gates. You don't have to fucking do that for a lot of things. Anyway, but my car I did, but not then. I couldn't even pay for the parking. I would go down there with like $100 in my name and be like, well, I've got like 20 in gas and like, I don't know, $20 to spend to get in and like, I don't know, not a whole lot. I mean, and then like, I don't want to pay for gas. That was my thing. Like, how could I have a good time and not pay for the most Jewish thing ever? The parking, fucking. I understood I had to pay a door fee and all those other things, which was actually, I was always fine with that. Really, yeah. It's, in my opinion, it was like you're throwing a party, basically. A bar is throwing a party. There's an entrance fee. The standard hotel would be really, yeah. Anyway, same with the London hotel. Really. So, what do you think? Why was this all a thing? Truthfully, I know it sounds funny, but I'm right on the border. I mean, I'm 100% Jew, but it's a close call. Halakhically, meaning you have someone who was born to two people who were assimilated within Jewish society, whether they're humanistic Jews, they're 100% bloodline Jews. I always thought it was just my mother because that's all that matters. It's my father as well. And that doesn't surprise me. Why? Well, it doesn't at all because my uncle used to say that his mother was Jewish, and that made all those people in my mother, so that means my aunt and her 4 brothers were all Jewish. But it didn't affect me at all. So I was dismissive of that. I was like, okay, fine. But that doesn't matter to me. It's just what my mother was. Really? Yeah. But it wasn't. It was important to him. Why? Because, I mean, he remembered that. So anyway, is that the end of your story? No. Shout out to James Brandy, keep you on this. Dawson's Creek would be big, though I never probably saw that show. But yeah. Katie Holmes would be big. But yeah. Is there a real Dawson's Creek? There needs to be. Dawkins, Richard Dawkins Creek. Dawson's Creek Office Park. Are you done? No, so you're at the Standard Hotel in Denmark. You gotta get to your Beth Jacobs site. Okay, so I found my car and I got out of there. Beth Jacobs. So I had this really nice fucking routine, not ritual, routine. What was it? So Shabbat, I had these people, my friends, we'd walk to shul, and we were walking past Beth Jacob, past it, because we went to another shul, and it was like, there's an old joke in Judaism. It's an old joke, as long as they've had synagogues, which has been, not since the first day, we didn't even have the Beit HaMikdash. I mean, it's been a process, it's been a timeline, but since, when was the first synagogue? That's an arguable point. I mean, after the fall of the Beit HaMikdash. So what's the first synagogue? It's really the Mishkan, really. So someone in my bloodline, matrilineal, we're really the Miriam bloodline. But this is an interesting thing. It dies because I don't have a sister. But there's some way to take something that I have of my parents that has the DNA, to make a girl that becomes the Miriam bloodline that continues. There's the Kohanic bloodline, which is considered the Aaron bloodline, and the Messianic, really, Moshe, but that's Aaron. But Mashiach comes from Moshe. But that bloodline, there's those two. But there's still a girl in this, Miriam. Nobody in Judaism talks about her, but she's the sister, and we're that one too. We're also the Merovingian and some other things. But that one's important because somehow, some way, there's a way to get me a sister, and then that becomes not that she's she'd be special too, but without my mother having to have this child or my father, they won't even know about it. It'd be like I have their DNA on something, or you'd be able to take my DNA and know what my sister would be in some machine, make her in a machine, and then it's like I'd have a sister, but she'd have that. It's some kind of Raphael program. There's a company called Raphael. I didn't know about this company, but it's a Raphael Advanced Defense Systems, and somehow, someway, I'm their project, and I have been, and I didn't. So have my parents. It goes back to 1948. This is when my dad. And that company was founded, and the study division. My father was born in Maine. Are you done? Yeah, but they'll just say we can neither confirm nor deny this information. That's all they can say. A lot of people start saying that. That'll be an okay thing to say. And then, so when you don't want to say anything about anything, you'll just say, I can neither confirm nor deny this. But, yeah. So who are my parents? Are your parents Michael and Shirley? I can neither confirm nor deny this. Really? Yeah, but I mean, that's all I've ever known. Yeah. But I can neither confirm nor deny this. Your name, Michael? Yeah. I can neither confirm nor deny this. Is this an iPhone 8? Yeah. So that I can almost confirm, but I can neither confirm nor deny it. But, yeah. Chubby's Pizzeria. Bob and Tom become a thing. Really? Yeah. So here'd be an interesting thing. I used to listen to these guys, Bob and Tom, not a lot. Why? I had friends who listened to them a lot, but it wasn't something to which we listened because it was too hard to rock. But it becomes good. We were like an oldies family, not too hard to rock. Anyway, these guys had this fucking show in Indianapolis, but they used to say from the Napa studios. And I always thought that was Napa, California. I was like, oh, these guys are from California. Cool, they're doing a fucking show. Napa Auto Parts. They did it for Indianapolis. But the one guy would have his Dodgers hat. It's just like I had the fucking thing. Yeah. Anyway, they'd be good. Did you like them? Again, the Bob and Tom show. They're on this. My friends like them. Really? Yeah. But I was not a major fan. I was a major fan of Stay Tuned in the Morning, but that was a different show. So, yeah, I was a fan of like 7 other people. But I can tell you this. Okay, I would they have a thing that they say, at least from where I was, that said 1 winner per household every 30 days. And they used to play that all the time. Why? Because there'd be assholes like you're the fucking Rothschild who would take advantage of this. I would win contests so often in my town that I would win 13 contests in 12 months just so I could get around that loophole. What were they? So I'd win a prize in January on the oldies station. I'd win a prize in February on the talk station. I'd win a prize in March on the talk station, and maybe February, March, April, May, June. I was on the talk station a lot. On the sports show, I might win in July and August, maybe. September, October, I might win on the oldies station, or oldies in September, and talk on October, talk in October, and or talk in November, September, and oldies in October, something like that. November, I'd win on the oldies station. In December, I'd win like December 1st of that month, and then 30 days would go by, and I'd win on December 31st. So I could get 13 of these fucking wins on the radio, just calling in whatever. They'd be like, they'd always be like, 6 callers to 288-96, 288 AM 96. What was it? 288 AM 96 or something like that. I forget what. 23496, whatever it was. Would win tickets. So what would I win? I would win some sweet stuff. I'd win car washes for my parents. I'd win tickets to like the Temptations, or to the Beach Boys, or big bands. They'd have like, the Beach Boys would be in town, so they'd give away tickets to the Beach Boys. And so I'd win them, and I'd always give them to my mom. Why? Because I always felt like, I don't know, they did a lot for me, and it was like what I could do to give back. But also, at that time, I was living in their house, and I was trying to give back what I could to them. Anyway, so if they had prizes going that weren't these fucking whatever, if they had like call-in fucking prizes, I was calling all the time. If they had, but here's what killed that: the internet. People were just able to look up answers, so it couldn't be like this. They used to do this milk commercial. Aaron Burr, this famous duel between a vice president and Secretary of Treasury ended in the death of Alexander Hamilton. And this guy goes, Aaron Burr, and he's like drinking or eating chocolate cheese, like the 99th color, whatever. And he'd be like, Aaron Burr. And they're like, hello? Aaron Burr. And he's like, hello? Aaron Burr. And it's like, got milk. And that became Milk's big fucking campaign for a decade. Got milk. Everyone thought that was so fucking funny. You haven't heard somebody drink a fucking gallon of milk in the last 10 years. Anyway, but I used to do all kinds of contests like that. I was the ultimate big fish in a small pond. Not saying I was smarter than the people there. I just cared more. So it was like, they're gonna have a contest. I'd be the first caller in. I'd be the third caller in. I'd be the fifth caller in. I'd be the seventh caller in, and they call the sixth caller. They pick the sixth caller. But over the course of that month, I would at least get one fucking win on one of the shows. Really, yeah. To the point where when I would call in, JT, the guy who ran the show, would I would have to. One time I won like earlier that week. And I had to give the phone to my mom, and I'm like, Mom, say Portugal. And she's like, huh? I'm like, just say Portugal. And she's like, who is this? And JT's like, yeah, I think somebody has recently won in your household. And she's like, I think you're right. Really? Yeah. So he's like, Mom, you could have fucking won tickets to see the Four Tops. What the fuck are you doing? No, yeah, no. I would have been like, for the Four Tops, Portugal. Yeah. Anyway. Was that the end of your story? No. Shout out to this one doctor I had. I forget his name, but he helped me. He had a practice that starts up at Edison rates, becomes a thing. And then also Dr. Ansari's practice, which but it would be super big, international. Cleveland Clinic would be big, a bunch of other things. Where Dr. Fooney, he worked there. When I was sick, we didn't know exactly what had happened to me, and we went to a leprosy expert. And is that what you had? No, I mean, that's how bad it was. Where maybe it is. I mean, like you got a doctor looking for you. We don't know, but he was like, no, that's usually not the sign of it. But we'll try it. But yeah, what was it? Bacterial infection. That could have killed me. I'll never forget when I first moved here. Shout out to this way. None of this would be possible, but for this one woman in Las Vegas, Nevada, I'd driven thousands of miles freshly out of fucking jail with a bounty hunter on me, and I get to Las Vegas and I went to my friend's house to drop off my ties, those ties right there, and because I didn't have enough room for them. These cops had fucked up my whole car, and it was like, I'm not going to have room to store all this stuff. Shout out to our family friend, but he's like a member of family, Tom. He allowed me to store a lot of stuff at his house, and I went back and I picked it up, but he was very, very kind to let me do. He'll never know. If anybody ever asks you, can I store some stuff here? I've had to ask people, I know my family has, and it's very much appreciated. And you know, if you can ever do it and it doesn't hurt you, it doesn't hurt you. I mean, storage would be really big too, but like if it's just temporary and you know that they don't have money for it and they'll lose their stuff, it doesn't hurt you. And that really meant the world to me. So what? Well, I dropped those ties off there and some other stuff, and this woman says, Bobby, where have you been? And I was like, huh? And she said, where have you been? We've been waiting for you. And I was like, what? She said, we've been waiting for you. We've been waiting for you. And I was like, she's like, you're Jewish, aren't you? And I was like, yeah. She said, we've been waiting for you. And I was like, how did you know I'm Jewish? She said, it's obvious. And I was just parked outside my friend's house, and she came from across the street, and she's like, I'm like, ma'am, I think you have me confused with someone. She's like, no, come with me. So she's like, Indiana, what are you doing from there? And I was like, I just moved here. Like, I just drove through here, and I'm just going to California. She's like, well, come, we'll have a glass of water and let's talk. She's just this random woman who walked across the street to talk to me. Little did I know, this woman was a cat lady. That the cats had kind of taken over her life. And I don't want to say she had a screw loose or anything like that, but she wasn't what you consider in society today to be like a normal person, but she's still a very special person. She says to me, so tell me your story. And I was like, well, I just moved out here, and a friend of our family lives across the street from me, apparently, and I'm moving to California, and I'm sorry, who are you? Like, what? Why do you keep saying Bubby? Why do you, what is? And she says, we have been waiting a very long time. And I was like, I don't know what the fuck. I don't know. I didn't know what she was. But she's like, well, let me get your number. If you're, and I'm like, all right, well, 574. She's like, she's like, I have property in California. And so I was just literally like driving through town, and I was like, well, this woman is like, you are, she's like, you're very special. I can already tell that. And I was like, well, I don't know if I know that way, but I'm going to California, but I don't have anywhere to go. And she's like, you don't have anywhere to go? I was like, no, I don't know anyone there. Really? I was like, no, I mean, I really did not know anyone there. And I knew people who had lived in California, but whether they still did or not, I did not know anyone if they did. They moved, and I hadn't talked to them in a decade. So I moved here literally not knowing anyone. And And even if, like, I have an uncle in California who lives very close to me. Had I gone to him and said, "Hey, I'm here," he's not going to help me. He'd be like, "Absolutely not." Like, might have a cup of coffee, but that's it. There's no more than that. If that would be a huge thing. Let alone to be like, "Hey, here I am." But this woman's like, "Well, I have property in California, but it's like not developed." She explained to me, it's like on the side of a road. And so, and I was like, well, that's better than nothing. I was like, well, I could park my car there and just start living in this. She's like, but it's in Riverside. And I was like, I don't know what that is. And she's like, yeah, you don't know anything about LA. You don't know where Riverside is. Right. When she's like, but you lived in Orange County. I was like, yeah, but I didn't get out at all. I was just in law school. And it was like, I didn't even know Irvine was in fucking. So anyway, she's like, well, why don't you? I didn't go in her house. I was literally like, I came from out of state, randomly, like, walked off the street, and she's like, was very welcoming, and we were talking about living together, basically. Why? Well, she had told me that that's right. She was in the entertainment industry in the 1950s and 60s, something like that. She was a manager for people, and she eventually retired in Las Vegas, and she had a lot of cats. That's all I can tell you. And little did I know, she did not get along with the friends of our family. Why? They were just on wavelengths to not get along, but knowing that they were both very important to me, they would get along swimmingly. Really? Absolutely. Because they're both really nice groups of people, but it was just different, a different kind of scenario for them. So what? This woman and I, she's like, we've been waiting for you. I'm like, who is we? She's like, all of us. I'm like, are you? I was like, is this woman nuts? Anyway, she's like, so you're going to California? I'm like, yeah. And you're just going to drive through the desert? Yeah. And then what? I'm like, I don't know. I'll just meet people, I guess, and try to figure things out. She's like, well, do you have any money? Like, no, nothing. She's like, well, she's like, all I have is a piece of property, and that's not going to do you any good. They're going to throw you off that property the second you get there. She's like, I would let you just go there. She said, what are your plans? I said, well, I saw this documentary on a city, so to speak, like an artist colony in California, and I'm going to live there. And she's like, what are you talking about, artist colony? I was like, well, I know Los Angeles, I'm never going to be able to make it there. And Orange County, I already failed. But I saw this documentary on this artist colony years ago, and it's always been in my mind. I remember it's called The Last Free Place in America. And it sounded really exciting to me that there was still a place where there's freedom in this place. And I want to go there. And she said, well, where is it? And I said, well, I didn't know all that much about it. It's called Slab City. But I said, it's out in the desert, and there's laws of the United States, but there's not your normal real estate laws, meaning like you kind of have squatters' rights out there that you could just go to a piece of property and be like, I'm just going to start living here, and if you can survive long enough, it eventually becomes yours. Now, is that exactly the way it is there? No. It's very easy to get rid of all those people, but I would fight for them to have the right there for squatters' rights. Squatters' rights would be really good. Basically, these people were living in an artist colony using like recycled, what many people would consider trash, like an old bus and things like that, became like living quarters for people for many years. And you could go there and it was free. And I didn't have any money. And so I moved out here to live in an artist colony. And so I explained to her that my plans were to go to California that day and to spend the night in an artist colony. And she said, well, I mean, it's something. At least it's not like, which my other alternative was just go to the ocean and turn around, and nothing. So what? She said, "You ever chunk for or she said, well, whatever it is, you're very special, and we've been waiting for you." And she's like, "Give me a hug, bye, Bubby," and she kind of started to cry. She's like, I wish you the best, and don't forget about us, and blah, 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 blah. Okay. So it's like, I just met this lady. It was literally like a non-playable character of a video game, where it was like I had, in a video game, sometimes you play a video game and it's like you reach a new level or a new stage, and it's like somebody comes out of nowhere, and it's like, and literally this woman came out. And it was very interesting to me that she was like, just so I looked so Jewish that it was very identifiable. I looked more Jewish than I do now, and it was very identifiable to her. And so then but it was because of this woman that I knew. I mean, she changed my life, and she changed Judah. She changed world history. I would have the confidence to be able to walk into a shul. I'd already told people I was. My mother said this. It's just, how are you Jewish from where you are? It's a very difficult. And my grandmother, and I remember this, and even my father, that doesn't mean shit, but it's just a crazy thing that how you could have this occur. And people don't realize, at one time, approximately 20% of the entire world was Jewish, and had 50% of the Roman Empire. So anyone who had anything having to do with anything Roman, there's a 50% chance that if your family didn't move off, there's a very good chance that there's a 50% chance you come from Jewish people, and that you still very well could be, even though you practice Mormonism or Mennonitism or Buddhism or Taoism. It could be anything. But people don't realize that because we're only 0.2 of the world population now in the United States. 1%. It's 1 or 2%. But of Orthodox, it's much less. 10% of that 1%. So it's 0.01%. 0.1% probably. Yeah. But those of that 0.1%, those who are really observant, truthfully, are 0.01%. That is Shomer Shabbos. It's most people in a shul who are on the shul roster are not Shomer Shabbos. Even if they want to say they are, not to the point where I think they should be. Maybe 10% are really where it's respectable. So it's really a small percentage of the world population. Really, yeah. But anyway, but it's because of that woman that I had the confidence to come. I went to the artist colony, and I realized. So I drove there later that day to there, and I spent the night there. And what? Well, it was really late when I got there, and everything was closed. But there was somebody on a bicycle, and I like flashed my lights at him, like waved at him, and I was like, "Hey, is this Slab City?" And he's like, "Yeah." I was like, "Oh, this is where the documentary was." He's like, "What documentary?" I was like, "Oh, there's a documentary about this place. It's very famous. It's like an artist colony, right?" And he's like, "It's a bunch of homeless people living here, but yeah, if you want to call it artist colony, sure." I was like, "Well, I mean, it's not a bunch of homeless people. As much homeless people as the people in Irvine are homeless people who have houses. Why? Because they have houses. But everybody has to start somewhere, and people start on like the outskirts of society. And it was there. Why doesn't everyone just go move out there? It's a hard life. There's no electricity. There's no water. So you basically are disconnected from society. But if you have absolutely nothing, you can get a start there. And truthfully, the people there have heard every story and heard how trusting you're going to be with them, and everyone steals from them, and everyone takes from them, and everyone hurts them. So the people there are very not trusting of people. the people who live there many, many years. But that being said, if they are willing to trust you, they're very, very, very nice. But you just have to understand, everybody who's down on their luck goes out there and they're like, oh, I'm going to live here forever and we'll be great together. And then that person ends up stealing your shit and leaving. And so, and it's way out by like the Chocolate Mountains. I mean, people don't know about this area. Chocolate Mountains and like China Lake, all kinds of like really esoteric military bases are out there. Very much like Studio 54, north of Las Vegas, and all that other shit. So, but it's like right on the edge of all that. So it's like this weird place of the world where you've got like Los Angeles, and then Palm Springs. It's out there, and then it's like military bases again. So what? So I was out there. This guy on a bike, and I was like, hey, so this is it. This is the world famous Slab City. And he's like, yeah. And I was like, well, I just traveled thousands of miles here. You want to smoke a J? And he's like, yeah, man, absolutely. So, how'd you get that? I had my connections in Las Vegas. Anyway, and also in Colorado, it was legal. It was legal. They had just passed that. Really? Allegedly, because I don't even know what a J is. I don't even know. Anyway, because I've never done any drugs. Anyway, so, because what's a drug? Really? Caffeine's a drug. It's a very big drug. That's what I'm on right now. But, yeah. All right, are you done? So then what? My recollection is that I was like, well, where can we go to do this? And he's like, oh, there's this place like just up the road. Drive your car there. Actually, he's like, just follow my bike. And so I just followed his bike to this huge fucking circle in the middle of the desert, a little past where all the people's houses were. And I shut my car off, and we just fucking looked at the moon and the stars, and it was so fucking bright. The moon was so bright out there. It was like a light was on. It was like, holy fuck, is it dark out here? But it just was really, really bright. And what'd you do? Well, you could see all the stars. It was really pretty because light pollution's a thing. And you can't see the stars in the city like you can out there. But man, you can see the stars like a motherfucker. And then what? So I just got a feel for the place. That people were, I mean, and he gave me a tour. We walked around, and he's like, yep, there's like a museum there, and there's like city halls there. People live there. And he told me, so I'm like, man, I'm a new guy here. What do I do? And he's like, well, you're a nice person. How did he know that? I mean, I was like giving to him, and he said, you're a nice person, so people be able to, people give you more of a shot out here. But, oh, shout out to my friend Caitlin Sharkey. She's my friend. I forgot about her. She's my friend. Cesar Hernandez's girlfriend from college. I don't think they ever ended up together. I'm almost certain they didn't, but they'd have 7 years in the future. And I just saw somebody with their fucking last name. But yeah. Anyway. Is she cool? Yeah. Did anything ever happen with you guys? No. Never would. And that was the thing. If you were my like friend's girlfriend or something, it was like no, never. And not ever say there was ever an option, but it was like no. I would never. Same with Caitlin, Kate, Kate, my friend Mac's girlfriend. I would see her at things. I would see basically my two friends' ex-girlfriends at things, and I wouldn't. I'm not saying it was mean to them. We were actually very nice to each other, but I was very respectful of that was like my friend. I wasn't going to start shit with my friends. But yeah. Anyway, shout out Caitlin Sharkey. Katie. Wow. And she and Matt Blue would have 7 years ago. Really? John. They were in my. It was a good time. But yeah. They were in my car this one time. I've told another story, but where I forgot. I remember saying that Kate was in my car with Mac because they were in the front seat. But and this one girl was in the middle. What was her name? You really liked her. She's a tiny dancer moment where like that one girl, that Goldie Hawn thing. What is her name? Kate Hudson was like that guy who looks like Buttigieg's like I want to go home and Almost Famous. She's like, really? Yeah. Anyway, I had a moment like that. Just go, what was her name? This curly fucking like Irish girl. What do you call it? Irish dancing. She's a big Irish dancer. What the fuck is her name? Really? Yeah. But I really like that girl. Anyway. Lindsay was her name. Really? And it just never worked out. No, we were like ships passing in the night. Really? Why? Because then when I was there, she was not. And that's just kind of how the cookie crumbles. But she would complete her degree. She completed her degree, but she'd get another degree from there. But yeah. Are you done? No, there were two people like that who I knew. I don't know why they didn't finish. Well, I know why Steven. And this guy's Steven. His dad had gone there. And this poor kid, I say poor kid, my friends would be like, dude, how are you calling Steve a poor kid? He fucking did it to himself. He played so much Star Wars Battlefront, he fucking swung himself out of school. And he'll be the head of NASA someday. Yeah. So anyway, talk about that fucking story about that Jacob. So, I had this really great fucking routine that I would have. And I would, at times I had it so good that I wake up at between 3:30 and 3:33, whatever the fuck I wanted. And really like 3:29. And then what? I would go for a run, shower, read the paper, then get ready to go to shul. Ratio, somebody counted ratio. A lot of people are liking this video. 8 hours to fuck, question mark? Portugal chiropractic reports. Anyway. Are you done? Portugal and Man's a thing. They have a great song. Are you done? Okay, so then what? Is that the end of your fucking story? Coast to coast story, I don't even know. I fuck a lot of little people in this. Apparently, there's a way to get little people to be big. And I fuck them when they're small and they're big. So, yeah. And they get to be big and live normal lives. Really? Yeah. Have you ever known a little person? I have not. I've known some short people, but never anyone who was so short. They were always like between being super hot petite and like little person. But if you're short, you can be really hot too. But there's a fine line between needing extra height and just being a small thing. A TLP, a tight little package. Really? Yeah. Anyway, is that the end of your story? No. So then I'd go to shul. Well, I used to walk past this fucking shul all the time. There's an old joke in Judaism. What was the first? So we were talking about all that shit. So what was the first synagogue? I can tell you the first synagogue in America was Toro Synagogue. What was the first synagogue in like Europe? It depends where you draw the line of Europe. And then it's like, what's the first synagogue in well, that's in the United States. It's Toro Synagogue. What's the first? I mean, there are first. I don't know them all, but I know some of them. Anyway, there's the old joke in Judaism. You have to live in every city lives in a community with two synagogues, one where you daven and one in which you wouldn't be caught dead. Not knowing that joke, I'm walking past Beth Jacob and with my friends, and we're looking at it. And they have a building, and it's really nice. No, it looks like it's fucking behind. Like they got fucking. Razor wire around the fucking place. Really? Yeah, it has a fucking name. We always look this. Concerta wire, whatever. Concerta becomes a thing. Yeah. Do they have this shit? Spiral razor wire. It's called. It has a special name. It's like an Italian name. Conchigliere? No, that's what fucking. The lawyer is in The Godfather. What is his fucking name? His name's Tom in the movie. Robert Duvall's character in the movie. Concertina wire. Anyway, they got that fucking shit out this, do they? You know. But now, why do you joke about that? Well, at first, like it's painted gray, so it's like, which is fine, but it's like, and then what? And they painted it gray. It used to be like a tan. When I was walking past this motherfucking place, it was tan. Anyway, was it? No, I think it was gray. We're walking past with my friends, and my friend, who knows I'm very, very pro this other shul, very, very pro this other shul, completely in the other league. He goes, just to kind of get my goat, because you think you'll ever go there? And I said to him, I wouldn't be cut dead in that place. And wouldn't you know it? Within 1 week, I would attend shul there 666 straight times.
Egyptians are mad. But in a way, you can kind of see that Persians want to view they believe the Egyptians all this time. The Egyptians are still a pain in the rear. It doesn't the pressure, right? You have to finally get tough on these people.
Is only available at healthylooking.com or toll free at 100-563-3980. That's 100-563-3980.
Made up, and it's all great propaganda. Xerxes never did any of this.
Jordan stem cell wellness kit at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com.
The Judeans may also have revolted during this period. The Babylonians revolted twice. You think to yourself,
Do you sleep well? I didn't until I stood using 100% drug-free relief chapter 3. I know you're not to listen to this show until wee hours in the morning, but no matter what time your head hits the pillow, good sleep is important. Here's your story here for Relief Factor Sleep. This company that helps tens of thousands of people every month relieve their pain has designed a 100% drug-free, non-addictive sleep supplement that leaves you feeling rested and restored. After a good night's sleep, I wake up ready to go without the sluggish feeling of taking another sweet day. Try to release back to sleep with a low introductory price of $19.95 for the first month. Try it out for yourself and experience the sleep our bodies are meant to get and need. It's a rest that will have you start saying, let's go, instead of you need a nap. Start living the life you love again. Go to relieffactor.com/sleep or call 1-800-4RELIEF to find out more about this offer. That's relieffactor.com/sleep or call 1-800-4RELIEF. Feel the difference with Relief Factor Sleep.
Real people, real food.
I had bruised I saw over my arms 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore. I noticed, I was looking at my arms and I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, but I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the carnivore. He's got a lab door. It's hardly with himself above the floor. I won't tell you what's been there instead. Stephen was being therapy. And I said, no way, that's when I said, you know what, this could be the biggest. So I started to
This is the statue that
picture it right away.
wanted to be
We could tell,
you had to
very
grasp
alert
the hands. That was called grasping the hands.
the protocol. She seemed like she was
Very
she
religious.
was on the 5-mile walk.
When the Persians took that statue and apparently melted it down, they eliminated the illegal mark of to grasp anybody's hands ever again. Ha ha ha, we got your God. Isn't that what we
That's
said the last version of this day?
CARNIVORA.com.
Politics of dealing with the gods. This is fascinating, fascinating aspect of atheistic societies. And now what were the Babylonians going to do? What did they look for? Marco's hands
And welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Miller with Mark Anthony, the Psychic Lawyer here. His websites are all linked up at coasttocoastdays.com. Mark, we were talking about scientific breakthroughs that happened this year. I'll let you wrap that up, and then I'm going to ask you about something else. Absolutely. So, at NYU's first school of medicine, the lead physician of the study, Sam Pontiac, they stated that it appears that the human sense of self-consciousness, much like other biological body functions,
after the Battle of
they're
Marathon
not
have had a
completely
good
at the time
10
of death.
years to
In
prepare
other words,
for the return of the
consciousness appears
Persians.
to
Remember, you
survive
might think of the
physical
Battle
death.
of Marathon as
So
an
we had
Athenian or a
two
Greek
very
victory, but
important
really all that they had done there is parry a
2022
Persian bow.
about near-death experiences,
The Persian's second
and the
blow should have
scientific
come a lot
method
sooner, but they
is
had the
applied
death of
to
a
all
king
of
who'd been
them.
on the throne for
And
36 years. That'll
the
take a while.
conclusion is that
Then the
when we
succession
die,
and the crushing
we
blow
don't.
results. Now, 10 years after the Battle of
The
Marathon,
Plato,
the
the
Persians
ancient
are ready
Greek
for blow number
philosopher,
2. Blow number
report
2
a
is going to
near-death
make blow number 1
experience.
look like a tap.
It is believed that he did in the Republic. He wrote about this warrior by the name of Ur, E-R, and anyway, Ur is killed in battle, and his body is put on a pyre because the Greeks used to burn their dead warriors. And just as they're lighting the fire, he comes out of it, and they were stunned. They were absolutely shocked. And he began to talk about how he left his body, that he had a life review. In other words, his proverbial my life flashed in his right eye. Yeah. And he talked about encountering the huge blood one, a radiant light. But then he said something which is really, really fascinating. He says that souls are reborn from a drink from the river of forgetfulness, so they are born without knowledge in prior lives. So essentially, he was speaking about the
There's some kike motherfuckers that Jacob seen her being the most famous of them, perhaps, who might say, that's a lie. He wasn't there 666 times. Because I never came, but the one time I came, he wasn't there. He wasn't at Rosh Hashanah, he wasn't at Yom Kippur, he wasn't at Pesach. Okay, I was a member of multiple shuls. What motherfucker do you know who's not a member of one shul, member of multiple? Okay, it's expensive to do it. Really? Yeah. And I was the poorest person to ever be a member of multiple shuls. I was the poorest person to ever be a shul membership on their own. I was 6 figures in debt, but I had $1,800 and I gave $1,000 of it to a shul. Not as my shul donation, not as my shul membership. I'm the one person who documented history and you can like put this up there. I was more than hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt, but I gave more than 50% of everything that I had to a religious organization. I gave $1,000 of my $1,800 that I had in April of when was that? It's a Nissan 57 Really? Yeah. Why'd you do that? I was very appreciative to my rabbi, my Robertsons, for giving me a purpose. Judaism gave me a purpose, and I didn't have a purpose in life before Judaism. I didn't see myself as ever reproducing. I never saw myself as someone who would ever amount to anything because of how much debt I was in. But Judaism gave me an opportunity. I saw basically people make it in one of three ways in this life: through their family, through money. And Judaism gave people an opportunity through education, through halakhic knowledge. And it was something that society would normally give. And I was nothing. I came from nothing. I'm just a lowly Rothschild. And I have no money. If I were a Rothschild, no, then I would have more money in the world if I were a Rothschild. So I wanted to be a rabbi. Or I didn't want to be a rabbi. I shouldn't say that. People told me, you're a rabbi. After getting quizzed and with multiple rabbis and learning under them, it's like, I mean, your Hebrew is not the best by any means, but you don't need to know Hebrew. People don't know that. You don't need to know Hebrew to be a rabbi. Most rabbis don't know Hebrew. Why? Because most people who say that they're rabbis are Reformed Jews and they don't know Hebrew. Really? Yeah. Anyway, are you done? What is a rabbi? But I'm as much a rabbi as the Chafetz Chaim. If anyone ever doubts my rabbinicism, which isn't even a word, but we would create some words. Humash, Gematria, Gematrical, Gematrial. These people are cynical just to see if there's a cynical answer for some of this stuff. And I mean, theoretically, how Halakhic's already, but no one uses these words like I use. I never say, well, in a Chumachic fashion it would work, but in a Gematric way it would not. What would that be? Somewhere where like Torah and Talmud would disagree, which doesn't really happen. Because one's based on the other, but like midrashic isn't like a word. No, if I say to someone midrashic, that doesn't, but it has to do with midrash. It's like these are English words that we've had. Anyway, I'm the person who brings all those into the lexicon. Shout out to that shit lexicon. We built a fucking show there. Really? Yeah, where that fucking library was. That's owned by Airline Company. I just have to get supposed to Airline Company. Shit is in your way. Come on. Are you done? Oh, fuck! I remember you, Lord, please give me one piece. Is it? I precious. I'm like fucking dollop. You're the giant. Nasty. Persian army controls all its cavalry, packages, supplies, and everything. Comatose state for 3 days, or maybe died. Anyway, tell your fucking. So that is the Beth Jacob. So anyway, I thought it was like named. I thought Rabbi Senior was like Rabbi Beth Jacob, and he was just full of himself or herself, actually. I was really like, damn, you named this bitch after yourself? They told me, Chabad, stay away from this.
And there is no sense of national Greek consciousness.
They just told me.
In terms of the city,
Yeah.
which is why they had so many problems with each other.
And it might be a thing in the future. They might have community centers that are named for women and Judas, and I think that's a really nice thing. But there's no like House of Miriam, though there could be. It'd be Beth Miriam. There's no Miriam bloodline, but there is. We just don't know it. Right? You see, one day I think there would be. I think I'd have a sister somewhere. Really? I think so. Anyway, are you done? What's that? Oh, there's good. At the beginning of the school year, that Frost show and stuff, orientation, they don't want people to use chewing tobaccos and things like that, so they give out this mint. It's just mint, like a mint that comes in a puck. The university health system would give it away, but they'd eventually end up selling it. It'd become a very, very popular thing. People just dipping mint. Kids too. You can dip mint as a little kid. When we would go to the farm. That's stories about being on the farm. My grandparents were on the farm, and we had family on the farm. Anyway, when we would come back from their house, it smelled like mint throughout the whole car because we'd have the windows down and we'd be going through fields of mint, and it smells wonderful. Anyway, beer mint, red mint, peppermint.
Chapter 12, verse 2-4, the Apostle Paul, and he said that no person in Christ who was caught up in the third heaven, whether it was in the body or out of the body, I do not know. And this stands widely examined by theological scholars and near-death experience researchers.
Why? You know anybody who's had it? Kind of. Hold on. Yeah, I do know, but I kind of had it. I had a point where I was dead on the table, basically. Yeah. I had a point where I was supposed to have a surgery that was supposed to last like an hour, and it lasted like 10 hours, and they could not resuscitate me. And so, in case anyone's like, have you ever had to? This was a halakhic like allowance. Like this was a life-changing surgery. That so there's a halakhic opportunity, but I was going to have this surgery at let's say 10 o'clock in the morning. I was supposed to be there, and I was supposed to be done about 4, and it was almost 11 o'clock at night, and I remember coming to, and the doctors said, oh my God, thank God. And he really thought he'd lost me, and he's like, are you okay? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, it's very late. And immediately I started thinking, oh my God, it's Shabbat, and it's past sunset. And he's like, well, I don't know about any of that, but you need to understand we weren't able to do everything that we wanted to do. I had paid for a certain surgery, and basically I paid for 2 surgeries in one, and they were only able to do one of the surgeries. And that was the surgery that was less important to me than the others, to some extent. They're both important, but the one that, so it was really important that the other surgery got done. The reason why I was there for the first surgery, the other surgery was like more of an optional thing, but I wasn't coming through. And it was like the fact that the first surgery was the one that was going to impact my life and my well-being. So then what? I just remember he was in his fucking gown, and he was like, he lost a lot of blood, and we didn't know if he would come through. It was, I love him. And so I was disoriented. And I take the blame. Why? When they tell you before surgery, you wouldn't have to do this if you were to fast. You need to fast. Did you? I did up until right before the surgery, and I was hungry. And it was like, oh, and I ate a can of Pringles, and it raised my blood pressure. Do you take blame for it? No, it raised my blood pressure a little bit. Not a crazy amount, but I should have fasted. It's not like I pooped myself during the surgery or anything like that. But to take a little blame off the surgeon, just for people to know, if they tell you to fast before, make sure you fast. But that didn't cause it. It was, we'll just say it was wavelength so people know. Even the most, and I would just say I'm more observant than all my rabbis have ever been when it comes down to it. When it comes down to it and how specific I am. I mean, I can tell you where Rabbi Moshe Feinstein alludes to abortion being at 40 days in there, and my rabbi at that Jacob didn't know that, and we fought over it in front of the shul. And I bested him, and I had the evidence to back me up. And shout out to our friend who was there, who evidenced this, who challenged me basically. So how did you get there? So I said I wasn't going to go to fucking that Jacob. I was going to the other place. Anyway, I was at the other place, and Rabbi was like, you come to class every single time we've ever had class. You've been to every Chumash class, you've been to every Gemara class, unless, well, I shouldn't say, I came to all, once I started coming to them, I never stopped coming to them. Meaning, not unless something, there was one time, my mother and my aunt were in town, and we went to Pat's in LA for a kosher dinner. It was the only time I ever missed any Gemara class, and they won't even have remembered it. Really? Yeah. Because I was there. Ask anybody, ask anyone. I challenge you. Ask anyone from Young Israel of Orange County from 57-77 until 57-80. Not any person was more dedicated to Judaism, to shurim, to classes, to halakhic observance than I was in the world. And I'm the only person who got more religious in the last 10 years on earth. Everyone on earth has become less religious. How do you know this? Ask Mossad. Mossad tracks this shit through other companies. I could just tell you, whenever I have a feeling about something, I'll just say, ask Mossad. Okay? Why? Because they're going to say we can neither confirm nor deny all this shit, but the reason why they exist is so that I have an intelligence agency, I guess. And when they start saying, like, this is the guy who bosses around Mossad, you're fucking right, I do. Anyway, I said I wouldn't be caught dead in that signal. Why? Because I was very associated with the other rabbi, and who was the head of the JDL. Really? And that's on public record. Like, we're talking about the top tier of the mafia. The top. This is not like the top of the mafia is not the Gambino crime family or that bullshit. La Cosa Nostra has banking accounts. The Vatican has a bank, and it's owned by the Rothschilds. But the Rothschilds don't own the world. One would think the Rothschilds would have owned the world with what is known in history. Not true. Would own the world or run the world. It doesn't work that way. I thought it did. Of anyone who thought it worked that way, it does not. The Rothschilds are not observant. None of them. And so they're controlled by rabbis. So Jacob Rothschild and Evelyn Rothschild and David de Rothschild, they're all controlled by rabbis. at the end of the day. Why? Because they need to get married into something. And the way that they're married is through traditional Jewish weddings. So no Rothschild has ever been so observant that they've been more observant than all the rabbis. There's always been a rabbi who's always been like, I taught that Rothschild, but not in this case. I'm more observant than all my rabbis. And now we have like one king's royalties. So what? Well, I know exactly what I'm going to do. I know exactly who I'm going to marry. I know exactly how we're going to do it. And it's just a matter of time for that. And I don't want to get into who I'm going to marry and all that. I know exactly who it is, to the point where I have me yelling outside my shul. That's one of them. Because I remember there's only a second shul. There's not even a second shul, which I remember. We're Chabad kids. Don't ever forget that. The Chabadniks are going to say, why the fuck aren't you at Chabad of Irvine or any of them? Anyway. But have you ever been there? No. Why? Because I'm really Chabad at TRUMAN, if anything. Really? Yeah. But I said I wouldn't be caught dead. So what happened? My rabbi and I had a discussion. Then he said, look, you've moved here. You keep all the laws. And a year before I did that, I lived as a straight Noahide, so that what's a straight Noahide? I mean, just like a Noahide, that I believe. I didn't want to get into all the 613 laws, because there aren't 613. So long as I'm here, there's but one law: do as thou wilt. Just don't fuck up. But 613, and people came in a line on what those are. And so there are 7 Noahide laws. And I felt like if we could align on the 7 Noahide laws, we could align on something. That's even less than the 10 commandments, because we can't even say if they're commandments or pronouncements. I mean, Jews don't get along on anything. But we've got the first one, which is, well, first if you ask Rabbi Senior, he'd be like, well, you have to memorize the Hebrew alphabet, and it's like, it's kind of in the shape of a dot. So I always think of it like this. It's like an archery. There are 7 things, and I haven't looked them up in a long time, so this is a good test for me. Okay, so what are they? What's like the worst thing you can do in society? Kill someone. Don't kill. What's another bad thing? Okay. Don't steal. Okay. What's another thing that like you wouldn't want people to do? Don't idolize. Don't blaspheme. What's the difference? Idolize is to have graven images, like a statue of something. You don't want to have statues. Have you ever had statues? Everyone's had statues of some sort, but you want to get away from it as much as you can. And blaspheme is to curse God, basically. Goddamn. And so if you ever hear me say that, it's just for educational purposes. Then what? Then you have no bestiality and no incest. Okay, so no incestuous relations, no bestiality, and then you have to establish a court system. So that's how I remember. I think of things like visually. I don't do this whole bullshit of like, you have to know. All these rabbis have been teaching all these other rabbis things for so many years. It's not that complicated. These guys have it that you have to memorize things in this really difficult esoteric manner, and it's not. With wikis and modern day technology and text to speech and speech readers, and we can learn all this as a Jewish community much easier. And it doesn't have to be, not to say that they don't have it is important, but they know that their time is limited now that I'm here. And in 20 years, you won't be able to be a rabbi. There will be rabbis. They'll be like grandfathered in or grandmothered in or whatever, grandpersoned in, whatever. But you'd be an engineer, a software engineer, but you wouldn't be a rabbi. It wouldn't be like that. Why? Because everyone would know this knowledge. It'd be like, well, you won't. They always said when Mashiach comes, there won't be a time for rabbis. Everyone will have this type of knowledge, and everyone on earth at the same time will know Mashiach is here. That was the big thing to me. When Mashiach's here, everybody's going to know. The second that this gets big, everyone will know it. This is the motherfucker. And I'm saying I'm not that guy. I'm saying that could be any of us. The person who rebuilt the Beit HaMikdash, Temple in Jerusalem. That person. That's the person. And I'm that person. Not I think. I mean, the rabbinate is making it. And I was like, that's but yeah. But anyway. So how does that happen? Well, it's not that big. Firstly, like Muhammad used to live here. We still pray for Muhammad. He's a Muslim, and he'd understand that. Well, these guys about to check fuck them. First place I'm going to dive in is at his mosque, because like people don't know all the fucking laws within Judaism. Rabbis and so on. Jews cannot go into a church. That's why what this fucking Rabbi Raps is doing, and he bought a church. You're not allowed to do that. You have to have an intermediary. That's known halakha. But like I even knew, like I have family who's perhaps been married in some places, and I even beat them to the punch and asked to not be invited to some events. Because I would say it would have been the wedding that I would have wanted at which to be the most of any person I knew, and I said I didn't want to be at that wedding. Really, more than any friend I ever had, or anything. And I did not want to. And it was very painful for me. I tried to make it not hurtful to them. I think they understood they saved on catering and stuff, but I know they would have wanted me there. And I just absolutely, that's how strong I am. I'm vehement and aggressive. But it has a velvet touch because we do have to make some. I don't want to say we have to like take any leniencies. Everything's still very strict, but it's like now everybody gets to know. The way that you learn in Judaism is a weird way. It's like, look, to talk about the Rothschilds, my family, and they're going to be like, who's this guy? I was born with a different name. I never knew what it meant. It means king, like castle. And when I was an adult and able to make my own decisions, I decided to change my name. Really, as many people have done in honor of great people of history. I really admire Andrew Rothschild, and I thought how fucking hilarious would this be. I'm so bored. I'm the first person I've ever come to take his name. And I talked it over with a friend, and he was like, that's fucking hilarious. I mean, you're fun, so why not? He's like, you're really Jewish. If you say you are, you didn't know. I mean, but I am. And it's like, if that's true, then no one should be able to take that away from me, I guess. Though if you want to do it in the future, pick Rothschild, and then eventually we'll get you a Rothschild. It'll make things too complicated. And trust me, we'll know. We'll know if somebody just randomly comes into a family reunion. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? That's what I've done. Really, absolutely. So basically, I was not putting the kibosh on that. Anyway, what? Well, our family, I adopt them into our family. We don't have there's no Rothschild, a little bit, rabbinical dynasty, but there's not a dynasty. There are some Rabbi Rothschild who becomes very famous from Martin Luther King and some other things in Atlanta, Rabbi. But there's no one Rabbi. Like there's a Rabbi Epstein, there's a Rabbi Feinstein, there's a Rabbi. Schneerson. When I say these people, no, they have nicknames and things like that, but there isn't a Rabbi Rothschild. Not to say that's what I came in to be. No, I didn't want that. Fuck no, I hate religion. Really, yeah. But like that's documented. I don't know. But if somebody's got to help us, but here's the thing: people would think the Rothschild. How do we rule the world? It goes back to the Battle of Waterloo and 1850. Battle of Waterloo. The Allies against Napoleon. Napoleon lost the battle. Our ancestor, Meyer Amschel Rothschild, had the most intricate communication system of anyone in the world, and had people on horseback ride from Belgium, which is where Waterloo is, to the English Channel. And when people, the horse riders got to the English Channel, and I believe this is true as well, they used a system of horse riders. So they always were on a fresh horse. They'd like have one horse go for a mile and then 2 miles and 3 miles. So get this information to the English Channel. The information crossed the English Channel in a boat, and that information was passed to our ancestor, Meyer Amschel Rothschild, and he, the voracious actor that he had to be to know this information, the next day or shortly thereafter, went to the London Stock Exchange and began selling all his stock, while telling his friends to buy it all, and he would pay them back for it. And when everyone saw that he was selling his stock, they all began to sell their stock as well, because they knew that our ancestor had such a good communication system that if anyone was going to find out about the Battle of Waterloo's outcome, it would be Rothschild, our ancestor. And so what did we do? So what did he do? Well, in reality, he knew that Napoleon had lost. But by selling all his stock, everyone had thought that Napoleon had won. And within a matter of moments, he was able to buy up all of England, kids, the United Kingdom, within a matter of moments. He was able to take over. And it was only a matter of hours after he had already bought up basically the entire London Stock Exchange, basically all the money in the world, that world had traveled to the king. He had information before the king, and he kept it a secret. And when the king knew, information started to go out. But he had the information over 8 hours before the king had it. That's how good his communication system was. And what? He was able to buy basically the world. And then what? Well, I admire this. What a savvy business move. I always thought this was cool as fuck. So what? And I didn't know what the fuck my name meant. I didn't know it meant castle or king or any of that shit. I mean, you didn't guess that? No, I really had no idea. I didn't really know anything about it. There's a law firm named after it now? Jesus Christ. Anyway, there was none of that. I remember as a kid, and this was true at the time, there were no other people with that last name in the United States. It was only people in our family. So what? So there was no connection. I had no connection to it, and I wanted a connection to a great person from history. Little did I know that it was like predestined. One question that I had for my rabbis, I knew like a lot about religion, but it was, as Jews, we believe in predestination, right? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, so that means, and I even said this at a Shabbat, everything that I'm saying right now has been predestined to be said. Even what I'm saying right now has been predestined. It's what Jews believe. And he was like, yeah. That's crazy to me that's part of the grand plan. But if chronoscopes are a thing and you can see into the future, then somehow, some way, that could be a fucking thing.
who are there as well, they'll start seeing
Anyway, is that the end of your story, Chronoscope? No, get to your fucking story about bad chicken. So I'm like, I wouldn't fucking.
and share that experience. It sort of sticks one half to the other.
I wouldn't fucking go in that lady's place for all it's in China. Whatever, that's Jacob. But little would I know. And were you there all the time? No. Why? At Pesach and at Rosh Hashanah and at Yom Kippur, I was at a hotel and at a program, a Jewish program at a hotel, a catered event where everything's taken care of. That's how people do it. It's very, very nice. But you mean they don't pack themselves in like fucking sardines at their own shul? No, they actually go and they treat it like a like what it's supposed to be, like a vacation. They get a hotel room, it's really, really nice. But yeah, not to say you have to, but I mean, I did it and I had less money than anybody else ever will have in Judaism. So if I could have done it, you do it. Really, yeah. Anyway, shout out to Mr. Ditz. But, yeah, he's on this. Oh, I thought you went to Danny Hammond's. Yeah, I talked about this one. He had a lot of cool toys. He had a lot of Lego. So if anybody who makes Lego really big, we'll give Danny Hammond. He'd really like Lego. He'd be like, I still love Lego. Like, I know you do. I bet you do. Really? Yeah. He lived down the street from fucking this other kid. I forget his name. Really? Yeah. But he was really smart. Really? Yeah, he gave me that idea. It was his idea, really, but I brought it in law school where if you ever get pulled over and you're going to get a DUI, drink a beer right in front of the police officer or whatever with the keys outside of the window so you're not driving. And what are they going to do? It was like, how did he know this one? His dad was a lawyer. And so I brought this to law school and it was like, this is a good test. Is this a DUI? Is it? No. So if you ever get caught for a DUI, have a fucking one of those little bottles of Jack Daniels and just drink it like Pluto Blutarski or John Belushi in Animal House, and then the cop's gonna be like, nobody ever gets a DUI. If you get a DUI, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. Why? Because you will have more money than I had and my friends had, and you'll be able to get Uber. We didn't have Uber back in our day. So if you ever hear me saying I had to take a guy called Jesus Cab, you know why. Anyway. Are you done? So I said I would be cut dead in that fucking place. And it's always a joke within Judaism. If you're ever in a community, there are always two shuls. There's the one where you daven and the one where you would be cut dead. And that's exactly what I said. I wouldn't be cut dead in that fucking place. And I was there. Oh, hold on. And I wasn't there on Sundays. Why weren't you there on or Shabbat? Why? Because I was at the other shul for those. But when I say I made 666 days, it was more consistent than any Jew's ever been. More consistent than Moshe Rabbeinu. Really? Yes. He's not even the best Israeli there's ever been. We don't even know if he made it in the land of Israel. We don't even know if he made it in the Promised Land. Perhaps he did. Rabbi Moshe Shalom is the most famous Israeli ever. There will never be a more famous Israeli person born in Israel than Rabbi Moshe Shalom. And it's not that if anybody's Eliyahu, that would be Rabbi Moshe Shalom. Really? Anyway, are you done? You have a picture of him? Yeah, right here, baby. I'll post it. 3:16. Really? John 3:16? God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son. That's not Jewish. I know, but it's better than a sports thing.
There was a sense of mental capacity. In other words, she was having difficulty with mental clarity prior to passing, but I don't feel that this was
he told me, don't put this on the internet, but it's okay now. I even said, I'm not going to, I haven't. I really, you'd see through this, Rabbi Moshe Shalom, that I really protect this picture. I mean, it was on my phone. It's the only place it was for many, many years. I've never put it on the internet, but it'd be very, very, very famous picture someday, and it'd be like, now is the time you can have this. Like, yeah. If it, no other time would it be, this is to make you the most famous person ever to come from your country. That's the highest compliment I can give a person.
Persian cavalry get to the other side of the mountains. There's a whole bunch of great cowboys that miles in front of them retreating. They're going to have a field day spearing those big bags. They're saved a lot of lives here. A lot of distance account. Which is much more
little silver chain with a little silver rocket or medallion on it.
Did it post? Yeah, way down there. How the hell did it go so much?
What's going on? Supposedly like to watch all these cameras land or see it.
So how do we get to that chicken? My rabbi was like, you come to everything, you keep kosher, the fucking kosher butcher knows you, the owner of the kosher grocer knows you, our kosher caterer knows you. There's nothing really more for you to do. Oh, except learn everything about Jesus. But that's more a lifelong process. So what? He says, it might be time for you to start dominating. That's it. Now, because we don't have daily services, though they would someday, I'd be their fucking rabbi. But yeah, which is always a weird thing. I never thought I would become that rabbi or that one. My friends would be like, you never thought you'd be a rabbi of anything, ever. Why? Because I didn't think rabbis could get married. Anyway.
The fighting continued to take place in a confined space, with the Persians using shorter spears than those Athens, and unable to derive any advantage from their superior numbers. The Lacedaemonians fought remarkably well, proving that they were experts in battle, who were fighting among men who were not, especially whenever they would turn their backs and fan flight altogether. And the barbarians, seeing this, would pursue them with much cloud and shout. The Lacedaemonians would allow the barbarians to catch up with them, and then suddenly turn around to face them.
Are you done?
They would slay countless numbers. But the Spartans themselves, however, only a few fell. Finally, the Persians retreated, since despite all their efforts to attack by regiments or by any other means, they could not gain any ground in the pass. It is said that during these assaults, the king, who was watching, leapt up from his throne 3 times in fear for his army. Thus ended the contest that day, and on the next the barbarians did no better.
So is that the end of your fucking story?
That's a theme for how Herodotus portrays this evening. He goes through all the details of it. Eventually, Leonidas would be killed.
So,
The fight was wrong for his body to
like, I've been davening in my own room, and I had a really good fucking routine down, and it was really nice. And I didn't want to break that. I was like, God damn, now I gotta go somewhere for like an hour before work every fucking day of my life. This sucks dick. So I'm like, okay, that's what we do. And
Then they're sitting there fighting during dawn to join for some greater cause, and a whole bunch of ants that are swarming over the position. The story is Herodotus tells how the Persians
and I get there for my first session, and I realized you can't just drive in like you can. I'm not saying most any show you cannot drive in, but where I had been davening, they had a parking lot for the conference center that was public. So this time I'm there, and it's like, oh, there's like a swipe card gate, like it's a university kind of deal, but it's got like a fucking big gate. Like, oh, there's no getting in. So I'm like, okay, well, I'll just park my car and just wait for someone to go in and then just follow them. So that's what I do, and that's what. So I get there to daven, I got my fucking tefillin, and people can ask, who gave you your tefillin? The shul gave me my tefillin. Really? Because you shouldn't buy your own tefillin. People will, and we'll have to like say, where'd you get your tefillin? Grab it else. Why? Because if you don't have tefillin, it's not something that you buy for yourself. It's not. It's a gift, and they're very expensive. A little fucking thing of black light is very, very expensive. And at least this is how it went. I did not want the shul to buy my. I didn't want anybody to buy it. So this is what happened. Rabbi said, the shul's going to buy your tefillin. And I knew how expensive they were, and I said, how much are they? And he said how much they were, and then I immediately, once he gave it to me, within an hour, had a donation for that amount, because I did not want to buy them. But you shouldn't buy them for yourself. That's what it would have to be. I'd have to have like a system. You buy your, forever how much I bought mine, you could give a thing to the show and give it right back to you. Kind of, that's how some shit works in Judaism. It's really fucked up. These fucking laws are. But anyway, so I knew how to don from well, but not, and with a million things, but not on a daily basis. I shouldn't say that. I had in Chabad, but not in Orange County, which is a different kind of Jew. It's a totally different kind of Jew. So what? This is it. When I say different kind of Jew, it's a different kind of person. It's a South African person. It is not a East Coast New York Jew, though Rabbi Senior is to some extent from Ohio. Had I known he was from Ohio, I would have never taken a place seriously. He had to come from Israel first. Anyway, and he's gonna be like, "Oh, I'm from New York or some shit like that." I'm like, somebody in your fucking family's from Ohio. I can sense the Ohio. Anyway, but I think he is. Because if you were, I'd be like, wait, where are you from Ohio? Like, I don't take Ohio seriously. Why? I don't take Jews from Ohio seriously because they're too much like Midwestern Jews. They're too relaxed in there. There's no Jewish hotspot, no Orthodox Jewish hotspot in Ohio. So if you come from Ohio, it's like you're tagged that with Reform Judaism all over. So, and what does that mean? That means anybody could have fucking walked in and been like, oh yeah, this girl's hot, let's just call her a fucking Jew. Anyway, and that's what it really gets down to. Observance and like conversion and stuff. So what? Well, I get in and I get my seat, and after shul, Rabbi comes up to, I actually go up to introduce myself to him, and he comes to meet me. And he says, the way he looks at me, I used to tell him, he would say, he's absolutely right. He thought I was a pussy. He thought I was a very prominent rabbi from somewhere in the world who just didn't have any type of knowledge that I would be there because of how devout I look. And I was way more devout than that. But a big beard to here, and I have a black hat, and I have my black suit on and everything. And I looked like any very devout man, but with a big beard like that and everything, it was like, in no way did he think that this was someone who perhaps was just beginning their religious training. And I explained what I knew to be the situation. I said, I'm in a program, but my mother's Jewish. And he said, all right, well, welcome, and if you need anything, let me know. I think that's too many words that we really only spoken like 5 times. You heard him speak, you've heard him speak a lot, but person to person, we spoke then. We spoke at this abortion thing, and I faced him down and whooped his ass. He didn't know what I knew. He did not know the basics of Judaism when it came to abortion. He didn't know the basics. He went with what his fucking rabbi said and didn't look at what any of the other observant rabbis said on the topic. And when anybody ever came to him with that issue, he gave him what his rabbi would say. But I would just tell him, in this city, kids, when as of 57, and I solved the issue, as of 5780, had you gone to one rabbi in this town, you could have gotten an abortion. Had you gone to another, you could have not. I don't care the amount of days. If you just said, I'm pregnant, one would have allowed an abortion in whatever state, and one would have not. And I thought this was fucking dumb, because I was like, no. It can't be, I want to go to this guy and I want to go to this guy. There was no concise answer to it. What is Judaism's take on abortion? Our belief in abortion. I'm not going to tell you what all of the different beliefs were, because I know them all. I'm the only person to do it. To actually know them. Really? Yeah, because Rabbi Moshe Feinstein came the closest that anyone ever came to saying it, but not even he would go out and say it. This is what it is. You can always have an abortion. I feel as a mother, you should be able to kill your own kids. Really? Yeah. Why? Well, think about it this way. If you're able to live forever and upload your brain and all of those things, maybe in the past it was different, but now you shouldn't ever have anything endanger your life. And your life is now very important, more important than some fetus or embryo or something like that. And I'm empowering women to have that power back, that if you can live forever, you would never want to endanger your life. You would just have another egg or have another baby. So the whole argument of what is it within Judaism, within Orthodox Judaism, and I am the voice of it, and I don't align with conservative or reform. I do align with Reconstructionist, and I do align with humanistic Judaism. But I'm sure conservative and reform Judaism jump onto this, and that's fine. But they'd have to converge, just like the Orthodox people do. Everyone would have to. It'd be a certain process, and it'd be like a 7-year process, right? Not 2. But if you live forever, it's a good process. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. But anyway, what is it? Even rabbis here, especially rabbis here. Anyway, is that the end of your story? Well, what if I can't afford it? And what if I can't walk? And what if all the other things? I did it. There would be like, if you can't walk, there'd be some, perhaps a lot of flexibility, but perhaps not in some other cases where you just have to move. It's as simple as that. I had to move multiple times just to be in a community, but that's what Jews do. Though now we can be connected a lot better, but we want to be in the same communities. It's important. Okay, are you done? So I get there and Rabbi's like, wait, you're what? And he's like, okay, well, so I said, I'm really davening here. We did have that face-off, and I won it. I mean, I'm very clear about it. But what is it? What is it halakhically? It's 40 days. It's 40 days of what it is. So if women want to say, no observant woman is aborting her baby at 8 months and 29 days or what, no one is doing that. It's a blessing. It's absolutely not. But if she needed to, she could. Why? If it was threatening her life and she is to live forever, we don't want to ever, we want to preserve her life as long as possible. So I want to be the most Hasidic woman on earth. Should kill her kid if it's going to take her life, even if there's a 1% chance it could kill her. Really? Yeah, and we need to lower that. Meaning there is a 1% chance that it could kill her. So we want to lower that as low as, well, I mean, then it's really a point where you would then have a surrogate, where it would have no, that's where you want to get to, is where you just want to have a child and you have enough finances, have a surrogate to have your children. Really? Yeah, that's an ideal thing. Are you done? And what if people are like I have friends of mine who don't have nearly this kind of money. There'd be some kind of fund, huge amounts of money that you could just, if you did not have the fund, that did not mean you weren't going to be on this. You would definitely not. Really, yeah. But then there are some people who have the funds who are, I mean, somewhere in this phone, I have billionaires' telephone numbers. I don't know where, but somewhere. Really? Why don't you call them? It wouldn't get anywhere. Why? Everyone's so afraid of what their fucking friends are gonna do. It's like I just have to break through to people, and once it breaks through, everyone will know it, and then everyone will want to be associated with it. But anyway, so I started going to Beth Jacob, and I went there every single day that I needed, or I was at the other place, but I didn't miss anything. And but every single day I get there, and I did not have a way to get in. I had to wait for someone every single time. So I asked my friend Mark. I was like, Mark, how did you get like a little key card? And he's like, oh, you'll have to talk to the rabbi about this. So I really thought this isn't like a normal thing. Like most religious places I had been, they're open, they welcome you. This was very closed and different. And it was like, okay, so what did I do? Well, I first was there like 6 months of literally what I would do is somebody would drive in, and I would wait across the street and fucking floor it like the Dukes of Hazzard, getting fucking airborne in this little fucking Honda Civic. Boom, getting fucking driving into this fucking thing every single day. I would fucking Dukes of Hazzard it. They have camera footage of it. I would and get in, and I had a rental car once. I rented a car. Shout out to that place. It becomes big, and it was a place like my uncle has in Las Vegas, but it was here in Orange County. Or hadn't my uncle had a place. He had died. Anyway, so I don't know. And my mom and aunt were here, and I was going to drive all over, and I wanted a little bit more space in a nicer vehicle. So I was driving this Chrysler 300, and for some reason that gate. Well, I should say this. So eventually, I was like, you know what? I'm davening here so much. I'm praying here so much at this facility. I better just look up how much it is for a membership, because I'm already a member at the other one, and I've been there for years. But so I look, and online it shows a certain amount. It shows like 800 shekels, and I'm like, okay, I shouldn't say that. It showed 5. I asked my friend who was a member. I was like, hey, they have an associate membership, don't they? He's like, yeah. I'm like, how much is it? It's like 500 shekels. I was like, oh, all right. So I go and I look online. He's like, you know what? I don't remember off the top of my head exactly, but it's like it's about 500 shekels, something like that. And I was like, okay. So then I went there to be a member, and it was like, I clicked the link on their website, and I saw that link said it was 850 shekels. So I was like, okay, well, it went up a little bit this year, no big deal. And I paid my money. Little did I know that link wasn't a live link for the new year. So it actually went up to like over 1,000 shekels, which I'm not saying was a deal breaker to me at that time, but I wasn't making the kind of money that I would be making, and juggling 2 shuls at the same time. Plus, that's just the basics. Like, shul is very expensive when you're buying all the shit for it and going to all the events. It's very expensive. But I remember getting the email from them, and it was like, oh, actually, it's more expensive than that. I was so proud that I had paid a second shul dues. I mean, that's not a thing that most people are able to do. And then I started going to classes. So I've been to one of their classes. It was very good in person. I've been online, of course, but they had, what is it? It becomes really big. Blueberry Hill catering becomes really big, and I don't know, some other shit. Anyway, is Rabbi saying a good rabbi? Yeah, he is. Has he been with you? We've had 5 discussions, and I don't want to say outsmarted him, but like, just I knew more about Judaism than he did on a very, very important topic, and in multiple ways. There are other opinions on what it should be, on what abortion is, but without going into them all right now. When else did we talk to? So then, I was having to drive in like the Dukes of Hazzard and like flooring it in this fucking hybrid just to get into the fucking shul every single day. Oh, so I finally was like, I pay my shul dues. So I had paid my shul dues and I was expecting to get one of those like white cards like everyone got. No. So I'm like, after shul, after about 3 months of, so I was still following people like that. I was like, whatever, I just got to fucking floor it in. But it's like, I'm a dues paying member of this place. Why the fuck am I being treated like a bastard out here? I go to Rabbi Senior, hey, how do I get one of those? Like, I'm a dues paying member. He's like, oh, we can get that set up. So he gets me in his fucking system and he takes his little picture and has me in his system. And he's like, okay, fine. So now I no longer have to fucking do Dukes of Hazzard, right? So when my mom and my aunt were here, it was really nice. I go into the whole story, I won't, but we go to shul. I wanted them to see what it's like. So they've been to shul. Senior's last name is Senior because he has seen my mother in shul. Not a lot of people have, but she's been to multiple shuls. Most Jewish women have not been to multiple shuls. Really? Nope. Most Jewish women haven't been to a shul. They don't even know what I'm saying when I say shul. Most Jewish women have. Some Jewish women have been to synagogues. Most of them have been to shuls. So what? So I'm not going to go into all this, but so I say, great, thanks for this card. When my mother was here, I rented this card, and I when we were there, everything was great. But I remember I went there. I kept the car from like a Sunday to a Monday or something like that, and swiped the car in. And when you know it, that fucking gate had like a quick. It wasn't its normal amount of time. It was quick, and it fucking hit this car. And that's on Beth Jacobs. They give me money for that. What happened? It damaged the car. Their little gate there damaged the car, and it didn't have a pad on it or anything. And they could see it on camera. So what? So I went and parked the car, and I'm like, "Fuck! Did it do any damage?" Yeah. And what? So when I took the car back, what did you do? I was like, they're like, "All right. So is anything wrong with that?" I'm like, "No, go check. Like, here's the keys." He goes and checks it out, and he's like, hey, you need to come with me for this. You didn't get the insurance on this. You know that, right? I'm like, yeah. And he's like, look at this and this. This little, like, it had bent the part of the wheel well. And I was like, oh, that was like that. He's like, it wasn't like that. We went around I was like, I wasn't like playing. It was like that. I think I said, oh, I thought it was like that. Well, I guess it was, and I guess I do owe you for that. That's what I was like, gonna see if he found it. He found it, and so I came clean. But I didn't lie to him or anything like that. So then what? I said, well, I didn't get the protection on it or anything. Should you? Yeah, get insurance on that. Why didn't you? I didn't have a lot of money at all, and so it was like, it was just. And I had my own insurance, so it's not like I was in an uninsured car. It's just I didn't get extra additional insurance because I'm like, whatever. Little did I think a shoe was gonna fuck me up. So then what? I asked him, what do we do? And he's like, well, I can get you an estimate on it and paint and everything, and you can just pay the bill. He's like, let's do that. So how much was it? It was like $800. It's really 800 shekels or something like that. It was pretty expensive, and that was it. Yeah, but it was on their gate. Why? Because I knew that gate very well. Normally lasted a lot longer. But this one time, it was like a fluke, weird thing of the world where it just was too quick. Maybe it's got an issue with that, but I don't know. But if anything, they need to put a little bit of foam on it. And all places should. Actually, this is a really good thing. University need to do that for their gates. A lot of these places have these fucking guard gates, and they're hard plastics or they're metal gates. They don't have a pad on them. And a couple things. One, they hit people's heads and they hurt people. And two, they hit cars and cause unnecessary damage. You need to put a foam thing on that, like a foam noodle thing, and like zip tie it. That's what I do. I don't see that motherfucking thing zip tied. They could do it nicely, though. Really? Yeah. Alright, is that the end of your story? Like, yeah, I finally fucking told him about the Dukes of Hazzard. But that's all on camera. Why is it so fucking hard to get in there? Oh my god. Well, was I a member there yet? I don't think so. But I was a member at the other show, and I lived here, and there was some kind of anti-Semitic graffiti that was written on. I don't know what was written, but I hope they catch that person. And I think they would, but it's on camera. I never saw the picture of it, but so they have it on camera, but it's just, I mean, shuls are very. I'll go to what Rabbi Litchker told me. Shuls are where people go to feel safe, and you want to feel safe in it. So you don't want random ass people walking in. Like, yeah. Like you. Yeah. Is that the end of your story? Well, at least I fucking got the Dukes of Hazzard.
That's very close because the Greek Orthodox also believe in the Sacred Heart of Jesus, so that's what I'm getting. So what you want to know, the other thing is,
That's the Sacred Heart High School, New York City.
Is your mother had any type of cardiopulmonary problem, or is that something maybe that you're dealing with? Because the issue here is cardio is hard, push, and 3% of like the Sacred Heart, and now secondly, I'm getting this in the physical sense that she may have had from heart failure, but she's also now focusing on you. Now, when I say this isn't like you're going to get a heart attack and die. This indicates that your heart health is something that you need to have checked and to be truly on top of it. In other words, this is spirit intervention, or spirit is coming in and saying, hey,
I just had a lot of pain in my.
and is there anyone connected to you or your mom with a name like Irene, or could it be like Saint Irene, could be a church or some veneration
I don't know,
of Saint Irene?
something here. What was it? I just know this. In the future, if you want to go into space or you want to go to Antarctica, you have to get your appendix removed because they don't want to do that. Like, I know some stuff about the future, and that's one of them. If you want to go to space or you want to go to Antarctica, you got to have your appendix removed. You can read about it. That's it. But yeah, I know LSU wins the Heisman Trophy, wins the national championship this year. I texted or tweeted direct message on Twitter Brian Kelly that he was going to win in 2022. We would win a national championship. I didn't know if it would be this last year, but it'd be the 2022 season, really, which is pretty fucking accurate. And what else? Nobody was calling out Karen Bass. I was saying that for a long time, but I don't want to go into those. But the politics aren't good. Kamala Harris, Stacey Abrams, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Jeb Bush, Chelsea Clinton, and George Prescott Bush would be the next amount of presidents. But, and then I might be after George Prescott. Maybe. So I'd be like the Obamski of that group, where they'd be like a random ass person. And then it goes Bush, Clinton, Bush, random ass person, Bush, Clinton, Bush, random ass person. In Israel, this becomes the thing in Israel. The president of Israel, not the prime minister, the president becomes a Herzog, and then it's some other motherfucker, and then it's a Herzog, and then it's some other motherfucker, and then it's a Herzog, and then it's some other motherfucker, then it's a Herzog, and then some other motherfucker, then it's a Herzog, then it's some other motherfucker, then it's a Herzog, then it's some other motherfucker, then it's a Herzog, then it's some other motherfucker, then it's a Herzog, then some other motherfucker, then it's a Herzog, then some other motherfucker. Really? Sure. I don't. You don't what, motherfucker? What the heck is this?
Between my family and I over these religious interpretations.
Great question, USA. Jeechbacks. I am Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I'm live on YouTube here, live on YouTube here, live on YouTube, live on YouTube here. Hashtag ViralRabbi and YouTube live, and you'd see.
Okay. And let's see. Your grandmother, is that your mom? Your grandmother?
Yes.
Okay. Also known as Mima. Mima. I'm gonna close that. You're talking about you and are you a big meat eater or are you trying to get away from it? I'm talking about you.
Anyway, are you done?
Yeah.
Who's this motherfucker?
I've been thinking about that lately.
Mima.
I have been involved with an alien contact experience in UFO. And I was just told
Mima Shirley K. Oh my god.
My physical body can affect.
Is that the end of your story? Is that Jacob?
I think that you should, based on what you're transmitting to me, that you should go and
What's the last thing you did there? Well, I was there. It's like the pandemic happened. That's why I know there came in some other things. But the last thing I was there is with this one man, very nice man. He becomes a rabbi. His son's a rabbi. And I said, you know, everyone is praying here incorrectly. That's basically what I said. I said, everyone's davening incorrectly. And he said, what do you mean? And I showed him in the book, and he's like, oh my God. And basically, like, you're right. Everyone is. He's like, there's this thing in the book that no one follows because it's not in everyone's book, but it's the way that you do it as a Jew. And I showed him where it's in a book that's put out by Missouri Publishing, the biggest fucking art school. I mean, it's the biggest one that you've got in Judaism. So Koran Publishers becomes really big. Huge. But nevertheless, Koran Publishers becomes big. Really? Why? Because their Talmud has pictures. That's the other reason. Really? Yep. And when I'm teaching this to kids, I'm going to say, which one do we want to use? Kids are going to say the one with the pictures.
Sensitive to something like pork, sounding like a bunch of petulant, very, very careful about that. We can just stand on this park line, and it's crazy how, you have to remember it. Mr. Glass, we never tire of reminding us that something as smart as these Greeks are holy shit troops.
Do you know who you're going to marry? Yeah. In fact, outside of Beth Jacob, I have him saying her name, and outside the courthouse as well. I have him saying her name, and I stand by it. I know it. Not like I know it in my heart. No, I mean, like, somebody fucking told me, but I was like, no fucking way. Do you know how hot that it was? Like, oh my God. Really? I know who her sister's gonna marry. Really? Yeah. Who's that? My rabbi's son, Aharon. Really quick story about Aharon. I always tell the story. Shout out to his sister. Really? Yeah. Who are they? YJ, Sharia, and I don't know. The other one is just, there's like a picture in my mind of her across a kosher booth. And we're just like having like an Instagram booth moment where she's got like her food or whatever. Anyway, she's really pretty. They all are. So anyway, their brother visited my brother visited and Hawaii for Pesach, and my rabbi was giving some Pesach program, and during one of the weeks, during Chol Moed, the holy period, the midweek, basically, it's 8 days, so like basically there was a chess tournament on days 2 through 6, let's say, and my rabbi's son was in it and was in the finals for it. And let's say he was 9 and he was against an 11-year-old. And the 11-year-old started to cry because he was losing the Aharon. And Aharon threw the event, through the chess match so that the will could play. And I always thought that was really, really fun. So shout out to Aharon for that. Really? Yeah. Are you done? No, I make the motherfucker from this. I tell that story so much. So anyway, shout out to his mom. Who's that? Chicagoland Duchette. She's cool as fuck. Why? She's a ride or die bitch. I'd be like, your mom's a ride or die bitch. Why? This bitch lives out here now, but she got arrested with my rabbi for what is this? Fighting for Soviet jewelry. If anybody ever asks, why did you get arrested? Fighting for Soviet jewelry. You could always say fighting for Soviet jewelry in our family, and it was like, oh, you fucked up, but she was doing something for you. Really? Yeah. What was he doing? He was outside the United Nations fucking fighting for Soviet jewelry. What were you doing? I was absolutely fighting for my own jewelry outside the police station. But at the Civic Center, really, in a very similar way. His wasn't even fucking related to anything. He was doing it on behalf of billionaires. I was doing it on behalf of you all, if you all see this one day. Really? Fuck yeah. Anyway, are you done?
So you can already see that, yes, the smart is the commander in chief. All of these city-state units are basically keeping their own freedom to make choices to themselves.
Shout out to Sophie Rascal. She's on there. Wait, yeah. Somebody in my family. My friends would be like, you know you're not in this family, right? You get there's like this, and then there's you. But I'd be like, somehow, some way, our lineage is unique to has one person in common, and that'll be. It's not this. It's this. Really? Yeah. You're not gonna be seeing things through what it's like to see things in fucking Vienna and Venice and Rome and Sydney and Melbourne and no, you're gonna see what things are like in Pawnee, Bremen, Plymouth, Kyle, little New York, little Florida, all this stuff, but a lot of California too.
And when you do that, you begin to see the origin of the dream and why it is disturbing, why it could either be an unresolved conflict from childhood or something, or some type of trauma, or it could be some type of practice. So that's what I'm getting for you. And what you're doing magenta. Magenta. Magenta's that's a pink color, right? Magenta pink. Yes. Right. You like it just like magenta.
So what is
you about?
They station themselves in your
what the heck isn't it like self-explanatory?
The battle they fought there went on for some time until it ended in the following way. As the cavalry was attacking our regiments, the horse of Mesticio.
Oh, I was talking about being at Slab City and what happened. So I was just there with this guy, and I was like, so how's this work? And he's like, well, if anything, I'd want to help all those people, make them all millionaires. So they never expect that. They're like basically living off the land, and they were desperate when they got there. Nobody goes there with a ton of money, really. Maybe in the future, people want to live out there. Desperate housewives. But and that wouldn't be insulting to them. That would be the truth, and they would know it. No one goes out there. If you have any amount of money, you buy a little bit of land inwardly if you can, but no one just goes out there with anything. People go out there exactly like I did. Maybe if you're fortunate, you had a vehicle. Really? Yeah. In fact, people walk out there. It takes a long time. Anyway, I saw this kid on a bike, and he and I were just looking at the fucking moon, and I was like, so what do people do? Where were you going? And he was like, oh, I was just coming back from the hot springs. There are hot springs out there. So when I say that there isn't any water, you can't drink it. It's like sulfur, but you can go out there, and he's like, you can go out to the hot springs out there. That was the one thing that they had that I didn't do, because I might actually like it. But there's like a hot spring in which you can go. And then I said, well, do they have internet? And he's like, one guy has internet, and he'll give you his Wi-Fi password per hour for some amount of money. Like if you're a traveler, if you start living here, you can get to know him, and he might give you the password, but that doesn't happen within the first year or something. You really have to get to know him really, really well. So if you want to use his Wi-Fi, I think he said if you get to know him, he might give you a daily rate or something like that. But he changes the password all the time. So and that's a way that he makes money, because like there's no way to make money out there. So what else did they had a coffee shop. I think just somebody who had like a fucking little bit of coffee, and anything else. No. Is that the end of your story? It was like, well, I was like, well, I'm here. I went thousands of miles. I saw this documentary. This is really interesting to me, but it doesn't seem like, well, some of the people are really nice, but the guy's telling me the people there are not that nice. Don't think that they're going to be overwhelmingly nice. I'm being nice to you because you were nice to me, and you seem like a nice person, but the people there are much more rugged. They've seen some shit, and because of that, they're not very trusting of people. So then what? Shout out to anyone named Odysseus, Ulysses, or Ursula. Ursula becomes a good name. Yeah. Well, I know an Ursula from Germany. She was married. I know. She's married to, I think her husband is deaf, and she was married. She worked with someone when he was in prison. His wife is deaf. Yeah. We know some deaf people, fully deaf or somewhat deaf, but I'd want to get them all cochlear implants so that they could hear again, and that would be really cool. So shout out to Ursula. Ursula and this other lady were married, and Dawn. Yeah. I'll say this: I don't think this is a big surprise. Anyway, she would love to hear this stuff. If I had to fuck probably anyone on that shift, it would have been Don Bell. Don Bell? No, Don Bell. Would it have been Don Bell? She could get it if she wanted someday. Why? Because she makes Chinese shortcakes really, really, really big. But Dawn, yeah, she's really cool. Really, yeah. But I would also say she was really in love with her husband, really, in a beautiful way. Really. Why? If you ever saw anyone flirt with her, like women who are really in love, they immediately just talk about their husband whenever anybody flirts with them. But yeah. Now, did you do that? No. I was never like that. But no. But she's very attractive lady. Right? No. Anything else? No, but wouldn't you know it? I think of those three, Mary, she'd shit herself. Mary Grunwald becomes what people think is the prettiest in the future. So if you were like, I didn't get a whole lot of attention. Mary Grunwald's gonna be, I know her very well. She's gonna say, he's right. I didn't get a whole lot of attention in the first epic or whatever, but people are still sure as hell talking about me now, and I like it. Really, that's exactly how she is. Really, yeah. Why? She's a really nice lady, really good personality. But I'm just telling you, I think they really personalities. Not to say Ursula and Dawn had bad personalities. They were great. were they ever your employees for a short amount of time, like enough for them to say, yeah, he was our supervisor, but very soon thereafter, I was doing the job. A teammate and I were doing the job of 3 people. So 2 people doing the job of 3 people. When the third person came, well, we were actually doing the job of more than, it was 2 people doing the job of about 7 people, and then we at least got a teammate to do the job. And that changes. During my entire managerial time, at least there, they always told me, according to the books of what you should manage and what should be managed within this type of environment, it should be between 10 and 15 employees. You should manage between 10 and 15 employees. And I only ever had 20 or more. And I would always be like, they said 10 to 15. And they would be like, oh, yeah, that's what they say in the books. But nobody really gets that. That's not what you're going to get. And it was like, but you're expecting me to do the same amount of work. And it was like, well, you do the best that you can. But it's like, I'm supposed to see, instead of 10 to 15, like 10 people, I'm supposed to see 20 people. 10 people, I don't have 10 people's issues, I have 20 people's issues. And I really started to understand when you are, what people's time meant. There was a book that we read and some other things about time. And you, like, it's like in your life, people are always trying to put monkeys on you. There's a book. Shout out to a boss of mine, Jeff. He really, this was an important book to him. Phyllis was important to him, but Phyllis has a bunch of them. Jeff would get monkeys on you. So basically, what's that? Basically, like people at work are always trying to get you to do stuff, and you're always having to get monkeys off your back. And this is what it was about coins. Basically, when you're at work or in anything in your life, you have a certain amount of coins every day of your life. So you awake every morning and you've got like amount of energy basically. But let's just say that's in coins. Okay, so your amount of energy, you could just show your life like a Sims character with like a full amount of energy. Well, then you've got to deal with your kids. So that's a little bit of your energy, a little bit of your coins. And then you get to work, and then your employees need something. That's a little bit of something. And maybe you go to lunch or something, or you take care of yourself, and you get a little bit of coin back. But then you go back to work, and you've got more and more things that are taken from you. And by the end of the day, you just don't have anything. And you feel like you don't have any coins left. You don't have any more time because all these monkeys are basically like, these are just business terms for just putting into visualizing issues that people have with their daily life. Okay, so then what? So basically, it's important to take time for yourself and to replenish your own coins. That's very important. But that's basically how it works. If you were to ask me, Rabbi, how do you pick up women? What's the best visualization for it? It's The Sims, the game The Sims. What do you mean? It's like, sure, there are elements to relationships, like whether there's going to be that first amount of attraction, but once that's all down, it's about how you treat the person, and it's a game of The Sims. I swear to God, that's what it is. And what do I mean by that? If you're playing the game of The Sims, you might first meet a character and there's a little bit of attraction. You need that first, and that's very key. If there's no attraction, I'll never get there. But maybe the person will start talking to the other person. If you ask the person out immediately, they'll be like, no, they'll be freaked out and they'll leave. So you have to start talking to them a little bit. And then what? Maybe they come back for another party the next day in The Sims or whatever, and you start playing a game. Maybe it's like ping pong or table tennis or something. But you have to like kind of pair off with them, so to speak, and develop some kind of mutual, just something in common. Not necessarily. You can go to a bar and it can be totally different, some other things like that. But as people, The Sims is a really good expression of what human interactions are without using words, because they use that Sims language, so it works for anyone. You understand when people are mad or they're upset or whatever just by symbols. It's like an early emoji, basically. But anyway, you can see by facial expressions as well. So then what? So if you wanted to like marry a girl in The Sims or whatever, Well, you wouldn't just like you would try to interact with them. If you don't interact with them, you're never going to meet. So first you have to meet them or have some kind of interaction. But you can't come on too forward. And you can't, just like in that game, you can't keep talking to them to the point where you bore them. You have to leave them wanting more. It's very important. So it's like, it goes back to that Seinfeld, and this becomes really big, though it isn't. It's that Play Now, that company becomes really big. With that oil thing, that I had that idea for a car, to basically have a bladder inside a car so that when there was a fire, you wouldn't have car explosions. If you put a resealable bladder, like a silicone bladder or something like that, inside a gas tank, when a car would explode, usually from fire getting in there, this created a skin on the inside of a gas tank, so that when the gas tank is punctured, it would still be held together by the silicone thing. Anyway, what caused that? I was in law school, and I really thought like there were ways that I saw the movie Crash, and I thought that there was a way to like prevent the way that some people died in that movie, where it basically had like gasoline on the surface of the road and fire got on it and exploded. I thought there was maybe like a something you could spray on the inside of a gas tank, that if that gas tank gets ruptured, the inside had like a silicone, and even if that silicone gets ruptured, there are materials that can reseal immediately, and they're very cheap. I think for less than, honestly kids, for less than $1, you could put this kind of silicone on every tank in the world, but especially every major tank that's going to come out. And at least if it had a gas leak, it would not be all over the road. There is in the same kind of technology, you can have one of those run flat tires, basically a tire that takes a puncture and can continue to run because it can self-seal. It's the same kind of technology of self-sealing. Really? Yeah. So would that gas tank be able to last forever? No. Just as long as it needs to until the fire department or the person gets out with the jaws of life or whatever. Really? Yeah. Have you ever had to see the jaws of life? Yeah. It's how I met one of my friends. Not the jaws of life, but we both got out of the car after school once because there was an accident, and we went to see if we could help the people. And I think the people died, but it was a really sad thing. People died. I think one of the people, they had to use the jaws of life to get the people out. But I mean, if anything, it started a friendship with. I had this friend, Lori, who, and her sister, Amy, with whom we had a moment together because we saw someone die, basically, or we were there, and we weren't friends really before then, but at that point, like she would say that was the one. I asked her out when I was in 8th grade. She did not say no. She was going to Chicago that weekend, and she was. Really? Yeah. We were going to go to the movies. I had the whole thing planned out. My mom was going to drive, so maybe my mom wouldn't drive. Why? Because that one she can concept. But maybe some. I didn't even want to go to the movie with Lori. Oh God, the amount of movies I could have gone with Lori. It was just ridiculous. But yeah. Anyway, how about Amy? Same thing, but no. Now Amy's one friend. College, but yeah. Okay, are you done? She's from Chicago. Not really. She's from Maple or some shit like that. But yeah, not from within the city. She has to be really fucking. All right, are you done? No, but they used to judge their life with that thing. Well, anyway, I'd seen like car accidents. They're terrible things to see. I want to have a day where, like, whatever his dick said, you don't have anyone die from in the street or like from a car. That's achievable. I dream of a day where nobody dies, like that fucking Nickelback song. But especially in Israel, I don't know if we can do it everywhere, but in Israel, where they'd be on the news, they'd be like, "We fucking did it. It was an accomplishment. No one died."
Once more, as they were about to engage with Mardochus and his men, they performed the ritual of sacrifice. The omens were not favorable, and meanwhile many of their men were killed and many more wounded, for the Persians had made a barricade of their way and from the protection of it were shooting arrows in such numbers that the Spartan troops were in serious distress. This, added to the unfavorable results of the sacrifice, at last caused Pausanias to turn his eyes to the temple of Hera and to call upon the goddess for her aid, praying her not to allow the Greeks to be robbed of their hope of victory. Then, while the words were still upon his lips, the sacrificial victims promised success.
What would you ask of such a? I would just say, Cena. It is. I wouldn't go to Cena. I'd say, barrel luck. Barrel luck? No. Barrel wine is it, Rabbi? Basil luck. You run the show there. Your pocketbook runs the show there. Not necessarily everywhere, but if you ever want to have another Jew buried in your fucking cemeteries ever, you will say, Rabbi Senior, there's something going on here. I was on the internet, and this motherfucker knows that I have a little flashlight, and that you gave me a hater for this little flashlight on Shabbat, which is cool. I'm not saying anything about it, but he's like, if he knows me that well, and I don't really remember him too well. And he's saying that you have emails that he wants you to produce for our shul. If you want to continue being our rabbi, it is important that you give the shul every email that you ever receive from Michael Y. Rothschild at gmail.com. Every single one. I want them up there. They're going to be on. There aren't that many that I sent to Rabbi Senior. Rabbi Fisher and I, those are books. But the other one, and I want them. They'll be on the fucking wall when you walk in. Every single one of them. It's that important to me. Really? Yeah. Why? Well, you'll read this thing, and it's like I'm making halakhic arguments that are valid about Elvis Presley, and they are valid. They just haven't been discussed openly in an open forum. No one's wanted to take on these arguments, but from Elvis Presley to Moshe Rabbeinu and everyone in between. I mean, these are very good arguments. These are very important arguments, but I have nothing behind them. So, yeah, I'd be its president. Not this year. Like one of the years. It was a goal of mine to be its president, and I actually didn't think I could be the president of them. Why? People don't know this. If you were in some programs, you're not allowed to be the president of some schools in America. Well, yeah. But are you allowed to be that? But I was okay with not being. But here's the fucking funniest thing about it. Oh my god, it was a bunch of bullshit. Really? Yeah. There was no real president of the fucking show. It was a joke. It was an absolute joke. Why? The one guy who was the president who started it, they never told him. Oh, then they said like the Rebbitzin was the president, but they never took him, the original guy, off to be the president when young Israel was checking it all, and it was like, I don't want to get into it all, but basically they're a franchise. It's like McDonald's. So long as they're getting their cut, they're fine. But they weren't checking into their shit. They make sure they're checking their shit. Really? I know Rabbi Hammer, and I know him fucking his email address very fucking well. Let me just tell you, he's gonna do what I say when I say it. Really? Yeah. What's your favorite of these? Well, mine. But I really, actually, I'm Beth Jacob through and through, but actually Beth Jacob that's where my friends were, and I like that shit a lot, really. And I mean, that's what I would have done. My friends would have been like, Mikey, had he had any chance, he would have gone to the Jewiest motherfucking Jew and said, which one of you fucking Jews runs fucking Hollywood? He would have been, I want to fucking the Jewish motherfucking Jew I can find. Really? And wouldn't you know, I would be the Jewish motherfucking Jew we could find. Really? Yeah, because nobody is really that fucking observant. Really? Yeah. It's like, my friends would be like, okay, how observant did you get? I'd be like, Amish observant. And they'd be like, yeah, like no car, no electricity. Yeah, But when Jews start to hear that, like, no electricity, wait, what do you mean no electricity? And they're like, yeah, no television, no internet, no. I would literally just sit here. I had a box. I had a fucking Kedem box of was it Kedem? No. I had a Baron Herzog box of wine, and this actually is what I didn't like. I had a Baron Herzog box of wine, and I would drink a bottle of wine every week. And I didn't think that was a good look, and I still don't think it's a good look. If you're a single person, I do not think it's a good thing for you to drink alone. My family doesn't do it. My father didn't do it. I don't like to do it, and I would only do it because it was a religious obligation. But instead, as you see, we have. You guys know, it's becoming wine, but we have. But I would get here and I would, and I know some Jews get to this point, but the only thing that I had that I really was about which I was worried was the light here. That's an automatic light flicking on and off, of which I had no control, and the lock on the door down here. But I was able to come in the side door if needed, so that everything was like I was not using electricity or anything, no radio, nothing, and just sat here and would drink. And it was not a good thing religiously. But why would you drink? Well, I would drink a bottle of wine. When I say drink, it sounds like a lot. It's over the course of like 25 hours, and of that, 3 of the glasses of wine are like mandated. So depending on how big the bottle is, it was like, I don't know, maybe like six glasses of wine or something like that. But I would get to the point where then I didn't like having to have wine that I was either gonna have to throw out or keep for the next week or whatever. I wanted to just be done and move the next week, so I would drink the whole bottle. And when I first started doing it, I would get very drunk, and then just pass out, waiting for the sun to go down, and it was just super fucking boring. I'd go to shul and I would do all the other things, but there wasn't like a thriving shul atmosphere. I did have friends, and I would eventually go to their place and not have that. We'd do a lot of things, and we would have a completely Shomer Shabbos, but when you have people, well, did you have electronics and things like that? No, but I had people. And did they use electronics? Absolutely. And they tried, well, while I was there, no, but they tried to make it look like I had no. But like, you know, when people hear, like, I wouldn't touch a phone, I would not even have Wi-Fi connected. I would take my phone, and no one was this dedicated to it. I would take my phone, I would shut it off, I would put it in these become really big. I have it. It's right over here. I would put it in a, what do you call these? Bag. It makes a cage. Faraday cage, not a T. Faraday cage. I would put my cell phone in a Faraday cage. No other Jew does that on Shabbat. No one. Not my rabbi, nobody put their fucking phone in a Faraday cage. So that's how dedicated to it I got. But then what? Well, it was this argument that I always had in my own head that was like, but electricity isn't combustion. And that means like this USB lighter isn't combustion. So what happens when you have this? Am I going to be the only old motherfucker? Because I will be, who's like, no, I'm not using the electric car, and I'm not using all these other things on Shabbat because my grandfather didn't, and his grandfather didn't, and his grandfather didn't, because plus my grandfather was driving a Cadillac, probably. But, so anyway, who knows? Probably. Who knows when Shabbat is? And that was another thing too. We didn't know when Shabbat was. When you really start learning about time, you realize that this was all aligned in like the 19th century, but it hasn't been consistent. So like, when is Shabbat? And with the time changes that go on, that affects things. Not necessarily a whole day, but it certainly affects when Shabbat is in Judaism and things like that. And then other things started to arise. where I had friends of mine who were traveling to Antarctica, and it's like, well, when's Shabbat in Antarctica? Because you look like, you know, when you're very observant, you know where the sun is fucking going down basically anywhere in the world, or you start to think about these things because you need to know like when you're gonna have to pray and things. And it was like, well, it doesn't set, so you do it whenever you normally would with a clock, but it's like not even that's accurate, and you don't want to be that accurate. Naftali Bennett's going to say, well, I'm going to say, Naftali Bennett, what time is it? He's going to say, I don't know, whatever time it is on my phone, like 12:23 a.m. or whatever. Okay, what would that be? I don't know, 023? Is that military time? Whatever the fuck it is. 0023? What do you call that? So it would be like 1,200 hours, 1,300 hours is military time. Military time is very easy. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock are all the same. 1 o'clock p.m. is just 13. 2 o'clock p.m. is 14. 3 o'clock p.m. is 15. 4 o'clock p.m. is 16. 5 o'clock p.m. is 17. 6 o'clock p.m. is 18. 7 o'clock p.m. is 19. 8 o'clock p.m. is 20. 9 o'clock p.m. is 21. 10 o'clock p.m. is 22. 10 o'clock p.m. is 22. 11 o'clock p.m. is 23. And like it would be like 23:59 is almost midnight, and then midnight is I've never actually said what it is. Normally it said at 0800, but because O is easier to say than 0. But so it would be 00 25 hours.
Which is interesting in terms of human psychology too. In that situation, what's the right?
0-100 hours. So 000 in military times is pronounced 0-100 hours. And then if your day ends at midnight, you end your day at 2400 hours. So are 0-100 hours and 2400 hours at the same time? Yeah, it's just if your day begins at midnight, you would say I started 0-100 hours, and so right now it would be 0-125. And if we were ending it, or we just ended it, we would say 24 hours. But we're in the new day, so it's 0-126 right now. Anyway, are you done? No, that's military time. And from where did we learn that? Home Improvement. That fucking general who was Patricia Richardson's father on that show. And he came out and said, I can never remember what time military time is. It's like, oh, it's really easy. It's like you take 1800 out, you take whatever time it is, and you subtract 12 from it, unless it's in the first 12. If it's the first 12, it's exactly what it would be. And he explained it in this really complicated manner. He's like, what is it? But he was right. It's basically, if it's a PM or post-meridian as opposed to anti-meridian, meridian being 12, it would be known as like high noon, basically. But that's not normally when it is. Don't think that noon is when the sun is highest over you. It doesn't work that way. It depends where you are on Earth. And if you're on the equator, it should be that way, but only perfectly on the equator. And even the equator kind of varies a little bit. So don't be like anyone's perfect. But anyway, that'd be like the zenith, and then the nadir is the lowest place. Well, it would be like the opposite to the center of the Earth. All right, are you done? No, shut this guy in. So yeah, anyway, are you done? What? He and I fought over the Apollo mission, and I would just be like, I'm absolutely right on it. And he was like, basically, I'm not going to go into the whole argument, but everything to my law school, I fought on two really big things. One, to power the Rothschild family, And two, truthfully, the power of the banking system. But two, the Apollo program. And everything I said about the Apollo program is still true. His big argument was this: my grandfather worked on the Apollo mission. Great, that's wonderful. He'd be really grateful. And basically,
traditionally happens at the exact same time.
well, I mean, I don't want to insult him or insult his grandfather, but I would just say I was right then and I'm right now. He may say, well, why don't you want to get into that debate? I'd say I could all day long. It's not going to help anybody. Go to what I posted on Facebook then is as absolutely relevant as it is now. As far as it's a funny thing happened on the forum. That's just really, yeah. You're gonna watch it? No, I'm not gonna get into all that. And what else did you post? The Money Masters. Why? Tell the world how the fucking banking system works. I mean, if anything, I'd want my friends on Facebook. My friends, I would want them to know this is how the fucking world works. This is where Facebook went wrong. There got to be this whole like, oh, I've got this crazy aunt on Facebook. I didn't, but perhaps people would think I've got a crazy aunt, crazy uncle, crazy someone on Facebook, and they're spouting their lies and bullshit. Okay, fine. Well, that doesn't, in my opinion, mean that they shouldn't have their opportunity to have their say. And you could just mute them. There's like a mute button. Instead, they took that person off the internet. And so now they don't use that fucking platform anymore. So when Facebook originally started, they didn't have a way to ban anyone. So it was this open opportunity for anyone to do whatever they wanted. And so I was the first person to really post anything very controversial on it. And it was about the banking system and the Apollo program. And what happened? Well, then I posted this. If anybody gets a manifesto, I get a manifesto. While I was in law school, and it started like this. This is your captain speech, which would be a thing. I would captain a fucking ship in space someday if this is actually like Star Trek style. If this is actually true. If anybody ever finds out about this, I'm like the captain of the Starship Enterprise thing. That you're looking at your captain. Really? Yeah, but anyway, this one time, I was bleeding from my head and I couldn't fucking stop bleeding to the point where I would push on my head here and my knees would give out and I'd pass out on the fucking ground. Like my head would like boom, boom, boom. And then I'd awake like moments later or minutes later, blood in a pool of my own blood. Anyway, there's blood everywhere. There's bloody handprints all over this fucking room. Anyway, why I 86 myself in another world with a X-Acto knife. I don't want to get into it all now. It's on the backtrack. Are you done? So what? What is that? Is that the end of your story? Hooverville becomes big. Hooverville. What's a Hooverville? A homeless encampment? Basically is what we'd call them today. But in the future, Hoovervilles will be really, really nice. Really? Yeah. When you refer to something as a Hooverville, it'll be like a nice area. But before, like during the Depression, it was really scary. But in the future, it'd be like, oh, Beverly Hills, that's a Hooverville. Really? Yeah. And Beverly Hills gets very, well, I know this woman named Beverly, and everybody in Beverly Hills starts looking like Beverly. Really? How? Well, looking fly as fuck, having a nice red dress. Really? Everybody knows this fucking red dress. So we'll start it right at that point. So, yeah. Anyway, she'd be like, go on, get. Okay, go on. Are you done?
They have to fight. Got the good stuff. They've got the top training, but they don't fight the same.
So what happened at the Club City? So I this guy and I enjoyed this whatever, and we enjoyed the joint. What does that mean? We enjoyed the place. Like people talk about joints all the time. Oh, of all the gin joints and all the land, you walked into mine. So that's a joint. This is a joint, like your tendons and shit. So what? So we enjoyed the joint. Though we were outside, you could still say it was a hell of a joint. Really? Whatever the hell this is. So then what? Because I've never had it. I don't know what that is. I don't know what drugs are. Anyway. So I was like, so you could buy Wi-Fi from this guy, and I was like, yeah, this seems like, I don't know. Maybe I'll try to make it in LA, but this doesn't seem like it. Maybe I'll try to make it out. Like if anything, if I ever made it, I would make it. It'd be like you get a house, you get a house, you get a house, you get a house. Because these people were living in the middle of the desert in the summer, and it was so hot there. I asked, does anyone have air conditioning? Like these are good questions I felt, and they're like, well, somebody's got an RV, but basically, if you need air conditioning, you need to run a motor, and most people were living in like tents and stuff, or like mobile homes or manufactured homes, but not like nice, like not a nice trailer, a trailer that was already burned out that somebody put out there and then they repainted it. It's like paint on rust, or like what this becomes a thing, containers, putting containers out there and making nice houses out of them. I think I might live in a container house someday, or a few of them, maybe a lot of them, but anyway, container storage. My mom went there. Anyway, they went. Where else did they go? The hardware place and Crate and Barrel, but my dad is called the Cracker Barrel, and what else? Pottery Barn and I don't know Apothecary Table. Why? Because a bunch of these fucking bitches are fucking witches. And are you done? Which is a TikTok. Spirit guys next week. Which is great, man. What else?
We'll take your calls next hour with Alan Steinfeld as we talk about making contacts and you're part of the program. With the lines are not open yet, but they will be short.
They have open lines. You got to call them. I've tried before and I could not get in. Really? It was like, I've tried it a few times. Is this a real thing? Do you really get? It's like I've been listening to this for decades and never called. And it was like, we call. It was like, I don't fucking think she can really call him. But then how the fuck does Cornelius in Louisiana get on? I don't know. Paranormal date. This is just some mock me. Why? Well, because I think this is a cool way how to meet chicks. Like, look, I don't fucking give a shit about your. I probably would care about everything what the girl would say. But on top of all that, what are like the furthest parts of from society that are really, really interesting? Do you like that kind of stuff? And if she's like, no, then I'd be like, we're not going to stay. But if she's like, oh yeah, my paranormal matchmaker normal date. I'm senior. She's like, I'm actually on senior paranormal date. Oh yeah, I'm UFO MILF. Oh, nice lady. Oh, that's UFO MILF. I always thought that was UFO MILF. No, it's UFO. It's ufology, like ufology, ufology, and it's UFO MILF. Youthful MILF. Yeah, I'm youthful MILF. I'm youthful MILF on Paranormal Senior Date. I was like, oh, I'm ROTHSCHILD on TikTok.
So maybe do something that otherwise would have been considered a poor decision, unless the people who were judging you for it knew what the supply constraints were going to be. Supply is very extreme, likely and certainly impacted the rating site inspired by George Noy. Finally, there's a school of thought. This one goes all the way back to ancient Greece too. It still has its adherents and a lot of people that certainly believe there was a green.
All right, is that one done?
What about the idea that
I got these.
sports
What's the minute? Like, no.
versions
Like,
are saying
dude,
you're trying to add
how isn't this thing done?
more territory
If
to
this
their
comes to
already
work,
gigantic
no.
priority. How motivated are you? The professionals in
Eczema becomes some lady's gonna be like, I have very smooth skin, but I really like some eczema. Dude, you don't want it. I used to get it in the winter, right? Yeah. Yeah. You ever do anything about it? I just ran through it. Ran in pain. That's my goal. That's right.
Just right now, the lymph nodes started to go down, swelling big. Then I took my test and checked out, and there was no signs at all inside. So my veterinarian said, you know what, let's go ahead and remove the eye. So I got 9 hours of carnivore hours. So I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. That way, at least I tried. They did the procedure, they did all the tests, so their supply information that I don't know when you did, this product saved his eye. I pleased to announce that Carnivora has officially launched its pet division. That's right. Both you and your pets can benefit from nature's nutritional powerhouse. Try Carnivora, and you'll see for yourselves. Call 1-866-836-8735. That's 1-866-836-8735. Or visit carnivora.com.
There are only so many cool things in the world, and I know them. Yeah, it's like limited. I thought there'd be more cool shit. Anyway, you know it all? No, we'll learn some more shit, but like, what's the coolest shit in the world? Being comfortable, cozy. Is that the coolest shit in the world? It's very important. If I were to say to like a girl, what could I, if I could provide you with anything in the world, I always think to myself, like, if I were a girl, what would I want most from a mate to produce for me? It would be comfort. And I think that that's just pretty much universal. Cool, dog. Hey, Spongeworthiest. How you doing? Somebody's just going to have a shirt. No sponge necessary. Do they still make this? No, but I think they would remake. They make the sponge again. That fucking kind of prophylactic. Thank you, Patrona. GG. Shut the ace out there before. Yeah. Babylon B becomes good. Really good. Are you done? People don't know Baghdad is Babylon. So when we talk about Babylon, the city, it's Baghdad. So when there was a whole war for Iraq and shit, that was a battle for Babylon, a war of Babylon. Stones had that fucking album, Bridges of Babylon. Babylon's really good. I mean, Baghdad's really good. Really? Baghdad is really good. Do we call it? What do we call it in our religion? Likely, eventually Babylon. But Mumbai becomes Bombay. Again, because of Bombay Sapphire. Really? Why? I don't know. We'll see. Bombay Sapphire becomes really big. I mean, what do I do? What do I know? I'm just talking in my fucking room in my underwear. But if anybody sees this, it might be something. And then we might be able to help some people. That's a Bombay Beach. That's a Babylon.
They originally got English wine, who was a very known, well-known scientist, and he said, I think how perfect, look in the basement below, we're on Twitter, and he said he sold his needle, and it was turning, and he said, well, what are you doing? How are you doing this? And Udo said, I'm remote viewing, and out of that came this program of training people inside the government to do, and Udo they have a very specific way to control remote viewing, and it's still going on. So it's taken, honestly, Cancer Research Institute and laboratory testing inside the government, what do they call that? Project Stargate. But there's people teaching that, and what I learned from what the car was just a very immediate way. And it's like you open up the window in your mind, and something pops in. Some people hear things, some people sense things. So I decided, why not? If we have this non-local awareness, which obviously is about, when you're out for us, says, how people get deposits out in previous knowledge. That it just didn't make sense. You go into Cancer Research Institute every day, that just doesn't make sense. How does this happen? At the end of the day, you would always
Shout out to all New York and
non-local. Your right brain is not connected to this left brain awareness. Your right brain, I'll just list the qualities of your right brain. The left brain is linear, the right brain is holistic.
Shout out to STD Test Explorer. Shout out to this one place. I think I'd be a spokesman for it. It's this Out of the Closet or something. In Long Beach is where I knew there was one, but I'm sure there's one in West Hollywood. It's one of the places. What is it? They offer STD testing. I just think that's really cool. Free STD testing. Really? Did you ever need it? No. I don't have any. You could test me for it, but some lady be like, dude, whatever he has, I want. Really? Yeah, but I don't have anything. God, thank God. Really? Yeah. One time I thought I had what I called, this is very interesting, I called it dermatological herpes. My doctor said that doesn't exist. There's like oral herpes and like genital herpes, but little did she know it does exist. It just wasn't yet discovered, basically. It's some kind of herpes that you can get in the skin that is the same thing that you'd have outbreaks of. I don't have herpes. I've never had herpes. I could just tell you, though, that I once thought I had it, and I made it up. Because why did you say that? I had cystic acne, and I did not know how else to describe it. And it would come about like I'd have hormonal changes. I would have like something would happen in my life. Whenever I'd have anything stressful happen in my life, a week later I'd have a big symptom, like a cystic acne. It was like whatever it was, like clockwork. And I remember telling my friend this once, and he was like, "Wow, that sounds like a herpes outbreak." And I was like, "I don't know what that is." But I then started reading about herpes, and I thought, oh, well, maybe that's what I have on my, but not like on my mouth or anything, like on my forehead. And his doctor's like, that's not a thing. And she was right. It's not a thing currently in dermatology, but it would be. It's not like a new thing. It's like it is a thing, but it hasn't been discovered yet. Basically, it's like you have to look into it, but there's some way for herpes to get in the skin. Really? Yeah. Well, doesn't that freak out everyone? It's like a certain way, and it doesn't happen normally, or people would have it all the time. but there is a way. But it's not current. It's not like it's normally done or something like that. But I can tell you, the rabbit and mania. That one time, this would be very funny. That I thought I had an STD. I didn't really think I had an STD. I didn't know what was wrong with me, and saw that one of the I had a shared reaction of I had a shared symptom, but they weren't the same. And so what did I have? I had what was called, and this gets me that lady. She said to me, Bobby, we've been waiting for you. We've been waiting for you. And right away, she just cut no shit with me. She said, what happened to your face? And I said I had an infection. And she said, what kind? She had been a nurse or something at some point. No, she hadn't. She was in the industry. She hadn't been a nurse. But this was interesting that she knew that she had worked in the entertainment industry. Perhaps she had worked in something, though, because I said, and this is what I don't know that I can't pronounce it all, but it's serratia, and it can kill you. I didn't say that to her. I just said serratia, and she said, oh my God, and you survived? And at the time, I was like, yeah, but I very came close to death. And that wasn't when I had near-death experience. So that was when I touched it. Anyway, that wasn't a near-death experience. I didn't see anything, no. But I do know someone with. My mom had a boss, and that happened to her name Sharon, and we'd want to ask her about that. Why? Because she could either go to the light or go to the darkness, and if you go to the light, you die. If you go to the darkness, you survive. And she had this feeling: don't go to the light. Go to the darkness. Really? Yeah. And she survived. The light would have killed her. The darkness. Really? Yeah. Anyway, but we'd have to ask her about this because I don't know anything about it. But anyway, this lady was like, can you survive? And I said, yeah. And she's like, well, come on. And she took care of me. She's really nice to me. And she had a lot of cats, I can tell you that. She's like that lady in The Simpsons. Really? Not crazy like that, but that many cats.
You're part of the phenomena. There are no innocent bystanders. You're it. And this is who else? Whitney Strieber is probably the most lucid experiencer I've met. And I feel he had those lucid experiences, like he remembers more of his contacts because he does every night he gets up at 3 in the morning and does his tension exercise.
So, some ladies in Vegas, you don't have any STDs? I'm like, no. Like, disappointingly. She's like, oh, why? Because she's like, I wanted to get something. I wanted to be like, oh, dude, let's get some gonorrhea. I need something new in my life. No. Knock yourself out. I can show you right now. I get pulled down. I used to. That's why you haven't seen this. All my fucking accounts got taken down because I've been naked for half the fucking year. Really? Yeah, I mean, you can still find me just whacking off really aggressively on Instagram on some like esoteric accounts that I have. So it's out there, but they try to take me down everywhere. Are you done though? That would be my question. You could whack off aggressively all you want. Are you done?
And they don't know what they're talking about, so they call Mary, who's brilliant. Another PSA is the County Quarry. County Quarry was a contact PSA that was
that this was true.
Oh, yes,
And then Cyrus was wiser, so they left and chose rather to live in a rugged land than to cultivate rich plains and be subject to others.
On film, in that movie, you could see the ship
All right, are you
coming
done?
through. And took all this equipment out to Catalina Island and she asked the VPs and the contact to come and show up and she invested so much and she only had 5 days for this and she consciously intended these things and they did. And it's a fantastic movie because of that.
Just tells me I'm
So
dehydrated.
everything together and this post in there talking about why it's important to keep secrets and
Are
all
you
that.
done?
And it's just a whole new positive phenomenon because nobody has the whole truth. So of course, the only way to get the truth is if you get pieces of the puzzle so it's like a mosaic. And then it's up to the reader to make sense of it because the truth is missing. But I think there's a big unfoldment that's going to be happening. I also opened up the book with an introduction by this guy, William Ellery Cannon, who says that
Damn, that's the hardest.
where
It's blind. Oh, it's like some kind of loud noise. That's the loudest the wind is blown in a long time.
I try to look at many perspectives, and in my next book, Beyond Contact,
Santa Ana Winds kids, their thing. Windsor, Canada's a thing. My friend got stabbed in Windsor, Canada. Really? Yeah, I was with him. Really? Yeah. I mean, I wasn't there for the stabbing brothers in Windsor with them at the time. But yeah, so if you're like, oh, Canada's so fucking nice, I had the exact opposite fucking idea of it. It's like the only time I was there was like a 14% chance of getting stabbed of the friends with whom I was. Really? Yeah, no, we were trying to buy drugs. Not drugs. Any, whatever you're doing right now, we were doing. Really, yeah. Caffeine or something?
But we have to rise up out of the old ways of being. In my PowerPoint, they say
No, man, actually, Windsor's a whole fucking lot. There's this place called Cheetahs or something. I don't like strip clubs, but I do like having beers outside of strip clubs. Why don't you like strip clubs? It's too easy. I want to work for a girl. I don't want her to give me. I don't want to have to pay. I don't want to have to do it. It's a fucking. There's strip club pickup, which I could teach you, which is a thing. And I picked up girls. I picked up strippers at strip clubs and things like that. I don't like them. But I've had an entire strip club offer to have sex with me, and I didn't. All at once? No, they just were all offering me lap dances in the back room and things like that, for free. And this was in a different place where you could have sex with me. Did you want to? I wanted to go home. No. And the only reason why I was there was it would have been dangerous for me to have gone. I was with friends and my uncle, and I wanted to go home, and they're like, "We're going to this place, and we're not going home first." I was like, "Will you drop me off?" They're like, "No," and I didn't have the money for a taxi. I was in the middle of Mexico. I didn't know where the fuck I was, and so anyway. But this was in fucking Canada, and the girls there were beautiful. I can tell you that. But what else? Windsor's a fucking place. You can be 19 and drink there, and so we'd go there. And we were like 19 in a bar, which was a thing, and it was a lot of fun. Okay, that's where I was good. Anyway, but what? I never had any money kids, so it was like maybe I could afford a bar and afford a beer in Windsor, Canada, but I can't afford the strip clubs in Windsor. I could always do a little thing, but I couldn't ever do it. Really. But what about Mexico? It sounded like you were there and all that. And yeah, I mean, I say that, and maybe I could have gone in there, but it just wouldn't have been fun for me. So I don't know. But at least in Mexico, I know that was a for sure. An entire strip club say that I was like, absolutely not. And I just sat in the corner. You can ask my friends. They're like, actually, he's absolutely right. He had a whole strip club that offered him free lap dances, and he turned them all down. And we were just like, damn, you are really, really traditional. I don't know how it's conservative, but I was very traditional. Is how I put it. Why? That's just not how I think you treat people. And I mean, have I been to them? Yeah, I'm talking about them, but I don't. That isn't to say you can't have a whole lot of fun at them as well, but people should be able to unionize and kind of think. I think I'd be. Well, I'd have to say this. I was an exotic dancer in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Magic Mike style, really? Yeah, with my friend Josie and my friend. I don't remember this other guy's name, but they were in the military. Yeah, and they'd say that I absolutely did it, and I was the best of them, and it would get them a whole lot of benefits in the future. So they're like, yep, he's the best dancer we've ever seen, which I am. Yep, he's the best dancer you've ever seen, best exotic dancer you've ever seen. Yeah, so it's in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Yep, we even tagged this person. Magic Mike style. We'd be like, the Rabbi's an exotic dancer? And, but I did not like that. But yeah, I went to a strip club here, and the last night I was in California before I had to move back permanently, and I just had the most beautiful heart-to-heart with an exotic dancer. In like in a chair, and I was like, my life is over. I'm gonna have to move, blah 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 blah. And I still got her number. Really? Yeah. Bleeding out of my face. I couldn't believe it. I mean, and I think it was a real number. Really? Yeah. Why? Because she texted me after. She had my number too. We exchanged numbers, and she texted me after, and I no. She didn't have mine. We didn't exchange numbers. I got her number. I figured it was a fake number. I texted it saying, I'm sorry, I have to go. And I did. And I drove to Las Vegas because that's where my flight was, out of where my flight was. But she texted me back that she wished me the best. And thank you for the time. But yeah. Anyway, she was a really nice person. And there's been that person. And this other person I met, she was like a Russian person from Chicago who I wanted to see what a strip club was like, and this one in particular. Why? Because I basically grew up in this fucking thing's parking lot, and I didn't know it, but it's possible to hold court in a strip club and leave your kid in the fucking parking lot, and if you don't tell your wife about it, it can occur. So anyway, I was a little kid, and not little. I mean, I was like a young person. I wasn't 18 though. And I remember being at this fucking parking lot. And why? If someone was in town, and I'm not. We couldn't afford strip clubs, but if somebody was in town and they wanted to go to a strip club, sometimes they were met at a strip club, and then we'd go to the university. And so what? And it didn't happen to the point where I didn't even really remember until now. Like, I remember growing up in the fucking linebacker lounge fucking parking lot, and I lived in the fucking bar of the fucking university club. Kids, we weren't born in a bar. We weren't born in a barn like that fucking is. We were born in a bar. We were raised in a bowling alley, which is different. But yeah. Are you done? So then what? Oh, sorry. No, I went to this one where I had been in that parking lot as a kid, and I really didn't want to go there because I had a bunch of teachers who were very much against it, and and I would have been first thing I would have done is try to close those down to improve the city, but it doesn't go like that. It flips and it becomes very corporate, and those places flip. Really, everything becomes very sexualized. So anyway, it's like, well, we tried. Really, they tried. They fought the good fight, but if anything, we could try to get those people. Benefits and things like that, and like, you know, protections, and they would be fine with that because they understand society did not go the traditional way. I wanted it to go the traditional way, and if it did, this is what it would be. Pleasantville. If you've ever seen the movie Pleasantville, it would be like that, which is nice, but behind closed doors, everyone's lying to each other and everyone's stabbing each other in the back. It doesn't become that. It's the opposite of that, which becomes very open and honest and much more sexualized. But I didn't want that. I wanted Pleasantville. I wanted. You can't have both. You can't have a super open, honest society like that. And why? People, it's very easy to go to that society. One person who tells lies has to go to that society and they can take over the whole society. It's too easy for that to happen. So a society where people are smart but more sexualized and things are open and free is seen as a better society. But I wanted Pleasantville. Don't ever forget that. And it's still like that in a lot of ways. Like what? Rock and roll, dancing, social activism. There's stuff. But, yeah. Are you done? Activision Blizzard becomes okay, go fill your fridge.
It's possible that that exclusively on Paramount Network. Have you heard about the incredible savings people are experiencing with solar energy? With electric companies, generating your rate at 4% annually. You may be wondering, how can I switch to solar? At Pine Coast Solar, they make it simple and easy to switch to solar. And even better, they'll pay you $100 just to see how much money you could save by making the switch. That's right, $100. So the PineCoastSolar.com. Follow these free steps or give them a call in less than 5 minutes. They'll give you a no-obligation savings and benefits analysis that can earn you $100 on that. Government tax incentive expires on December 31st, and there is no out-of-pocket expense. Call 888-282-2709. That's 888-282-2709. Or go to PineCoastSolar.com. Paramount is a $100 handle. Traditionally served as a necessity. In keeping with the rest of this history of Persia, we don't know how. You have multiple different accounts. The tradition will still say as it's a victim of heritage. All these women fighting amongst each other in the rivals and the quest for power and units and all this stuff. And as we said earlier, we get these sources from people like TCS and maybe gossip. The whole history of Persia comes down to a princess died and Prince Charles sort of love triangle. The starting point for everywhere on the iHeartRadio TCS translation it's a very good defense of the idea of heritage trees that sort of gives a pretty darn good historical justification for something that a lot of historians say this is just a motif. There's no such thing as that. This is a great idea of romantic idea of heritage, sex, drinking. It's like a great fantasy. Here's what Jones has to say. What this does defends this idea is once more make us realize that we crossed the history of ancient Persian Empire in a lot of dimensions from anything for sure practical. You can make it closer very multiple interpretations of most things. Well, the Jones makes so what then do we make of TCS's vignettes of powerful queens and eunuchs? It is clear that the royal women of Achaemenid Persia did not live in Persia, nor did they inhabit an orientalist world of sultry sensuality, but they did form part of a strict hierarchical court structure that moved in close proximity to the king. As a component of his harem, they followed
lifestyle of the great king, the royal women's importance, laying their allegiance to the maintenance of dynastic power. The Achaemenid dynasty was, after all, essentially a centrally run family business, and at the heart of the operation lay the harem, the king's domestic inner circle of women, offspring, siblings, and slaves. TC's stories of female power and agency, always operate around the safeguarding of the throne and the preservation of personal power. Stories of sexual shenanigans, stuff of illicit dreams, are
Who is
kept
like God? You are. Who is it that is like God? You are. Who is like? Wait. Who is it that is like God? Michael. Who is it that is like God? It is Michael.
for the women, men, and unique slaves of the royal family, prestige and access to power lay in their proximity to the king.
Cool, man. I very much liked your song. That was like, da 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 da, Michael, da 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 da, Michael.
That is not Orientalist cliche. It is a fact. Absolute monarchies are open to a particular form of political tension, which usually focuses on the royal family and on the noble families that surround the king. Within such institutions,
We're all over this. We are the most popular name for approximately the 1950s to the like 50 years.
Across temporal comparisons with other core societies, realistic and true. In other words,
Mike Johnson, tons
great stereotypes.
yeah, I just want to tell like what's the best at this I think so, because I think dance in the future would be considered like very athletic. And so I think for me to not consider Michael Jackson as an athlete, or for you to not consider Michael Jackson an athlete, is very close-minded. Yes, man. Yes. I had this friend. Well, I'll just say, little kids would call her Red, but it's very cute. She's named after the Red. She's a friend of mine, he used to go on a lot of what I call friendship tours.
Only the residents of Rome after Tiberius rivaled in bloodiness the royal families of Persia. The murderer of Xerxes was murdered by Artaxerxes I, who after a long reign was succeeded by Xerxes II, who was murdered a few weeks later by his half-brother
I just want a lot of
Ptolemy, who was murdered
but
6
if I
months later by Darius
didn't want to necessarily
II,
get too close to the girl, or maybe she didn't get too close, but we want to spend time together,
his
we've
wife
gone
cut into pieces, and his mother, brothers, and sisters buried alive. Darius II was followed by
we would
his
go
son,
do all the
Artaxerxes
things
II,
that you do on a date. I just didn't think there was anything reciprocal, meaning,
the younger Cyrus. When the youth
I don't know, because I don't think this way. But when guys take a girl on a date, I guess they think that like I'm buying something and you owe me something afterwards. I just never ever like I think it's laughable.
Ocus was planning to assassinate
That's even a thing.
for 20
It's like
and was poisoned by his
if she
general.
wants, it's an option, but not even on the first date necessarily. If she doesn't want it, all these other things.
Son of Ocus
And
assassinated
whenever we would do anything fun, or I would do anything like I had any kind of trick up my sleeve, I would do whatever it is I would do, and then she wouldn't say it like in the normal way though. That she would say it like we're doing it like hands. It's very funny. She's a great internal promoter. She will make a wonderful mother someday, and wonderful educator. She's an Ivy League educator, Ivy League doctor. Very smart woman.
These are traditions you have to understand.
You like her? Well, meaning She would have been, people would want to know, would she have been the girl that you would have married from college? No. Would she have been the girl you would have married from second marriage? Yes. But not from college. Who would that be? A girl named Lynn. Which I think would be refreshing to all my friends. Like, oh my god, he moved on after all of us, all these girls out. This kid never stops, baby. Can't stop, won't stop, Rockefeller. Who you going for? Who you going now? Ariana Rockefeller, baby. There's that bitch. There she is with her grandfather. Is she? Not. She just walks that motherfucker's dog. Really? I bet they're not even related. Is that like what she looks? Yeah, we even fucked her. Ariana Rockefeller. Why do you have a picture with your dog? What do you call someone who pays you to walk your dog? I don't know. The wag app would be good. Why do you have a picture with your dog walker? Walker? Dog walker page. That's not gonna make any sense. It doesn't make sense now. It makes sense on the back there. With the person who pays you to pay. It's tempting to say maybe that's just because there wasn't a whole bunch of maybe other services walk their dog. Ariana Rockefeller, you stuck up bitchy cunt. KUNT. Love ya. Hashtag YOLO. ViralRabbi.com.
What do you think of the relationship? I think a lot of modern people policies really good.
The fat fodder. Fat fodder. You can just call me fat fodder. Hey, fat fodder. I have a spot in my bed named after you. That's the creepiest thing anybody's ever said. It's so funny because I want to make it work. Really? Named after you. You're gonna love it. Do you know what a happy Rockefeller is?
One side seems to be doing too well. They'll fund the other side, and the other side will continue to change sometimes. Persians are finding the smart and starting down the deep. But then, for example, there'll be a time when the Spartans will invade modern-day Turkey and Asia Minor and look like they're making
Is it Vaseline or petroleum jelly? Petroleum jelly. Well, it could be Vaseline, but she's a Rockefeller, so they're petroleum. She owns Vaseline too, I'm sure, at some point. Petroleum jelly in microwave to touch. Put in between box spring and mattress. Fuck it. Can you say that? I don't know what else. I'd say fuck, but hump to taste, like hump to your heart's desire.
He's the one who has 3 of his sons declared together that they're going to be supposedly
Voila!
The reason I'm calling is I talked to a number of people that were trained in parapsychology or psychic. Carol Truman was one that's not very often mentioned.
Cool, man.
But he did tell us
Diana Rockefeller. You stuck up bitchy cunt. That's double
and he was a collaborator with Ingo
you stuck up bitchy cunt. Why do you have a picture with the person who paid you to walk their dog? Love ya. YOLO. ViralRabbi.com for Fat Fighter. FYI. FYI. For information. KFI. FYI. For your information. That was FYI. WFY or whatever. KFY. Murphy Brown. Right, yeah. The one famous person I ever have known as a kid was the kid on Murphy Brown. I knew that little baby. But yeah. Crazy. I know. What's his name? It was my friend John's cousin, and what was that kid's name? I don't remember, but he's a nice kid. Really, yeah. I'm not guessing. Really, yeah, we had the best kind of interaction in Indianapolis. This one time we had, I think, NFL Blitz on N64, and it was when the song All Star was big. It was a ton of fun. I have a spot in my bed named Effie. That's going to get you a block and probably a no contact order, just like everybody else. You're going to love it. Do you know what a happy Rockefeller is? 6 to 9 ounces of petroleum gel in microwave to touch. Put in between box spring and mattress. Come to your heart's desire. Voila. Location, Rockefeller. How about Kite Grip? No, this one's really like rock. We already fucking shat all over that place. There you go. Rockefeller, Utah? What about Center? Anti-Asian. That's type of stuff. Rockefeller Center map. You have a farmer's market? Oh, the fuck, they got a lottery store in there? Deli at the corner of 7th Street, South Subway Station, the Rockefeller Center? Underground entrance to Rockefeller Center? Oh, hells yeah. That's where I'll get you, fucking Aaron Rockefeller. I'll get you in your underground entrance, bitch. So what in the fuck is going on at the underground entrance of Rockefeller Center? I have to know. You gotta get me in there, girl. Get me in this bitch. Are you done? Hey, Baghdad, thanks for liking my video. I'm calling you back, baby.
Humankind, but also had long transcended human limits and human conditions. And that's what they're showing us when they appear in very transcendental ways that's beyond human comprehension. We're being shown that transcendence is also a part of reality. I first refer to it as an weighted transcendence, and that's what we're being introduced to. And of course, as long as people want to cling to the past is using past customs and not accept the more broad spaces of reality, we'll continue to experience the adverse repercussions of the past. You may be right about that. Alan, you want to jump in? I do. What about the fact that human consciousness is non-local? How does that fit into your understanding of this? Overture, yes. So that's all part of reality. The non-local,
Are you done?
the consciousness
Damn,
that
it's coming up. Sorry.
embraces all forms of reality, including all forms of consciousness. And all of that is being gathered together and being brought to a level where we can begin to comprehend and align with it.
How the fuck are you showing up for ViralRabbi? Quick steal my fucking...
We need to do it fast. We need to accelerate the vibrationally.
I have more content online than any person in global history, period. I will make you and your family trillionaires if you help me. Here, please tell everyone you know this is a real-life Truman show. Are you done? Hey, real life trillionaires. Shout out to this fucking place in Compton I used to go. This fucking little 24-hour fucking. I've been there. Like, you got a 20? Is it 24 hours? Yeah. What'd you buy in there? I don't fucking remember. Like Swisher Street or some shit. I don't know. I used to go to all those fucking places in the middle of the fucking night in a fucking suit. Not that that's the smartest thing to do. I just was kind of fearless. I want to be first rabbi at Compton. If I'm willing to do that, or even just say I'm going to be first rabbi at Compton. Because Compton hasn't had a rabbi. Really? Not in 100 years, but it might have over 100 years. I'm not saying there isn't anyone there who says that they're a rabbi. And there are, but nobody says they're chief rabbi. Why there? Because that's the hardest place to be. Right now, consider it's like a tough place, so I want to go for the toughest. It's like when you go to jail, though, saying, go for the hardest, toughest, biggest guy. That's Compton, baby. That's what I want. And I'm already Chief Rabbi Inglewood, Rabbi Roll. Compton's nice. It's really nice. Really? Yeah, when people are like, I'm from Compton, I'm so fucking tough. It's like, you're not tough. Well, try being from Buffalo, Mr. Compton. Why? Compton is nice. It's nice 365 days a year, basically. And you're not going to freeze to death. If you just take a random ass person off the street and you say, from anywhere in the world, you have to survive in those temperatures or those temperatures, they're going to say, well, obviously in Compton versus Buffalo. And you're going to say, well, Compton's rough, but so's Buffalo. It can be. And Compton's nice. So's Buffalo. It can be. It's like it depends where you are and who you're around. And really, you ask anyone in Compton, if you're not from there, I could tell you this. 10 years ago, 10 years before, because I lived in Compton Basic. I worked in Compton Basic. I lived in Long Beach, which borders it. And it is and like North Long Beach area, and I was looking to move to Compton. It was just I was looking to live there, to buy a property there and raise a family, because it was the cheapest place I could find in Los Angeles. within the basin. You could find places further out in Los Angeles County, and I was going to do that if I had to. But like, there's the only place I could afford. But I basically calculated the money one day, and it was like, if I could buy this little piece of property, it was 100, let's say 100 shekels, or whatever it was. It would have taken me a few years to save up, but that's for what I was saving up, was a piece of property in Compton. So this isn't me like saying, no, I mean, that's what I wanted to do. I still want to do it. Really? But yeah, but make it like a house and live there. Make it make that I don't want to say gentrify it, like make it really, really expensive and yuppie it up. No, I want to live with the people of Compton who currently live there. If there's anyone in Compton right now who would have to get gentrified out, it would be by choice, meaning we'd want everybody to stay there for many generations if they could, and get wealthy from stuff made in Compton should be a thing. Like if it's made in the city limits of Compton, even within the city limits, someone's a thing. But if it's made from the people there, it will be very, very expensive. Meaning, you know, somebody's seen some shit to put this together. If it's a hat or a T-shirt or whatever, if it says made in Compton, now people are going to want to steal that made in Compton and shit like that, and they will. But there could be a brand that they could say, like if it says, it'd be a perfect thing. It'd be really easy. Some kid in Compton could figure it out right now. A QR code. Whenever you fucking do this QR code, it goes on the City of Compton's website and it tells you whether it was really made there or not. And people won't fucking fuck around with that kind of shit. Not that much. They would a little bit, but it'd be like you're not helping the people from there. You'd be going against it. Really, yeah. And then people would really not like it because of it. I also think the Bloods and the Crips get together over this instead of 503B, really, or 401C, whatever the fucking thing is they needed to do. Really, yeah. 503CB, whatever the fucking thing. CB radio gets big. Why not? El Dorado Clock, Ensenada becomes really big. In Mexico, Encinitas becomes really big. I think I'd buy a house there. Really, I knew a girl from there. She gave me her number. She was an employee of mine, and I can tell you this, because I haven't dated anyone out here, really, like gone on dates with anyone, that you consider what I consider dating. There was one girl who, it was crazy. She was very attractive. She's from Encinitas, very pretty, but also what I liked about her was she was working in a tough environment, and she was pretty tough. And it was like she almost died. She was in this fucking car. I remember she was working really hard. It didn't have air conditioning, and she really almost died. It was like she was very hot in this car, and it was the middle of the summer, and she had to come back from, like, she had to drive like several hours. So anyway, she was like, I'm done with this job. And I wasn't the person with whom she was mad. She was mad at the owner of the business. And she, well, I should say, one time she asked me, she would just turn around randomly and said, you don't ever change anything, do you? I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, I've never met someone more consistent. You're always here. You're always in a suit. You're the most consistent person I've ever met. And I was like, well, I mean, I get into like a routine, and it's important. And she's like, do you do anything for fun? And I was like, actually, and when was it? It was that weekend, or maybe in the future weekend. I was getting ready to go mountain climbing, and she was like, I don't think this year. But she's like, if you ever do that, I was telling you where I would mount at Cleveland National Forest here in San Diego, and I was telling you it was the highest point in Orange County. I was able to climb it. and I was trying to figure out how to do it. And it's not that easy. I mean, it's easy for like mountain climbers and stuff, but for just like a random person. I've climbed mountains. Yeah, I mean like Mount. I forget the name of it. The one that where the Hollywood sign is, that's a mountain. Anyway. But so I've climbed mountains. I just don't remember the names of them. Yeah, I guess. Hey, I'm on TikTok. Like, you're not gonna be. That's not gonna get you a ton of fucking money someday. Oh, I'm on TikTok. Like, just randomly being that, just having a short or good name or interesting name. Just people start stealing it. Are you done? But no, this is like a new, like when people could get websites that were unique and things. And the guy who got business.com isn't fucking taking advantage of that, but he would. Or she, I don't know who it is, who they, whatever the fuck that dumbass is doing. They're a dumbass, whatever they are. When's the last time you went to business.com? Never. Why? Because they're just sitting on it. It should be owned by someone. Someone should fucking buy it. IBM or somebody should buy it someday and make something of it. But for now, they're not doing anything with it. Anyway, are you done, IBM? Should do something. Hey, Big Blue. Judge Dolly Duffy. But yeah, I will lay Indian one of these. Why? Oh, I was hungry. Really? Yeah, I'm actually really nice to you on it. Truthfully. But, yeah. Really? Yeah. But alright, are you done? Oh, shout out to Nicholas Cage. He was at the Whiskey A Go Go when his band was at the Whiskey A Go Go. And so when I say that, like, I thought Whiskey A Go Go would get a lot lighter and nicer, it doesn't. It continues to be dark like that. They just might have different bands or bigger bands there that they used to have. Like the fucking Rolling Stones, everybody fucking do shit like that. And just randomly, a lot of pop-up shows would be fun, where it'd be like, oh, you're just at a restaurant or something, and it would be like, oh, more like a bar or something, or a club, but randomly, like Jonas Brothers would be there, and they'd have like a little show, and it would be like a thing, and they'd put out an album, and it was like a surprise to people, and it would be a fucking thing. Really? If you wanted. Really, I know you. Really, oh, anyway, you know what one I fucking like first? I haven't. I like Young Israel Century City. Really? Yeah. This is really Beverly Hills. I have a video of them. I was gonna go there and join there originally, so they just missed out. They were like number 2. So which one won? Orange County. Really? Oh, anyway, so this girl, she's like, well, when you do that, I would like to come with you or something like that. So I was like, all right, well, that really didn't mean anything to me because she was my employee and it was like nothing was going to happen. But then she had a time where she had it with this job, and I wasn't her boss, but she was basically, she told the boss off, and when she walked out, she gave me a number, and she's like, you should call me, but I'm done. And I'm like, okay. Well, anyway, I almost did. And I ended up not. Why? I remember I had this whole text written to her, and it was we were going to have coffee, and it was just, that's how it was going to be done. And I know I would have been able to hook up with this chick, and then what? We would have hooked up in my fucking apartment or whatever. I was living in a hotel there. In Long Beach, we would have fucked a lot, and that would have been nothing would have ever happened. And it would have just been like a physical thing, and she would have said what all the other girls say, which is, well, I don't want to say all the other girls say, but they can tell I'm in love with someone else. It's like, it's true. And oh, cool. Baggy, I like my video back 8 times. Oh, Cornell like my video. No, that's Cornell like my video. Oh, you're tight as fuck. Anyway, yeah, maybe it's but yeah.
Alexander's the guy who really benefits from this assassination.
If there is inflammation, that inflammation is to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease.
So that's what you do. Once they like say hi to you or something, get them in there. Okay, then what? This girl is, she was a model to the point, well, she was a model. She also makes paint, like she had modeling where she would have painted, she'd be like painted on, and what? So that becomes a thing. That's not seen as nudity when there's painting. Even though nudity is not a big thing anymore anyway. And what? I didn't call her this, but her nickname was Coconut. Really? Yeah, that used to be a store too. Anyway, why? Because she had nude products. You guess why. Anyway, there's some people. There's coconuts, there's softballs, there's fumbles, there's potential recovery, there's a bunch of nicknames of just chicks. There's a bunch of different sites. What's the best site? Softball. But yeah. Anyway, so girls, if you're like, I want to be this big, fuck no. Softballs. Softballs is how big your kids want to be. You want to have, you want to be thin, have big fucking softballs. There's this one girl, she didn't have anything, but this girl, she's a beautiful blonde girl who had this tattoo. What was it? It was she wasn't like a normal tattoo person, but like she had a tattoo where I think it was like, what did it say? Imagine all the people living in harmony or something like that. And I was like, oh, how did you see that? I was like, oh, that's John Lennon. Anyway, I one time said to this girl, the way this girl was built, and I was telling her, this is how you want to be built. And none of the girls that came around and taught, this is different girl. People must stop in the middle of the street and admire the way you look. And she's like, that's crazy. And I'm telling you, softballs are the correct size. Really? Yeah. Anyway, with that girl, I was very nice. I was like, do you mind if I go at those things? But I wasn't like, oh, really? I was not. I don't want to say I've learned my lesson. No, I've been with girls and I've learned it. You don't want to just jump at people. But yeah, I don't want to say I ever have either. Even when it's been really, really close, there are limits that people sometimes put up, and you don't know where they are, so you want to start slow. But yeah. Hubba Bubba becomes a thing. I'm surprised I'm not chewing Hubba Bubba. I used to just chew Hubba Bubba, this gum in law school, floss, and fucking massage my calves. Some relatives be like, honey, you learned all you needed to learn. You're good to go. How to make up that check? Rabbi Michael Rothschild. Really? Yeah. Don't put the rabbi part though, because that can fuck things up. I've worked in banks. Just put Michael Rothschild and we'll get cash somewhere. Really? Yeah. But I think you could probably end up with rabbi. I'll say sometimes accepts checks as rabbi. I just haven't accepted any checks as rabbi. Why? I don't want your money. That'd be fine. But yeah, actually, go to the Rothschild shul. Really, truthfully, I'll be fine. I'm sure if this gets out, I'll be able to lift my own. Hey, Fort Wayne. Shout out to Jenna Fisher from Fort Wayne.
Because we're not humans until we all realize that we're part of one living organism working together in a coherent fashion. And when we do that, humanity is complete, and the earth as an organism completes one level of the solution. It becomes a living, potent, breathing God.
Greece becomes really big. And also, anal sex becomes really big. If you don't know what Greek means, it means anal sex. But yeah. Get into the Greek becomes a big thing. The fucking Greek theater becomes really big in LA. Really, yeah. Are you done? Philip the Fourth becomes really big. Why? Because it's a fucking joke that you make during Pesach. Really? Yeah, on the fourth drink for it. Eliyahu. Really? Yeah.
This morning I'm really excited. I need Alan to explain to me what's going on. On May 26, 2020, I had a brain tumor removed. They said the brain tumor was on the left side, so of course they had to cut me on the right side. I had probably 6 times before they discovered it. Wow, the brain tumor. This is what's happening, and I need for Alan for somebody to explain to me. Why is it that I can say a word and then hear it on right after or I can be thinking of something I want to answer.
Oh, I know what I wanted to do. Oh, shit.
The answer will come from a neighbor or somebody protect me. I get this answer. And it can go my mind.
What?
You know, I know you always talk about, you know, the remote point and things like that. What is going on that is something I don't want to sound crazy. No, you open my mind.
Similar to a family friend was this happening to you before the surgery or historical table for you?
Shout out to Bingham to the
Instrument to go created the weapon and hands it to the son. He doesn't have to spend years of his life creating the conditions for his greatness. He can just go.
It's been happening a while. I've always been somewhat intuitive.
Tempting to suggest that Alexander had made anybody
You didn't answer my question.
Here's the thing.
Before or after the surgery?
Think about this guy. First of all, understand he's probably the most propagandized figure in the ancient world, especially just figures out the equation.
Contact modalities, and sometimes after a
Present
serious
of
illness
ancient
or
history is
operation,
the king.
some
There is so
different parts
much
of the brain
stuff built
open
around
up,
it.
and that may
The
have
story
happened to
system
you.
jumped
You start to
with
see the bigger
Alexander
reality. You may not be
and
conscious
it's been
of
going
it,
forever.
but it's coming to you. So you're having an
We have all the same
awakening of
problems
something
that we have
more.
with the Persian
And
sources, but
I
add to
would say
that
it's a good thing.
immense
So trust it.
propagandizing.
But when you get a situation, you are you're right on time there. The universe is talking to you
Life
because
story
it is
sources
talking
have
to
been
us
purged
and
and called
but
and
everyone
clipped over
just
the
ignores
years
it. So
to
you
maintain a sort of
have a greater
image
sensitivity now.
all
So
sorts
welcome
of
it.
domestic
It's
purposes
a
at
gift.
the time.
Joe,
Stop
Monterey,
listing
California.
whatever
Hey,
you like.
Joseph Doyle. I hope you're not
Is
going through
getting to
some
the
kind
real
of
guy
spiritual
here is next to
emergency.
impossible.
That's when the person is trying to adjust the higher frequency,
Just 20
and the subconscious will
contemporary accounts
a little
of
bit to
Alexander's stuff,
conscious. That
and
is
stuff
the
with his
deal.
generals. All that stuff is going.
Well, okay, so the law
Are
of
you done?
non-interference is takes precedence over what the human race needs to understand.
Do you think Elvis Presley's estate does a good job of management? That's actually, yeah, they do a very good job of it. Because it's like the most.
Some of them are very advanced, some of them just don't get involved. What we
his estate is still like the thing that makes the most amount of money every single year. He's number one. I think it used to be there was like he was number one. James Dean was like number two, and Marilyn Monroe was number three long ago, and then that started changing. Other people died. Really bad. Is that true? Exactly what it was. It's close enough. Yeah, he was definitely number one. Anyway, but like when they sold old shit of theirs. Anyway, but like he had that song, Little Less Conversation. Okay, there you go. It takes you forever to find it. But it's like, I don't know. I think you could put out so much shit. And I'm sure it's just like Lisa Marie. And she doesn't have time to do it. I'm sure he has an estate, but like she's got to pay some. At the end of the day, it's like her dad isn't here. And Priscilla's not going to do it. And so what's she going to do? So there should be like a company. I think I could start a company. You could just pay, and they would just post your shit. If you were an old star, and you just pay them in perpetuity from some kind of estate. But basically, like, I don't know. I'm sure they're posting stuff, but it's like, but they could post like Elvis music with like modern clips and be really, really cool. Really, totally. Are they doing that now? But I look on here like Frank Sinatra. His estate isn't doing shit for him. At least Elvis's has something. So I'm not ripping on that. They have something. What would be one like Marilyn Monroe? Everyone's shitting all over her shit. Nobody took her fucking side on this. Somebody had to defend her. Who owns Marilyn Monroe's estate? So she has her own. I don't know, but everyone is stolen from that lady. Really? She's dead, so nobody can.
I think there is a spiritual war that's trying to stop us from waking up, and I think it's up to humanity to, in a way, fight for itself. And, you know, if we'll make you fight for the previous guest that it makes us stronger to stand up for the spiritual ideals, and part of spirituality is opening
Okay, what the fuck is that thing called?
reality. So,
who owns Marilyn Monroe's estate? She didn't have any children. Joe DiMaggio? But they were divorced. Passed down to 28-year-old Venezuelan actress Anna Mizrahi after Lise Strasberg's first wife, that named acting coach 2, died in 1992, which ultimately made Mizrahi the biggest owner of Monroe's estate. No, what do I mean? 75% of Monroe's intellectual property estate was left to her acting coach, Lise Strasberg, and the remaining 25% was given to New York psychiatrist Dr. Marianne Chris.
And I was wondering if you could ask your guest about that tonight, and maybe you could elaborate on that. I don't know what you would call it.
Okay, so they sold it to Atlantic Brands Group. I remain involved. Ellen Great and Thomas Smith. She said at she has the rights to the she said at the time I remain involved until she so now it's Atlantic Brands Group. So I guess that's cool that they had that, but there's like the thing in fucking Palm Springs which becomes big for that upskirt. But that's a sad one. It's like, do you know how much people just stole her likeness? And some fucking actor or some fucking acting coach and her psychiatrist got her estate. Like, oh yeah, that's how she wanted it. I remember that's what she wanted. She said 25 and 75. I think that's really sad. Why? The whole thing's really sad. But what we could do one day is get her DNA somehow and put her in some kind of machine and raise a clone of her, and then one day get her all her rights back and be like, lady, you have no idea, but we used your DNA, and these are all your rights to your stuff. And though you don't have that memory, maybe one day we could put those memory inside of you, and you would just be in a younger body, basically. I don't know. I don't want to say no to anything scientific. I'm Dr. Science, baby. Okay, and then we have fucking Marilyn Monroe running around? Yeah, man. And then we make a fucking Joe DiMaggio, and then they'd get together. We'd put them on a date one day. They wouldn't even know. And they'd be like, okay, guys, you need 7 years ago. You just have the world needs it. Really? Yeah, I want it. And he gets a 56, 57 gave him his sheet. Let's just say, if he's with the Marilyn Monroe clone, he's already out of the streets of his own. He might be busy with that.
So like rental messaging now, do we have better avoiding situations? Well, of course, telepathy. We call it telepathy. Yeah, of course we do. That's actually the more sophisticated language. That's like saying in the beginning of the show. That's how they talk to us through that kind of messaging.
Are you done?
If we're talking to our dogs, we're not going to bark at them. We're going to talk a language of a more evolved species. And that's what they're trying to teach us, is that we have this facility. We can send each other thoughts.
Check this guy named Eric. He knows who he is. Eric. He's Guatemalan. Really? I believe. I could be wrong. He's not Mexican, but he doesn't remind you every 2 seconds like Virgilio Echeverria does that it's Virgilio. I'm not Mexican. I'm Puerto Rican. Echeverria. Really? Yeah. Don't call him Mexican. Did you? No. Did you ever know anyone call him Mexican? No, but it had happened in the past, I'm sure. That's why he said it that way. So especially people who were, like he would say, white guys always think I'm Mexican. White girls, white people always think I'm Mexican. But he's not. Why? Because we didn't have very many Puerto Rican people. But he's Puerto Rican. Well, Eric is not as touchy about that. Really? Guatemala City is the capital. I know that. Yeah, I can't read that one. But yeah, is he cool? Very cool. Wonderful person. I think he would say the same thing. Did we ever not see eye to eye on anything? No. Everything I always said, he understood. His stuff with which he agreed. Everything he always said to me in suggestions that he had for the business. They didn't ever say anything. It was input. Whether I could implement them was a different thing. But he knew I was really trying until the day I left to help everyone there more than anyone ever helps anyone ever by going over everybody's resumes. And that really, I know, had to help them because, well, I don't think he needed it, but other people did. And they were able to just go get a job if they needed anywhere else because they were all very accomplished people. They just didn't know how to put it on paper professionally. And when you're reading a resume, one little thing on a resume, when you're up against 50 different people, done. You're done. Really? Yeah. But if you have a perfect resume, basically, you're in that pile, and now they're going to give you a call. Really? Yeah. What were some funny things that you had seen on this? I've seen almost everyone on this, but some of my favorites were and I think we hired this person. Really, it did not work out until that story. So what was it? Well, so it did work out. It does try what you want, but like somebody had their email. It was like coolpimpin719@AOL.com. It was on their resume like that, like cool pimpin'. It was something like that. Cool Pimpin' or Mac Daddy. It was something like 719. I don't know exactly what it was. And so what happened? I think that's correct. So this person put that as their email. Why? To get a job, and you hired them? Yeah. At a professional place? Yeah. Not at the university. Really? Why? Their mother's on this, and she's embarrassed. No big deal to her. Their mother worked at the university, and so it was like we were going to hire this person. It wasn't always nepotism like that, but there was a much better chance of getting in if your family member worked there. Why? If you were a good employee, there's a good chance that your kids are going to be good employees. Why don't you want to bring those people in? It's a working system. So is nepotism okay? It's hard. You can't get rid of it. I would try to get rid of it. Really? Yeah. But I mean, it's helped me at times, and networking helps and connections help. So what's nepotism? Well, it's technically hiring a nephew, but hiring a family members generally. Really? Yeah. So is it okay to? Well, you can't like supervise them and stuff. There are certain professional standards, but that's how the world works. For me to say it doesn't, I'm just telling you that's how it works. If you are, I could tell you it's like this, kids. This is how the world is. I wanted to get in the university my whole life. That's the way out. So I thought it was just a big way to go. A lot of fun. And you learn some things, but it was a lot of fun. There's no doubt about that. But I remember we were watching a Final Four game in the middle of winter. It was like March Madness. It was like March, and there was a lot of snow on the ground. Was it March Madness? Yeah. And we're watching a game, and I was sitting next to this girl. I don't remember her name, but this girl and I start getting close to each other while watching this game. My friend's like, dude, my boy's gonna make a move on this girl. Watch him. It's like, okay. So I start talking to this girl and start whispering like, hey, so what team do you want to win? And she's like, oh, I don't know. The team in blue. I'm like, oh, you want Kentucky to win? And she's like, yeah, I guess. I'm like, oh, okay, so you like Wildcats? Are they Wildcats? Like the Wildcats, yeah. She's like, oh, I guess. I'm like, well, it's close. From where are you? And she's like, oh, I'm actually from here. Oh, okay, so am I. So like now I know how to talk to you, and it'd be like, oh, okay, so we have all kinds of things in common. But if you're just meeting someone the first time, you just pick something random and try to like talk about it. So you have something in common. Okay, so then what? I'm like, it turns out her mom. I'm like, it turns out her mom was in admissions, and so anyway. What happens? This girl and I start to get into do things, and not do things, but I'm like, do you want to go outside and see what's going on outside? And she's like, yeah, absolutely. So we go and sneak off outside, and when you know it, we start making out on this fucking air conditioner outside with this much fucking snow. I remember moving all this fucking snow, throwing this girl up on this fucking air conditioner, making out, and I start I'm up and I'm munching box on a fucking air conditioner in the middle of fucking winter. March Madness becomes huge. Anyway, are you serious? Yeah. Why is this a fucking story about life? Anyway, once we got that girl's pants up and everything was done, I walked her back to her dorm, and she lived in Walsh Hall, and she's the only person I ever knew in Walsh Hall. There was that girl, and I one time met. She writes for Huntington Post. There's some who's a pretty girl. She's some girl some rector who I met there at one time. But that was years later. This girl and I walked her back to her dorm. So I'm a gentleman, I'm a nice person, and I remember she told me, and this is the thing about how to get into these schools, these upper elite schools. She said, and this is how it is. Because I had explained to her, I hadn't gotten in, and I wanted to know for the future. So how does it work? She said, so you got all the pools of kids. You've got big donors here. Those kids are automatically in this. If they're not, there's some reason, but if they're big donors, it's basically like generational. They just know they can get it. If your name's on a dorm there, you can get it. Is that 100% sure? No, you can't be a dumbass. You have to be smart. But usually if you have that kind of financial backing where your family can donate a building, they can get you a tutor and make you very, very smart. And usually those kids are very smart anyway, so they don't have an issue. But are they so smart where they're like at the top of every school in the country? A lot of them are, but some aren't. I mean, you get some kids who are just there because their name's on a building. And I knew kids like that. And it was like, but they were still smart. I can't say that they were dumb at all. And then what? Then you have athletes and the coaches, and this continues in the future. The coach, and this is actually how you get kids in, like fucking these people did out here with all these schools. Notice the university was not involved in that, where it was just pay to play. Basically, you get in your athletic team. So what would it be? You'd like make up a website that your kid played lacrosse, and the kid would get on the lacrosse team in this fake way. There wasn't that. Lacrosse kids are very wealthy, I would say, almost across the board. They're the wealthiest team. And why is that? They came from the Northeast. To play lacrosse is expensive. To play traveling lacrosse is expensive. That's the thing. When you get into these traveling leagues and you've got to spend the night somewhere with your family, it's very, very expensive. So kids can't travel. But when you start getting in traveling leagues, that's when these kids start getting very, very good. And that's where my friends were. They all played. Every single kid I knew played on a traveling team in college, who was on a team. And even some that didn't. So that's how you get to learn. Like, oh, these kids were on traveling teams, and then they got in better and better competition. If you don't travel, you will never get with the good competition. So that when you play the good competition, they've already seen all. You won't even get to that level. Only people who do well are on these traveling teams. And really, I can't emphasize it enough. The traveling team is where it's at. And why does it have to travel? Because it goes and plays best competition they can find. And so they learn the most from the best competition. So then when they go back to their hometowns, they're able to beat the shit out of everybody because they saw somebody in another state do that or in another part of the region. And it really, traveling becomes really good. But if you want to get on these big teams, there isn't another way to do it. Maybe in the future, there might be a way to like for instance, fencing. Fencing could be virtual. I think you could make virtual fencing, but that then again becomes like a video game. But I think there are some sports like golf that could be virtual a little bit, but people will still play golf, and that would be really big. I mean, from where I was, we were on a travel. I guess I was in a traveling league when I was in golf, and as opposed to at one golf course, and it traveled the city and the county, and went to different cities within the county, and that's how you got good. And you get to a certain level, and then you get in high school teams. And usually, though, the high school teams are not as they can be as good, but it's like traveling and high school at the same time. So now these kids are basically not students anymore. They're now athletes, and that's why we really emphasize the term student athletes. My friends, I will say that, and this is a respect to them, and I talk about. But they worked very hard, and they were student athletes. They weren't athletes who they just got in because they played a sport. That's that way in most schools. but there were a lot of kids who could not get into that school. The kids who did get in, who I knew who were athletes, even the dumbest of the kids, who were the top recruits in the country in their sports, were still pretty smart when they came in. But there was a big gap there, and the university knew that, and so they give them tutors. And that's what happens. When the kids are athletes there, they get tutors that are paid for by the university. And you go to this tutor, and it's like, oh yeah, we see this all the time. Go here, go here, go here. So they know all the shit now. Now all the athletes start to know all the knowledge because they have these tutors who have all this fucking knowledge. So you go in there as a blind fucking domer, as I was, just a fucking student, and so we'll talk about that. So you had basically people of affluence, athletes, administrator, staff, faculty, students, their children. But I was one of them. I got rejected. I know faculty who got rejected. So, and they never went there. At least I had the opportunity to go there and did. These kids did not go there. And it was kind of shocking to me. Oh, I can name quite a few of them like that who will end up going there. James Keshe, his sister's on this. He was someone that's very surprising. He went to Indiana. I stayed with him in Indiana. Drew Knox was another person with whom I stayed. That's where I stayed. And shout out to him for allowing that. I'll tell you what, kids, Indiana was always on the top party schools. And I went there, and it was the most disappointing thing I'd ever seen when it came to parties. You think this is going to be such a big party? And not to those guys. No. The university is the biggest party school in the country. I could say when I went there and I was with those guys, we were like, wait, where's all the parties? They're like, well, there's a frat house down the way. And I actually joined that frat. It's like a pink house. And we went to this frat house. We walked in it. It was just guys. And they all wanted us to leave because we were like more guys, adding more guys to a frat house. It's like, what the fuck is this place? They're just dudes here. Anyway, there are tons of girls here. But it was like they don't know how to party. The university is the biggest party school in the world. It just isn't on those lists because when you're on those lists, you won't be considered a serious academic school. But it is the best school for academics and partying in the country by far, and athletics. But we're not even going to talk about that. I'm not saying it's the best athletic school in the country. No, it's up there, but it is not. It is the best party school, number one, and will be for generations, perhaps. Really, we might get Tusk and use Tuckle and fucking Ukla working out here, and like Miami, some others that have really, really excellent opportunities. But believe it or not, it's there. Why? Why do you think it is? How would you explain it to society, to your kids? Kids, when I was a kid, everyone was our religion, okay? Everyone I knew was our religion. The best school in that religion of all the schools was in our hometown. And it was where the best of everybody from the biggest religion in the entire country and in the entire world from where it was. Now, was I that? No. I was biologically a Jew growing up in an assimilated society. Why? That's what happens with assimilation. Basically, someone becomes a little less observant, a little less religious, and then perhaps has to assimilate for financial reasons or social reasons, cultural reasons, whatever it may be. But does that make them stop being a Jew? Well, we talk about that. It's really after 1966 is when this was decided. Is that a good law to have? It needs to be established, and it's established in 1966. But there's still a question: what about people who were born or had, who were born previous to that? Be that as it may, it is not necessarily a bad thing to be a mamzer. And don't. In fact, I think one day that would be what people will want to do. Why? Not from that type of relationship, but like I had said earlier, where it would be like you could create like I could create a sister out of my DNA and have a child with that sister. That would be a mamzer relationship. The children from that would be mamzers, technically, according to strict halakhic law. But we would see that as really advanced scientifically. And so people in the future may say, no, we all want to be like that and have children with the opposite version of ourselves, or perhaps even within ourselves, or whatever that may be. And so when it's like in English, it sounds like I'm saying bastard, 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 bastard. Don't think that is such a bad thing. That maybe we all of Israel may be mamzers, mamzurim, actually, one day, or may want to be. Why? Because at the end of the day, everyone wants to just fuck themselves. So then what does that mean? They want to have sex with their father, their son, their uncle, their brother, their daughter, their aunt, their sister, their mother, their grandfather, their grandmother, their great-great-grandmother, their great. They just, why? Because they just want to see what happens. And what happens when that happens? It's really awkward. It's just really awkward. And so you don't really want to do it. You mean if you have sex with, if you have two random brothers and sisters, you've all thought about it before. And I can say this because I don't have a sister, not yet. So it's not weird to me, and it wouldn't be like, oh, that's weird that he's thought about that. Okay, have you thought about having sex with your sister? Have I? It's really kind of difficult because she doesn't exist. But let me think about it, and then we had a child together. If you could do something to the DNA so that you didn't have all kinds of genetic issues, then yeah, what are you thinking of? What does your sister look? Like that chick from Israel, that really? Just looks pretty innocent looking, I guess. It's like a plain Jane kind of chick, but that goes really yeah. Anyway, what's the Hollywood version of Awesome Beaver? Yeah. Anyway, so that's what it, no, because I do have a female version of myself. At least personality. This goes on Nicole. She's a very cool person, friend of mine. And shout out to her husband, Greg. He's a friend of mine too. And actually, here's a friend of mine before she was. And I don't know if I didn't introduce them, but I think it's kind of special. And I know people like right when they got started. So, yeah. Before they dated, actually, they weren't dating. Really, yeah. So did you introduce them? I mean, they could go out and say it, but no, they have their own story. But they were. Well, how was it? I don't really. I remember she was not dating him yet. and he and I were friends. So I didn't take him at that event, but I was. I'm trying to think if I was there the first time. I think she was there like during Frost or something like that, so way early, and that's when they met. So I wasn't involved then. But they weren't yet dating or anything. I don't know what their story is. They'd ever knew. She'd never own me. They wouldn't even know about it. They'd never own me about her journey into this really journey to be a cheerleader. It's very, very special story. Anyway, I don't want to get into all that. But that girl's personality and mine. Do an impression of her. Oh my God! She's like really loud. Really? Yes. She's a super loud person. Really? Someone in the city of Chicago. No, she's from Elk Grove Village. Really? Yeah. Anyway, her mom's on this, her sister's on this, her brother's on this. He lives in Canada. Like, she in Stanford. Really? Yeah. Are you done? Anyway. So you were talking about having sex with your sister. Yeah. Well, I can say that, and that's not weird to me. It would be weird to other people, but it's not on the sister. So everybody has thought about it, and what would happen if that happened? It would be awkward. Really? Yes. So if I had a sister who's currently my age, and we had sex, what would happen to our friendship or relationship? It would make it awkward. Now, what if we liked having sex with each other? That can happen. Even a blind pig gets lucky every once in a while, but generally, that's not the case. It's really awkward. Why? Because unless you're really in love with someone for a long time, most people are somewhat polygamous. Not necessarily at the same time. Maybe they're monogamous throughout I should say, most people are monogamous, but with multiple partners throughout their life. Monogamous with different partners. And so the same thing would happen. Maybe I would like having sex with my sister for like 7 years, but we would grow older and then want to move on. 7 years is it's like the 7-year itch. People are not like my parents in the future. My parents were in for 40 years, their parents were 50 years, and that's not how it is in the future, because we live forever. If we live forever, that's a punishment. Do you want to be having sex with a 170-year-old person? Not necessarily. Now, my friends would be like, oh, this guy does. Depends on the 170. Truthfully, if it's in a body of 108-year-old who looks 25 or 45, even better. I mean, isn't that a good thing? Really? I think so. Age is just a number nowadays. But they used to say that, but no, it's true. Now it's like if you can upload your brain, then that changes the game. Big game changer. Are you done? Brain. I know. Do you think that South African chicks are hot? This one South African chick I sent, I was supposed to have these fucking slits in her shirt like this. Oh, that becomes a thing like that chick in the office. Really? Yeah. Because that scene is, generally that wouldn't be seen as modesty. Modesty out the door. Perhaps. What do people wear in the future? White, like jumpsuits, like tie and like slippers, like or they wear a spacesuit, really. But there's a lot of like fashion before then. But eventually, people wear like white tie. It's just the easiest thing, and nobody gives a shit. Really? Yeah. Why? Because I worked back from jail. Like, I had to walk like how much? I thought it was 7 miles, but it turned out to be 13.1 miles. It was a half marathon. Really? Yeah. Anyway, are you done? No, I did it in these fucking jail pool slides, these orange pool slides, they become really big. Really? People want, there's like a walk, like a footprint's what I do. And it becomes big. We build a shul right at the corner of fucking Warner and Armstrong. Really?
As Alexander neared the Persian position, he forced his army to advance at a slow pace.
Right where the tits are. The blimpies. Yeah, because actually the tits are the Grand Dollies on the ocean. That's San Onofre. We used to hit golf balls there, kids. It's on the backtracks.
With contingents of cavalry on his right, supported by infantry close behind, he charged the river at a gallop. Persian skirmishers in front of their line probably fell back in panic, creating confusion in the main infantry line on the Persian left center, and Alexander smashed through. This battle was often portrayed as some racing time, because Alexander is blowing away the enemy. He and his cavalry are facing in front of them. The problem is he's having problems.
Are you done?
In all the other sectors of the battle, the center is having problems, and he's throwing mercenaries hired by the Persians. And his left flank is in real trouble because that's where the Persian version of the hammer and anvil tactics are hammering. They put all their cavalry on their right flank, and now the more Macedonian cavalry, the Salian cavalry on their left flank, is trying to hold their own without collapsing. So Alexander has to manage to finish this battle from the distant position he has on one flank before his center and his left flank collapses. So to say Alexander, keeping with the original plan, swings his cavalry to his left and begins attacking the rear of the Persian line. But he's going to before his own army collapses.
So how would you do it? You don't put your head. I mean, they'd have like a one you can scan, but a parent can feel on their head. But you use the back of your hand, so it's not. It's like more normal, neutral than your hand. Like your hand's already warm. Like, oh yeah, it's really hot. Usually the back of your hand's more neutral. You have a fever? And I feel my lymph nodes. My lymph nodes are a little swollen. This is what a doctor always checks. Yeah. Are they? Yeah, interesting. I feel okay. You're just saying you didn't feel well. I don't know. When I had neutropenia, we'll get into all that, but my lymph nodes here would get really, really. They get so big, they felt like testicles. Really?
Alexander charged straight, and every Macedonian warrior that day shared his ambition. The defense was equally hard. Darius certainly knew how to command loyalty among the Iranian barons. Humphreys, his brother, leading the royal household cavalry, fought desperately to protect him. Dying men and horses lay piled in wild
They develop white blood
Alexander
cells.
received a
Really?
wound
Yeah.
in the thigh
They're
from
very
Darius
important to
himself
your
or so he was claimed.
endocrine
This
system
shows how
and
close he
your
came to attaining his objective. The horses of Darius' chariot, covered with wounds and terrified
white
by
blood
the
cell
horses
count.
lying all about them, plunged and reared, half berserk. For a moment,
Wait,
there
I
was
thought.
real danger that
Hold
they
on.
might carry the great king
White blood cells are made
through Alexander's
in
lines.
your.
Darius, abandoning royal
Oh, the main lymph nodes. Red blood cells are made in the marrow. Hold on. We'll have to check on this because actually, I don't remember. You don't think they're made in the same fucking placement? You don't think your white blood cells and white blood cells? You know blood's made in your blood marrow. Blood marrow becomes really big. Or your bone marrow. Okay. White blood cell and the soft tissue inside your bones. Two types of them grow. Lymphocytes grow in the thymus gland, T cells, and lymph nodes and spleen glands. Oh, so I'm right on both of those. Okay, well, without getting into all that right now, like that fucking kid. What's your name? Anybody? Anybody? You in the back row. So I can't hear you. Again? Yeast infection, what? Yeast infection complex, that's exactly right. Thank you. Yeast becomes big. Making your own Bread becomes a thing. Like bread makers become big. And the smell of bread being made in your house becomes big. Putting jams on it, it's like a roll and sort of stuff like that. Really, you know. Everything had like a wave. Like of anything I could say, my mother was on, but she was right. She said everything happens in cycles. So bell bottoms. I remember when bell bottoms were big in the fucking 90s. It was like, oh, in like early knots, like, oh, bell bottoms. And like my mother was like, we had these in the 70s. Corduroys were big in the 90s. Were big in the 70s.
In the dream state of Persia and this communicating with them. And because you're controls a nice chunk of what was up until a few months ago, the Persian Empire. Very different
Jinko would be big. What's Jinko? These huge fucking jeans that fucking were like this fucking wide at the bottom. I'm not even gonna look them up. If you don't know what Jinko is,
why that is, but that's where we become very receptive to communication. Long story short, everybody is capable of spirit communication or a psychic experience. It doesn't mean everybody's a psychic or a medium, but when it's the same basic physiology, everyone's capable of having a basic
cool, man. Elvis, what is our Elvis? Is Elvis? So that's the thing. You gotta make people like your shit.
The first big development occurred February 2022 in Estonia. There's an elderly man that had a heart attack and had a stroke, and we rushed to the hospital. They had him on the EEG, an electroencephalogram, measure brain waves, and then he had a massive heart attack. And at the moment of death, what happened, George, shocked the medical community. All 5 brainwaves, gamma, beta, alpha, beta, delta, surged to a level that was shocking. And this supports, I believe, a consciousness survives physical death. It also supports my electromagnetic soul theory because it shows that there's this massive amount of brainwave frequency surge at the point of death. This never happened before. There's never been anybody who died during the describes a response. But then, just a couple weeks ago, 10 days ago, November 1st, the King of Kings of Persia study by New York University School of Medicine released a study called Lucid Dying, and it involved almost 600 people at 25 different hospitals in the USA. And the subject's heart stopped beating, and then CPR was administered while brainwave activity was recorded.
Damn, T8.
1 in 5 survivors
I do like you. You had that Cheryl body service.
with different hallucinations, delusions,
and send some of your friends, and I will give them the proper guarantees. Come then, and ask me for your love, your wife, and your children, and anything else that you please, for you shall have it. And whatever besides you can persuade me to give you. And in future, let any communication you wish to make with me be addressed to the King of all Asia. Do not write to me as to me. Everything you possess is now mine. So if you should want anything, let me know in the proper terms, or I shall take steps to deal with you as a criminal. If, on the other hand, you wish to dispute your throne, stand and fight for it. Do not run away. Wherever you may hide yourself, be sure I shall seek you out.
With detailed program recaps, the fascinating
How can you not want that to be true, right?
weekly free audio clips.
There's another correspondence that's supposed to have happened. Right before the big climactic move, another deal is supposed to be offered. One that basically gives them, everything beyond their wildest dreams if they'll just call them off at that point. And Alexander's General Armenios left over from his dad He's supposed to have said, "That's a great deal. I'd take that deal if I were Alexander." And this great legendary mythical figure Alexander's supposed to reply, "I would take it too. If I were
Ivory
you."
tenants in the nearby 24-hour newsroom, a homeless man grabbed a kitchen knife off a shelf in a downtown LA record store and started stabbing people. The man saw it all.
No, the kid who was stumbled his way towards me, running to the store, and he was doing that there. The guy who was stabbing me was on the other way. He was running away. He was
The suspect was shot twice by an armed private security guard and later died. The boy is in critical condition. A 25-year-old woman was stabbed in the chest and is in serious condition. Hunter continues his recovery at the Grossman Burn Center. He says to be back in action soon. Southland weather from KFI. Houston clear this morning.
That's good to hear. Yay for
The Southland is under a high wind warning with wind gusts at 65 miles per hour. Right now it's 54 degrees in San Juan Capistrano. Cypress has 50, it's 59 in Valencia, and 58 degrees in Glendale. We lead locally from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
Are you done?
There is a 4-year race road for all most of Western Stereo. All ages, check out the road workers till 5. Long Beach is probably 7 days southbound and Willow. First from an earlier track, South Blaze it on the right shoulder, watch with the forward from Wardlow. And in Woodward Hills, there was on 101 southbound from Valley Circle East of Hurricane. 2 left lanes getting shut down the road work until 6. KFI and the South, get you there fast, right, man.
The guy who's going to murder that whole world. And where does it happen?
Using a computer evaluated all the different advertising options.
Glorious
And
Syrian
figured it out. We're America's #1 audio company, #1 in radio, #1 in podcasting, digital radio, and much more. With all those insights and all those potential customers, we can help you find new and more efficient ways to grow your business. So reach out, let's chat, and learn more about how we can help your business.
I want the whole world on that fucking arcade on that. Why? Because I don't want to be like half the world. Okay, we could do that. Why? Because that one's not correct when it came to the side. You need one of those that's like a rind of a fucking orange. It's like cut. It's fucking thing. You can draw in an orange and then fucking cut it up. Anyway, it's a fucking science experiment of someone. There's this book. I forget what it's called, but they had a metal cover on it. It had this spiral thing, and it had all this interesting stuff, like about Amelia Earhart. What happened if Amelia Earhart, that bitch, she has like a granddaughter or something that's on the news named Amelia Earhart. Maybe that's her fucking, maybe Amelia Earhart, we had her DNA, and that's her fucking DNA of that girl. She's on the fucking news. Her name is Amelia Earhart. I know, I won't go into it. She's like in a helicopter and shit. Anyway, helicopters are really good. I love helicopters, right? I didn't know I loved helicopters. I was very good at simcopters. People from where I am don't dream of helicopters. There aren't even helicopters. I remember they had Storm Team 16, fucking News Chopper 16. That was a big thing, but they got rid of it. And then they got rid of the 22. They got rid of them all. Why? They're very expensive, helicopters. But they'd come back. Really, yeah, it'd be why? Helicopters are so they start moving them all in the future. No, but like drones become a thing. You'll be able to like have drones from a helicopter.
Stations and troops behind you being bound to go get anybody that gets around us. Otherwise, he sets it up pretty much standard. Academia, template style, immediately. And you counter lifelike tactics, the lightning bolt, and on. And you and the rest of the cavalry on the left flank with orders to hold off the enemy attack until Alexander can win the whole thing. And then you, this giant
You're listening to Coast to Coast Day Game.
Are you done?
and stretching
We'll
themselves
take your calls
over a
next hour
distance
with
of
the
like a half
special
mile.
attorney and lawyer, Mark Anthony. And what he's looking for is
Are you
all
done?
about the newly departed ones. It's just the solid. It's not
Standard
just
problem
asking
they've
the
had all
general
along.
question of what we're talking about tonight.
Back in Williamstown.
Beyond Belief, that is our television show. If you want to sign up at beyondbelief.com, give it a try. If you
High
listen,
bank to
you
break
sure
up the
will.
cohesion of these trips on this flight. You kind of have to bring your own causes up to some
Head over to beyondbelief.com, watch those, check out our 7-day free trial.
contrast to what
Get
is
access to
I was going to say.
Are you done?
We're down in Sedona, Arizona in March for our live stage show. Tom's been putting it together. He's been working diligently on it. It's with the Sedona Ascension Retreats event. Looking forward to that. And our guest next 2 hours, the last 2 hours, is part of that event.
Ever saw this ever?
Shout out to Creek House as this retreat was on a fucking river. It was very nice. I don't know how to
Elephants.
Our live show is going to be Saturday night.
And Cedar House, actually, the one I was on. Really? Yeah.
Non-stop music and workshops and people talking.
On one condition. Whenever they want the Jenkins family, I know. But his niece, Jessie Jenkins, who is doing very pretty good. And is she from Omaha? I think, yeah. She she's the part of the president's. Yeah, because he couldn't have a daughter. He's a priest, but he party with not we. She party. She come over all the time. Really? Yeah. And what? She lived in Lewis. What about her? Yeah, she's on this.
Instead, they have something right up like a bad Maxville. And her movies, they have science, and they have like 200 stationed all
Oh, I don't know her in particular, but they can trash that person on the fucking house from now until the cows come here. When's that? Who the fuck knows? Look, kids, guys. She likes saying that. I don't know. So she will.
And being able to start supporting the body's ability to protect themselves that it needs. And that is the purpose of bringing stems and adaptive things together, supporting the body to be
It's facing down underneath the cat, so it's like a giant
your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put adaptive things along with it, you will feel it in 30 minutes.
Is this going to your storage? Do you remember the first time you ever met Yosh? He was captain of the soccer team, but I didn't give a shit about any of that. Why? I don't go to the university here, and I was really much more focused on the cross country team, or they were focused on the really? Why? I mean, they were all my friends, and it's not like I ever went to their rooms. They would get to my room. Really? Yeah. So I mean, for me to be like, I was the center of fucking universe. I still am. Really? Yeah. Alumni Hall used to say "Center of the Universe" was their motto, and they could just hold that as a temporary hold for now. Why? Because it's really wherever I go, but they could hold it. But that would become Father George Hall. But yeah, and that'd be cool. Really, yeah. Instead, would be center of the multiverse, which is really what I am. Really, God willing. Anyway, are you done?
released after hearing. Former President Trump just wrote on Truth Social that Dick Morris's new bestseller, The Return, is a great book and urges you to get it. The Return reveals that big media and the deep state have formed an alliance to stop Trump. An Amazon bestseller, Dick Morris's The Return, will see the free offer from Newsmax and save $28. Just call 1-800-Newsmax. That's 1-800-Newsmax to go to TheReturn911.com. That's TheReturn911.com. Get it today.
Oh, I just got this thing. Keep them up. Hold on a second. No, what was it? Oh, it's fucking funny. What? It was when we learned. Okay. So what? We had this friend. I've talked about it. I'm not going to go into it all. But he was he loved Frankie's, really? Except you're older fucking much. Why? I would say it's overrated, and I'd say it to their face, and they'd be like, oh, I'd be like, it's boned. I got it, it's bones, kids. If Frankie's boneless, now that might be a thing. But a lot of that shit, I don't like bones, so that's not my thing. Really, yeah. I like boneless. And it's easier to eat boneless, so whatever. Really, yeah. Naked tender should be really good. Anyway, the letter W would change. It should be, I'm so big, kids, I change. People don't say W anymore because it's too long. They say dub. Really? Yeah. So it's just dubs. So it'd be like, instead of saying WWW, it'd be dub, dub, dub. It's much faster to say. Really? And when you're in advertising and marketing and stuff, that little amount of time means the world to you when you can get your punch in a little bit more, you know, your call to action. Cool, man, call to action. I love what it does. Calm down. I wasn't even allowed to apply to the business school. Why? Because you got to suck somebody's dick over there. Really? Yeah, even when I attempted to. Really? Yeah.
In the Republic, he wrote about this warrior by the name of Ur, E-R, and anyway, Ur is killed in battle, and his body is put on a pyre because the Greeks used to burn their dead warriors, and just as they're lighting the pyre, he comes out of it, and they were
it can serve stuff like that.
and
Some university
how he left his body, that he had a light routine. In other words, the proverbial my right flash is going on. Yeah. And
like a car.
A radiant light.
I know. That's nice.
Really fascinating. Because the souls are reborn from a drink from the river of forgetfulness.
Well, what's there?
So they're more than
It's really
knowledge of fire.
They were good.
So essentially,
I loved it.
about the incarnation, and he was right about the fact that they would generally
Well, has anyone seen any of these down here? Dude, you know what you want to do? See how many? This thing's not down. Oh, yeah, that's good.
From the Greek intervention of the Greco-Roman belief system, and the contention is that in near-death experience research, all the near-death experiencers, that they all say that reincarnation is real. And I know that's a very controversial topic, but it really shouldn't.
So you don't remember when you first met Yoshi?
Is that the root of all the great religions.
I have longer hair. Really? Yeah. You got it. For what? Lots of love, but I would be saying ball drinks or whatever that would be. I honestly think I met Yoshi and
and now what we're proving through the scientific
come on, are you serious? You met them at the same time?
Let's talk about Jacob's ladder to start. What is that? It's been very important in Jewish and Christian religions for years. It absolutely has.
I met Yosh. I think he was building his loft. And I was like, hey man,
Anyway,
"You're Yosh, right?" He's like, "Yeah, you're Michael, right?" I'm like, "Yeah."
And during the dream, he hears a stairway which
And he said
connects
that.
heaven and
It
earth.
was like,
Angels coming up and down. And when he awakes from the sleep,
"You're
he thought,
Captain of
surely
Soccer
the
too."
Lord
Like,
is in this place.
"Try that."
And he said,
No, I'd be like,
how awesome is this place? This is
that
none
actually
other
never
than
met
the
him.
house of God, the
Really?
gate of heaven.
He was. I was captain with a bunch of them. I was friends with a bunch of them.
Has been one of the
Those
most
are boys and girls.
fantastic
I mean, it meant they were good leaders and things, and like, but that is not why I was friends with them. I was friends with them because they were the funniest things.
There's many different interpretations that perhaps the latter is a metaphor for the infinite, that time is irrelevant, demonstrated by angels engaged
So
in
what
an
do you do?
unending
Hold on, you gotta time yourself.
So one aspect is the timelessness of time. Another is the interconnectedness between heaven and earth. It's a metaphor for how the physical and the spiritual are interconnected, and this elevated level of consciousness enables Jacob to perceive heaven. And then another interpretation is that the ascending and descending angels represent the incarnation. So it's the cycle of ascending into human life, followed by ascension to spiritual life, followed by a return to human life. So the question is, are positive behaviors and acts of kindness the means of ascension to a higher level of existence? And so this is one of the more mystical and serious passages that really draws a lot of attention, not just from religious scholars, but also for afterlife researchers. Absolutely. What is the great story, the real story behind Jonah and the whale? Jonah the whale is a cool story because Jonah's a prophet and he is in Constantinople, Jaffa, which is in modern day Israel, and he's supposed to go. God told him, tells him, you're supposed to go to Nineveh to preach. Now, Nineveh is current day Iraq. He's like, I don't want to go to Iraq. Apparently,
And what?
Going to Iraq was fairly unpleasant. And so he hops on a ship which is heading to Spain, Southern Spain. So, well, Southern Spain was nice then. Well, he disobeyed God, and all of a sudden the storm starts, and the crew figures out that he disobeyed God, so of course they throw him overboard. We are talking 800 years, BC. Well, the story is Jonah, a huge fish swallows him. Now, the fish has been interpreted to either be a gigantic fish, a whale, or a leviathan, which is considered to be a sea monster. And for 3 days he was in the fish. But read the actual passage in Jonah, the book of Jonah, chapter 2, verses 6 and 7. To the roots of the mountains I sank down, earth and me followed me forever. But you, Lord my God, brought my life up from the pit. When my life was ebbing away, I remembered you, Lord, and my spirit rose to you to your holy temple. Then the fish vomits out Jonah. Well, you can take this literally, and I want to give two different versions here, if you don't think, a little bit of latitude here. We can take the metaphorical approach to this. This is a near-death experience. That something happened to Jonah, that maybe he drowned, he was in a comatose state for 3 days, or maybe he died and came back. So that is a metaphorical version of this. And then there are literalists, right?
That girl who you munched your box on an air conditioner. How did she tell? This is how the world works, though, given these schools. So you've got affluence, athletics, administration, somehow some kind of connection for academics. She didn't put it like that without all the pieces, but that's just the way I cut it out. I knew how it works. That's how it's easy. And what? It's very different.
This is a real guy. This happened.
Well, did you?
And a whale,
Well, what?
esophagus is only 5 inches in diameter.
Once
So it really can't
I did not get in.
swallow a human being to keep them in their
She
belly
basically
for 3
said
days.
to me,
So
it didn't really matter.
Real guy, lots of divers,
You had to get in on your own. So as a transfer, it's a little different with athletics, but then and at affluence, it's really transfers really only get in with academics. Really. Why? That's the only because you would have already. It's not like your parents are just randomly built a fucking building within 1 year. That doesn't really happen. And if it did, then it's like okay. Why didn't you fucking tell us that a year before you rejected the kid or whatever? And
they eat a little krill and things like that. So it was well spit him out, and he's knocked and all that. So if this happened in his time, he ended up
Are you done?
21st century. He actually ended up on a Jimmy Kimmel show and being hailed as the modern day Jonah. So for the benefit of our friends who take a literal interpretation of the Bible, we have to keep an open mind because now we have proof that a whale can swallow you, although it's 30 seconds and not a day. And he's lucky the whale wasn't 300 feet underwater when he spit him out. Real lucky. The whale could have done that and then taken a really deep dive. But there's another passage in the New Testament, in the second book of Corinthians, chapter 12, verses 2 through 4, the Apostle Paul, and he said that I know a person in Christ who's caught up in the third heaven, whether it was in the body or out of the body, I do not know. And this has been widely examined by theological scholars and near-death experience researchers. And it is really the story that when Paul originally was Saul of Tarsus, and he originally was working for the Romans to persecute the Christians. And on the way to Damascus, this bright light hit him, and he falls and he lays there for a couple days, winds and inert, and then when he came out of it, he realized what he was doing was wrong, and then he took the name Paul. So there's a lot of people who think that he was actually writing about himself. That was fascinating, George, when he talks about the third heaven. Throughout Scripture, there's 3 levels of heaven. 7 and 7, the first heaven is what you and I would call the sky. In Exodus 32, the second heaven is the realm of the stars, and in 2 Corinthians, the third heaven is the abode of God. So in Scripture, there are different frequencies, there are different dimensions to what is known as heaven. But this is not just a Christian concept. There's different levels of heaven in Hinduism, in Islam, in the LDS faith, and several different belief systems. There are different levels, which I like to refer to as frequencies.
Good to know. Everybody should know.
That ancient
But if you do it slower,
spiritual teachers were recording things,
you
which
can
are
figure
now
out
being
what's
a
functional.
much more
Like,
clear
fuck.
perspective on based on latest scientific development. Mark, tell us the incredible story
Are you done?
of the 1800s Alfred Coe Dickens, who wrote A Christmas Carol.
What the fuck does that say?
Yeah, we're coming up on the Christmas season, and we're going to be
What?
subjected to several versions of A Christmas Carol, and I love it. Well,
See,
Coe Dickens actually died. He was living in the 1830s.
Now, of the ones that I want to see, how many they have?
Psychic research. And myself and some of my colleagues, including Michael Brasco, Dr. Smith Ring, and
White on white. White on
we
white.
believe that the Christmas Carol may be based on an account
That's
of
nice.
his experience. Now think about it. So Ebenezer Scrooge, he's visited by 3 ghosts. The first
Are you
ghost
done?
is the ghost of Christmas past. And it shows him that, you know,
No,
you're a young guy, you weren't so bad, but then you started
When I went to like what they considered very big parties, who's they? What like Princeton Review and all those fucking Playboy and fucking Maxim, all those fucking magazines that do reviews of the top party schools. There was one school ever on that list. Really? I mean, I can just tell you, I partied every single day of school except for junior parents weekend. Hold on. It's not that I didn't party, I just didn't party as loudly. And it's just a whole thing. Anyway, are you done? Hey, somebody make my video.
So it is entirely possible that you came up with the idea
Anyway, are you done?
based on near-death experience of his own. Yeah. It's in the real day and age, these things were known about, but they were kept in the fringe of the shadow.
Thank you for liking my video.
Near-death experience of the Victorian era.
So it definitely helps to catch shit. Even just randomly. Like other shit doesn't do shit.
He was 10 years old and he fell from a horse.
Shout out to fucking Marion High School. And thank God I didn't have to go there. Why did Marion High School? Marion High School? They changed their name. Yeah. Why? They were next door to a dog food factory. Oh my God. We would go to pick people up there, and I could not stand it. That it was next to a dog food factory, and it stunk so badly. That would be a thing. Companies would not. You shouldn't be able to tell that something is made there. That to me is pollution. It's smell pollution. What does it mean? If we're talking about pollution and keeping the air clean and shit, you can't have the whole fucking place smell like fucking shit. What's another thing? Ethanol plant smells like fucking shit south of town. From where I am, everyone is like, it smells like bread here. Everyone's like, it smells like bread here. I'm like, what do you mean? They're like, your whole fucking town smells like bread. Like Bethlehem, like house of bread, like bread, like fucking you eat bread. They're like, yeah, and you don't smell it until you leave, and then come back, and you can smell it smells differently. It's like, oh my God, it smells like bread here. And but like normally I couldn't tell what it was. California, what is California? Like, what does California smell? Truthfully, like flowers. It's so beautiful. All the time. You go out to the desert, it smells like nothing. You go to the beach, and it's just 8,000 miles of pure ocean. The fucking air's never been so clean to hit your fucking nostrils. It's amazing. And then you walk a little inland off the beach, and it's fucking flowers for fucking miles. It's just amazing. When I first moved to San Francisco, there's this kind of flower when I was walking home from jail that I could smell. It's just, I love this little white flower. It's like a fucking X. It's just the most beautiful smell. I love the smell of flowers, but I love the smell of California flowers in particular. I love the smell of California. Anyway, is that the end? I smell perfume, girls, and all kinds of shit like that. Flowers, I think, too. Anyway, smell-o-vision would be a thing, and taste-o-vision would be a thing. Where you'd be able to, like, smell something or taste something. It'd be a fucking thing that would go up inside you like a Peloton girl. So we could have virtual sex or whatever you wanted. And guys, it'd be a sex box. You just stick your dick in it like a fucking Happy Rockefeller deal. Anyway, are you done?
You may be wondering, how can I switch to solar? At Pine Choice Solar, they make it simple and easy to switch to solar. And even better, they'll pay you $100 just to see how much money you can save by making the switch. That's right, $100. Go to primechoicesolar.com and follow these 3 steps or give them a call and
I bet I read a record. I was like, yeah, I'm on TikTok. I don't really use it, but mine's the one with the flower next to it. I have a picture with the person who used to give me to walk with us. I don't know what happened. Anyway, cool. Do you know what she looks? I one time saw a picture of her inadvertently right there. I was right fucking there. And it's on camera, but that's the only time I think I've ever seen a grown picture of her. She's going like this, and it's not like this, it's like this. Why do you do this? This is like a stupid thing. This is like Angela Merkel kind of deal. Anyway, it's this. She's doing this. Anyway, that becomes a thing. Bus access. What are you guys doing? You gotta take a whole bus there? They're gonna have a party bus to KaiCon. Party bus. I'm king of the party bus. King of the party. Party boy. So do you remember where you were when you met Yosh? So I said, do you need any help? And he said, no, bro, got it. Or something like that. Is that it? He said, I'm like, okay, well, if you need anything, I'm across the way. And look forward to living across the hall. He's like, same. Really? No. He was just like, that's the sweetest thing anybody's ever said. Everybody said you were really nice. No, they were like, he's like, I'm almost done here. I'll be down. I'll be across in a little bit. Do you play Halo? And I was like, and he was like, but I said, that doesn't mean I can't learn. And he's like, I'm going to teach you. Anyway, he had this fucking hat on, these fucking things. Really? No, that's how I imagine it. Did he? I don't know. There's a picture of us like that where he has that fucking thing. It's like a snowboarding hat or something. Snowboarding hats become big. Really flamboyant fucking hats like kids had when I was in the 90s. With like they look like a jester and all kinds of shit. Are you done now? Where should be like, are you done? Why don't you follow me? This is a child. Expected them to see you. Fuck your couch, ninja. Court on Friday. Been in jail. Practical Holocaust, no base. Aside from ceremonial pinprick. Expansion of pasture, 39 days abortion, live forever. New innovations, translator, womanizer, female Viagra. These are all my good ideas. Really? Yeah, but not no base, no bris. Really? Yeah. Fuck, it didn't say it. God damn it. Are you done though? So then what? Yosh forgave me and eventually taught me the ways of Halo. Had you ever played Halo before? Really? Yosh would be like, not competitively. Really? I'd be like, Yosh didn't even know the first thing about Halo. He'd be like, don't saying that. I'd be like, Yosh, you didn't even know. And Rebecca's Note's going to agree. The best thing about Halo, and it's still true, is Team Swords. It's a song that I had. Team Swords. Team Swords. Everybody's doing it. Everybody's doing Team Swords. Team Swords. Everybody's doing it. Everybody's doing Team Swords. Why? It was just the best game where like you just got a sword. Everybody had a sword, and it was like one guy versus another guy, and whatever person could hit the button fastest, basically, that person would win. Almost always. Sometimes if it was exactly the same time, you'd have to do it again. Basically, it's a very fun way. Shooting and stuff is fine, but that was more like a luck, basically. Whether you were just fortunate to get something. Josh would be like, dude, but what about sticky bombing? What about sticky bombs? And it'd be like, there's some skill, but the best was fucking Team Swords. Why? Because it was like basically as soon as your It was just it was very simple. You versus me. Whatever person hit the button first won, basically. And that's what I really liked. And I was good at it. Anyway. Gosh, I can't believe he's telling me how to play Halo. He's just talking about teams, but really that's where the fun of the game is. And the revet's not really great. All the other shit is fun, but it's like, at the end of the day, if you want to go with what is like the most fair way to have a competition, it was about hand-to-eye coordination. It's very sexy. Hand-to-eye coordination is very sexy. And I know that fucking Bill Handel's daughters have very good hand-eye coordination. Really? Yeah. Anyway, are you done? They don't know anything about Twitch. I remember at the beginning of this, I used to yell at them. God damn it, Pamela, get your shit together and get this fucking Twitch going. It's like, oh no, this thing sucks way bigger than you, honey. Really? Oh, this thing's huge. Okay, are you done? It's like these people don't even care about advancing their companies. Really, I can see that they don't. Okay, are you done now? Some lady's like, you can blast yourself, Rabbi. Rabbi, you can blast yourself, Rabbi. In the future, like a general or something, you'd be, sir, yes, sir. It's Rabbi, yes, Rabbi. Really? Yep. Why? There aren't going to be rabbis that much longer, but it's just something that rabbis want. If you want to say father, yes, father, or whatever for fucking priest or minister, yes, minister, whatever fuck, but in rabbi, in Jewish terms, it's rabbi, yes, rabbi. Really? Yep. That's Coolio. He died, but he's on this. Really? How did I get here? Shout out to George W. Bush. If you ask me who's my favorite president, I can't believe I would say this. I don't know if he's my favorite president. But what one am I most Why? Oh my god, I think Laura Bush is so fucking hot. But actually one with whom I am in like love is Jenna's very pretty, but Barbie. Oh my god, Bush is so hot. Really? Really? Oh my god, she's beautiful. I want her to be Barbara. I want to be George Herbert Walker Bush in the White House with Barbara Bush at my side. Really? Yeah. Maybe she'd be president or something. She's not in the running to be president. I don't know. Maybe she wants to be. I think she wants to be your grandmother. Really? Everybody always liked. Oh no, Barbara, like which one? Really? So that it'd be like the first lady. Oh, okay, first lady. But then it would be like, which one? So you're gonna marry Barbara Bush? She's got to get divorced, and you got to marry like 15 chicks before that.
So this is great news. Great news indeed. Following two aborted launches and after months of waiting, we finally did this. This is the prelude to going back to the moon as human beings. So we'll be back in a moment with Mark Anthony and your calls on picoftheday. The last time that we announced that BullionX.com had sold a silver coin, but part of their silver partnership for you, they sold out in just 2 weeks. That's how fast they went. Well, guess what? BullionX.com/host on that website just got another hit that is hard to find even in coins just in time for the holiday gift giving season. Listen, you know why they buy gold and silver? Don't do it so hedge against inflation. It is stability. BullionX.com is who you can trust because I think you buy gold and silver in any denomination. You have a stock market runs since about you can store it in the safe or wherever you put your money.
Are you done?
Only at BullionX.com/host can you get 5 ounces of silver bars and coins, including your favorite unlimited vintage alien silver coin. These are all solid, precious metal pieces, your hedge against inflation, and also you'll have a cool collector's item too. Go to
Give them a call to action. They don't know what to do. If people don't know what to do, they don't know what to do. But if you tell them, hey, this is what I want you to do, can you please share this? Then it's like, okay, I know what to do.
Once upon a time when I was growing up, seemed to me like he had done.
Hi, Jake Michaels here. For generations, my family and I lived in
Please share for world, please, please.
I found a way out, and on the way, I proved
I don't care if it sounds gross, but I like it. Please, please, please.
don't want to be like that. They don't want to live that way. We just need anyone to show us how to stop thinking like a poor person. Stop living
Are
away.
you done? So that was the first time you met Yosh? It was something like that. It was not my junior year. I mean, it was not my sophomore year, and it was not my junior year. Now, I very soon thereafter met Justine, his girlfriend, and while I had not met her, she was all over my Facebook for years. Really? Yeah. Why? There were some weird girls who were on my Facebook, and that, like, people you may know, or not even that. They didn't. That wasn't invented. People you may know wasn't invented. It was because that only came out when after I graduated college. Because I was like, oh, this would have been so helpful. I never knew that person's fucking name, and it's like, oh, that's what that person. Because they had all these people in common. No, it was. I would go to a friend's page, and she was always on one of the friends. And she was one, Megan O'Farrell, Sarah Barrett, Allison Green, and someone else. I don't know. Really? Allison Green, Allie. Really? Yeah. And I don't think Allie Green and I have ever, I think we met once. And I even said to her, I feel like I know you. And she's like, I feel like the same thing. You're always on my Facebook. And I'm like, I know. You're always on mine. But it was like, I think, what about those people? I think we all may be related somehow. Like very close. And we don't know. And who do you know of that group? Well, I met Sarah from her brother Mikey. She was the one girl who I knew in Michael. Of that group who I knew as when we were in high school, actually. Really? From Chicago. And what? She's beautiful. Yeah. And then, but I met her. She visited her brother in high school when she was in high school, I think. And she came to a party or something, and we were planning. Then what? Megan O'Farrell was her friend. She's from Chicago. Is she? She says it, not within the city limits. None of these girls are from the city limits. Why? They're all from the fucking suburbs. And they all say they're from Chicago. And it's bullshit. Why? Because where does that end? You can't say you're from within the city limits of the city of Chicago. Or you can't say you're from Chicago because Jesus Christ, people from Peoria could say that, and they do. Now, my father's going to say, did my kid just say that Chicago was Peoria was in the city of Chicago? He doesn't know what the hell he's like. No, I'm saying when people from Peoria move to LA, and people say, from where are you? They say, Chicago. Really? All the time. Why? Well, I'm from Peoria, Illinois. Well, where is that? This is like a pain in the ass for them to say. However, if I say it, Jesus fucking Christ, do I get an earful at Shul on the Beach by some fucking Chicago man, bitch. Really? Yeah, so I'm at Shul on the Beach with my first time, and shout out to this one guy. I was talking about this story before, and that guy who owned Snapchat had that house on the corner, and then there was a psychic. There's a guy who was like literally screaming about assassinating the president, and everybody was like, he had it like spray painted on signs and stuff. And I was like, well, that's the First Amendment. But again, I thought there were federal laws against some of that. But it was like, it was very interesting. Venice is very interesting. So I was in Venice, and this one guy came up. He had fought in in war. I don't know exactly when, but I believe he lost his legs in it, and he came rolling in on rollerblades. And I would say to him, well, I empathized with him, certainly, but also it was like, I had met all these Jews and they're all so fucking perfect, and it was like, no, they're not. But especially when you start seeing some of the people on the outskirts who, and he was on the outskirts, yep. Why? Not to say he was like, he had a house in Venice, he was a contractor, he was a very accomplished person, but I remember he was on the outskirts of the shul. He just like rolled in off the fucking boardwalk into shul on Shabbat, and then just was there davening, and then fucking rolled out. But he was really nice, and anyway, we didn't continue our friendship. We texted a little, but it's complicated, but he understands that, and that's kind of how it is within friendships and Judaism or anything. It's like, okay, well, we connect when we can, but what? So I was there, and it was after shul, and it was Kiddush, and I went up to the rabbi. He looked exactly like Rabbi Moshe Shalom. It wasn't him, but that guy looks just like this other rabbi. And I shook his hand and said who I was, and he said, every rabbi wants to hear a Rothschild come in his shoe. It's like, well, don't get too excited. Anyway, then we had Kiddush after Shachrit. So after morning prayer, we had a meal, and this girl was there. And I sat at this little table at Shul on the beach, which is literally very close to the beach. I thought it would be on the beach, and it would be in the future, but it would be inside too. But it was inside. And what'd you guys do? I said to this girl, she says, somebody says, so from where? So you're new here. From where are you? And I said, oh, Chicago. And this girl and her parents are like, oh, we're from Chicago as well. Whereabouts? And I say, well, actually, Pawnee. And this girl goes, that's not Chicago. Now, was that a Berkshire Kavod Malakuta Lelam Ed or a Creektown USA? So those hikey ass, the most fucking Jewish looking bitch I've ever seen. This cunt calls me out and says, that's not Chicago. Why? Because it's not. She's right. But when you're in LA and you're like people are like, so where, if I say the guy who owns his house, from where, if he says, from where are you? If I say to him, Pawnee, he doesn't know where that is, but he knows a little bit about Chicago. So you can say Chicago. Same thing with Peoria. But people with Peoria, they allow that. That's allowed. They pull that shit. Why? Because it's the same state. But we are not, Pawnee, never traditionally, it would be changed, but never traditionally was considered part of Chicagoland, but it would change. The Chicagoland Chevy dealers, this message brought to you by Chicagoland Chevy dealers. Why? And Bob Roy. And I mean, we'd get a little bit of Chicagoland influence. And we had WGN News at 9. I don't want to get into WGN News at 9, but there's a big deal. Anyway, are you done? No. Where's Dick Buckets? He's got to be opening up a car dealership around here somewhere. So is that the end of your story? No. But people were really fucking possessive about that, about where Chicago was. And we were never allowed to say we were from Chicago. Never, ever, ever. Ever were we allowed to say we were from Chicago. Really? No. My father was from Chicago because he was from within the city limits of the city of Chicago. Gets far south and far east of within the city limits of the city of Chicago as you can get. Really? These assholes about who I'm talking from, fucking Elk Grove Village and Naperville and fucking Waukegan. These assholes had never even walked within the city limits of the city of Chicago unless it was the fucking Magnificent Mile or Michigan Avenue. But we knew Brandon Avenue. Anyway.
That might trigger for a significant event connected to you or her within the month of September, because I associate sticking out.
Are you done?
Somebody that may have had an education, any of that makes any sense to you.
Why Brandon Avenue? I have no idea. This is where my family bought property like 100 years ago. Really? About that long ago. Anyway, but from where so this girl called me out, and was she right? Yeah, she was. Really? Yeah. But and she said it with just such disdain that I was like, holy shit. Shout out to this girl. If she treated me like that when she found out I was from Pawnee, wait till she finds out how Jewish I am. I'm 100% Jewish, but Jesus Christ, really? And it was really a shock. Like, if she's willing to call me out on being from Chicago like that, is it? Well, that was not Chicago, really, yeah. But if I'm willing to be like that, then it was like, so what? Shout out to that family. But so I knew I had to get my observance up. But here's the interesting thing. I remember being like, I explained to the guy on the roller, but I forget his name, but I was like, so you live here? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, and you're within walking distance of Shul? And I think that's how I said it. He couldn't walk though, but we'd make it. I'd say he's the first person I'd try to get with a full set of like legs. Was this one guy I met in a drug rehab thing, and this other, he'd be the first person with like knees downward or like something like biofluids and stuff. Maybe like Zimmerman or Tyson Wabash, whatever. Anyway, are you done? Is it Zimmer? Yeah. Anyway, are you done? No. So I said to that guy, I don't think I'm ever going to be able to afford to live within walking distance of any shul. It's so expensive here. And he's like, well, I'm like, and you, he's like, I'm like, you live around here? He's like, yeah. I didn't want to live with him. I think I do one day, but I didn't want to. I just was trying to figure out, like, how do people, I wanted him to say, well, people did start to tell me about, there were like secret inns within Judaism, not huge ones, but a couple of them that, one of which I take advantage of. I had this fucking rabbi's telephone, maybe I'll text him right now. Of reduced rates. You could get somebody, it was still very, very expensive. It was not like, that's the family rate? Holy shit. Really? Yeah. So what? So what did you do? Well, I said to him, I don't think I'll ever be able to drive, and he's to be able to do this where I can't drive. I think I always have to be able to, and he's like, oh, driving's no big deal. He's like, what do you mean? He's like, oh, so Rabbi, I think, drives here. I'm like, on Shabbat? He's like, I think he drives a motorcycle on Shabbat. So again, we'll say that it was an electric motorcycle, which that would be big. I think Harley Davidson would make an electric motorcycle. But Honda, I think, would make it too. And it would just sound like it have its own unique sound, because Harley Davidson is a certain sound. They patent the sound, or they they copyrighted a sound, and they NBC would get that NBC, that octave, which would be really big. People would want to start coming to me to get sound. Like, oh yeah, that's a fucking that fucking Maxwell House fucking percolator thing. That's a thing. Really? Yeah, but I mean, did they just have the percolator sound? And when you do it like that, they would have that anyway. That's a jingle. Really? Yeah. Is that Maxwell House? I don't know.
And if you feel the empathy around you, reflect it away. Feel that you are surrounded by ears that are projecting white light out. Push it away.
Are you done?
No matter how deep the darkness cannot withstand even one candle's worth of light. So that's how it's
You're gonna go at yourself with your dog? Then you just fucking fall asleep and pass out and shit. What if you got those ones going on your desk?
And also this could be a spiritual attack for yourself as well. Because when you think about it, we grow in response to adversity. So the darker the higher you feel, you go higher. You go higher.
Are you done?
Let it drag you down. If you feel it around you, God
That's beauty.
In other words, you are in charge. Not the entity. You have to set that parameter. So I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much. Thanks, Carol. Enjoy Australia. Let's go to our next caller before the break. First time caller, Bobby in Utah. Welcome, Bobby.
Hello. Thank you for taking my call. I just calling because we went on the 1-year anniversary of losing my grandson. This is
Temperature in the fireball was 500.
First off, please just got my condolences. How come minutes before the break? Okay, let me see what I'm getting. All right, young male coming through now.
The bomb's vertical blast pressure crushed much of the origami valve. Horizontal blast winds tore through the region
A lot of people, some
the category
got
5
bored.
pulverizing
They killed someone. I know someone who killed someone. It was like a fight, and I think they broke a bottle over the other person's head and killed them. But it was like self-defense almost. But it wasn't. They went to.
Oh my goodness.
It was, but they went to jail for like manslaughter. Or I think they went to jail for murder, and they got. I honestly don't exactly know. I met the person. They're very nice, and I know them very, 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 very well. It was such a personal issue, and she had to do 2 things. I don't want anyone else to have to endure on this. That, where they had a child go to jail for murder, and they had a house burned down. I don't know.
Think of the shock
Anyway, why did all this shit happen?
Over the 3 first of you saw it, you got the light, and if you weren't shielded from the light somehow, it burned you.
Then you'll have
Kind
a
of like the
place in
destructive
nature to
flashbulb going
visit and think of him in a positive light.
Then there was the
Like
blast
a little
wave,
memorial.
which could
And
level
I
everything.
keep getting images of St. Francis of Assisi, and a lot of people of all faiths
Seemed to break out
like St.
several
Francis,
minutes
but you don't have
Hey,
to
how's
necessarily
Bruce?
do that.
Are you done?
everything was
Like
sort
birds.
of
And he's telling me that like the first half, first either.
No, there's that kind of house burning, like arson. Like, I'm gonna burn your house down. That's arson. But if you say like, I'm gonna burn this house down, that means I'm gonna light this place on fire. I'm gonna give it energy. Really? Like, get your popcorn ready. I'm gonna light this house on fire. I'm gonna light this place on fire. That's what that means, as opposed to that's a turn of phrase. Light this on fire. This girl is on fire. Does that mean she's really on fire? No, she's on a wavelength. She's on a vibration. She's doing well. Same with I'm gonna light this place on fire. Really? I like this place on fire. I'm doing a fucking I just want that to be said. Like, are you done?
When we had gone about 1 kilometer, we were brought to a standstill by a grotesque group of people. The blood pounded in our heads again. I remember that my eyes were drawn inexorably to the scene. The people were burned so badly that it was hard to distinguish feature from feature, and all were blackened as if covered with soot. Their clothes were in rags. Many were naked. Their hands hung limply in front of them. The skin of their hands and arms dangled from their fingertips. Their faces were not the faces of the living. End quote. You can see quite a few normal airlines, but this was different. How could I comprehend what I saw before me now? It was not just a group of injured people, nor was it a procession of the dead or a band of ghosts. No sound came from these figures. They seemed to have given up. The pity that they engendered
Knifing.
is beyond expression.
Mass stabbing. He said mass shooting. No one ever got mass stabbed.
How can anyone
Some motherfucker shit that.
their clothes ripped from
Somebody
by
had
force of these
like, future,
bullshit.
not everyone
Their
will.
bodies burned
Mass
by
stabbed.
intense heat. Some were completely
And they're
naked,
very
and
bloody.
others had only the shirt stuck to their bodies. The injuries to their faces
Sharp knives.
unscathed and with clothes intact. I felt
Truthfully, they were like those fucking. People want to know they were those like kind of box cutter that's like 60. What do you call it? Break off box cutter. Nice queef, dog. Breakaway knives or something. Is that a Baruch Shem Kavod Makot or bed? Or we can USA Tiger? It's whatever you want it to be, baby. You're not breakaway razor. Yeah, it's called a snap blade. One of a breakaway knife. So you 86 yourself in another with a breakaway knife? Yeah, but X-Acto knife sounds funnier. What's it? X-Acto knife is not a word in Israel, but it would be. Really? Yeah, it's got a Y right there. Alright, are you done? I gotta take a shit. You can look at it. Fair enough. I thought you were gonna
We all know how you go to the wrong place for car repair. So don't risk it. Take your money experts at Amico. Double A, MCO. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See Amico.com for details. Lots of things can help decrease stress hormones and prevent health problems, like healthy nutrition, regular exercise, restful sleep, practicing mindfulness, building social support, and getting mental health care. This past helpful moment is brought to you by CalHealth.org. Like these mentions, it's a way to distract, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHealth.org. Access CalHealth's free and secure mental health resources on 833-317-4373 or live chat at CalHealth.org. Hi, I'm Dana Schwartz, host of the hit podcast Noble. Join me on my new podcast, Feeling Superman, where a deep dive into the shocking,
some stressed pride in American achievement and satisfaction in gaining vengeance against the Japanese. Truman's announcement that the Japanese, quote, have been repaid manyfold A minority of Americans wish the war had gone on longer. Some more atomic bombs than used against Japan. Others, especially soldiers, who assumed that an invasion of Japan was the only alternative to violent use, welcomed the news that the bomb had skidded, and the bomb itself is a tool for enforcing continued peace. Overlapping those other reactions was another. As in responding to the Holocaust, many Americans saw the bomb as evidence of the scourge of modern war, in the face of which the wisdom of American use seemed a minor matter. One forgets the effect on Japan as one senses the foundation of one's own universe trembling. Famed CBS News correspondent wrote this way at the time. Seldom, if ever, has a war ended, leaving the victors with such a sense of uncertainty and fear, with such a realization that the future is obscure.
Are you fucking
and survival is not sure.
Are you fucking serious?
So Americans could be glad that the bomb was in their hands. There's another sense of understanding that this would probably not always be the case.
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast
Attached to
with
reality.
George Norrie.
That fucking charger isn't strong enough or something?
Working in the benefit of our side, the good side.
Have you signed up yet to become a Coast Charter? Like our friend in Australia, Harry.
Why do you like milk so much? Well, again, to define it, to define a milk, what's a milk? That's matures, I like fucking. That's not necessarily women who reproduce. Why? Because it's unfair. Some women haven't had the chance to reproduce or reproduce yet. Could you be a mature who hasn't reproduced? Of course. As a older woman. I don't want to put age on it. Why? Honestly, if I say, I almost said a number, and it's like, well, that would get me in trouble. What the fuck?
You can sign up to be a Coast Insider through the app, just click profiles, subscriptions, radio in, and obviously it's available to those of you in Canada and worldwide.
I fucking
Now, of course, there's something to relieve your stress.
In the course of the conversation, Oppenheimer told Truman, Mr. President, I feel I have blood on my hands. Truman then reached into his top pocket, removed an folded handkerchief and offered it, saying, "Would you like to wipe them?" After Oppenheimer
Just wait,
left,
that kind of
Truman
points to
turned to
get his
Igers,
LC.
the undersecretary
That's what I'm
of
doing,
State,
so I just want
and
good
instructed
phone.
him not to bring Oppenheimer around and declared,
Quality
"Damn
assurance,
it, he doesn't have as much blood on his hands as I have. You just don't go around belly aching about it."
I was feeling an underlying exhaustion that I could not shake. These are a gift. My mood has been incredible. Absolutely amazing. Well, I got up at 5:30 in the morning. I had water kids. I was taking them. It was last until
Oppenheimer,
I
when he
took
went
the
into Truman's
accelerator.
office
So
with Dean
before I
Acheson,
started taking the
said to the
elevator
latter,
and accelerator,
wringing his
I would
hands,
typically
"I
I don't
have
think
blood
I'm
on my
ready to
hands."
go.
anxiety or
Truman
mood
later
Why?
said,
We'll
"Acheson,
see tomorrow.
never bring a
Why?
cold drink in here again.
Is that a ton of fucking
I do. That kind of weakness makes me sick."
and I spend too much time watching it. Like, it's really easy for me to do the other way, but I like pay attention to all this stuff. Kingdom NSFW.
Accelerate, elevate, and be slim. Order now at healthywithme.com or 800-394-9930. That's 800-394-9930 or healthywithme.com. Former President Donald Trump announced that he's running for the 2024 Republican nomination for president, seeking to stage a dramatic return to the White House.
Wow, I like that. Thai massage course menu. How much is this cash?
Every day and night, you can tune into Newsmax for real news you can trust. Rock Smith was great tonight, but he's great every night. He asks tough questions. He also brought up Suffer, Eric Foley, Sean Spicer, and so many more.
That's Neuro massage.
You can sign up to get more information
Neuro
on
massage.
what's going on with all of this information. By texting the word rally to 39747. That's rally to
I read Neuro massage.
39747.
I did. Did you like it? Yeah, it was different. What was it? Just a naked chick on me. And did you fuck with it? No. What was it? Kind of like that time menu. But yeah.
28% of adults use a mobile app for sleep tracking. That's for good reason. Research shows that sleep benefits retention of memory and energy, while poor sleep quality can
What
even
was
be
it?
associated with
That's so much, bro.
I'm George Story here to talk with you about a product I've been using, Relief After Sleep. 100% drug-free supplement that helps me turn off my brain to relax and sleep well at night. I love how I feel when I wake up after taking
Plus,
Relief
it's a
After
teeth. That's a
Sleep.
thing.
The energy, the clarity, the lack of
That's a
brain
very
fog,
good
my
thing.
ability to focus, and my mood is set for life. If it works for a guy like me, there's a good chance it can work for you too. It really can help you get back to living a life you love. Try Relief After Sleep for the low introductory price of $19.95 for the first month. Go to reliefactor.com/sleep.
I can look at girls' tits all day long for the rest of my life and just be like, you have great New York boobs. Wow.
Which means that you must have the whole scientific apparatus for response, on constant alert, accountable only to him. If, on the other hand, a danger to our allies or our necessary assets is posed, calling for a nuclear initiative on his part, he cannot issue a warning ahead of time without alerting the enemy. Like President Truman, who was told he could not warn Japan, he must act with alone and the nature of the presidency was irrevocably altered by this grant of power.
My brand now is Mark Anthony J.D.
So already the nature of the weapon
Not to make my teeth. That's these fucking kids I used to teach in my keys. Like, it's nice. Really? You have to say that? Yeah, I really wish the best for his education. Really, yeah. He needed help, but he had talent, like, to be, he was cool. He was a cool kid, and he just needed a little help. And they were doing what they could to help him. I'm not saying that.
To try to put the gene back in the body.
And in 1987,
atomic weapons from the face of the earth, almost as if to pretend that they had never been discovered at all.
I don't know when my mom died.
There's something
Something's been haunting me for years. I'm mid-60s now, and
bodies for the Second World
something that is kind of touching. If I can find out anything about my mom, I would appreciate it. And before months, I'm sitting here, let me ask you this question. How are you not able to find her when she went to Canada?
Never again. This can never be allowed to happen.
Well, she's from Montreal, she was born there. When my father got divorced from my dad in the mid-60s, she went back to Montreal, and she lived in Toronto for a while. Okay, so between those two places, I even made a trip up there to go to the proper authorities, and they have no record. And it sounds like your father raised you.
Justifiable fear of it.
Yeah, Grateful Dead. Okay, all right, go ahead, Mark. See if you can help me. You know, when you were talking about your mom, Toronto and Montreal are essentially in Eastern Canada. I kept getting pulled to the west coast of Canada, like around Victoria. And I get the sense that she moved to the West Coast. Even though you're in the States and your mom was in Canada, you connected with either your mom, your dad, or you with Australia.
Which lady like that lady from the seminary?
It's not a connection where my dad was a Greece. And there's no Australian connection that I know of. That's interesting about Australia. So just put that off to the side. Let me see if I can get anything. Question. The female energy that's coming through, touching her heart, like taking her two fingers and touching her heart. And it's interesting because this is very much a symbol of like the Sacred Heart of Jesus, Sacred Heart of Mary. Is any part of your family Catholic? We're Greek Orthodox. Okay, Greek Orthodox. Yeah, that's pretty close. That's very close. The Greek Orthodox also believe in the Sacred Heart of Jesus. So that's what I'm getting. So what the other thing is heart problem. Do you know if your mother had any type of cardiopulmonary problems, or is that something maybe that you're dealing with? Because the issue here is cardio, is heart, first in the spiritual sense of like the Sacred Heart, and now secondly, I'm getting this in the physical sense that you may have passed from heart failure, but she's also now focusing on you. Now, when I say this, it doesn't mean like you're going to get a heart attack and die. This indicates that your heart health is something that you need to have checked and to be completely on top of it. In other words, this is spirit intervention, where spirit is coming in and saying, hey, let's prevent this from ever happening to you. And is there anyone connected to you or your mom with a name like Irene, or could there be like Saint Irene, could be a church or some veneration with Saint Irene? Go ahead. I think the mom's name was her mom's sister was Irene. Okay, the thing with the heart thing, I don't take that, but it's sometimes I really don't really much. My dad died of congestive heart failure. My mom could very well have had that because she did drink alcohol excessively, and she did have very high blood pressure and was overweight. Okay, so we've got your dad has from heart failure, your mom is definitely within the high risk category for that. Yeah, I think you should focus your search on the west coast of Canada. And I'm very sorry for everything that you're going through, and I want to thank you for calling in and listening to Coast to Coast. Thanks, Andrew. Welcome to the program. Hi, Gentry. Welcome.
I'm so happy to be here. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
This girl pisses on camera?
My brother, earlier this year,
To the United States, Britain,
Canada say, let's all just renounce the use of development weapons as soon as we can hold on now. The United States will throw theirs away, and the Soviet Union's ability to throw yours away now. And then came back to life. And they were able to revive.
How's he doing now?
Very dramatic situation, right? My grandmother has pushed through on several different occasions. This is why I'm in this field.
This becomes a thing. Is it your thing?
I
No,
was
it's not.
extreme from my family due to the fact that I brought
You say a Morani? Girl, you say a Morani? Girl, you say a Morani? Did you say a Morani? Lady. This girl just pees everywhere?
there's been an abandonment issue here going on, and between my family and I over these religious.
Being all over that stairwell.
I know that my grandmother has pulled through on several occasions psychically,
You say more than me.
and I'm curious if she's coming through now.
You wouldn't say Morami. Did you say Yashar Atzar? Lady, did you say Yashar Atzar? Why would you say Morami? Say Yashar Atzar. This lady's everywhere.
And let's see, your grandmother, is that your mom's mom? Your grandmother?
Yeah.
Okay. Also known as Mima. Mima. How cool is that? Hold on. Talking about you and meat. Are you a big meat eater, or are you trying to get away from it? Talking about you and meat.
What if these milks fucking fish? I think of you, I beat off and mash it. And then, Jesus, lady.
Alien contact experiences in UFO. And I was just told by someone supposedly from the Galactic Federation attendant that I have to stop eating meat so that I can my physical body can offend.
Wow, that's fascinating that your Mima spirit is talking about you and me. I think that you should, based on what she's transmitting to me, that you should go in the vegetarian direction. And that's cool. You, yeah, it's going to bring you some peace of mind and elevate your own spiritual awakening. So I will leave that.
Would you be saying to my brother, seriously, like that?
Yeah, you're going to have to talk to your brother about that. You're going to have to talk to your brother about that. Thanks, Gentry. I appreciate you being part of the program. When you get these visions, like with me, all of a sudden, that's uncanny. How does that happen? Well, when she was talking, all of a sudden, I felt like I was standing in front of a big barbecue smorgasbord. I go see the roast beef and pork and all this, and I was getting kind of a food, you don't get near it, okay? And so that was the sense that I got that meat was an issue. And the thing is, when we receive something like that, you can't just go, you got to stop eating meat or you need to eat more meat. The issue is meat. And so when a message is presented, it's up to the recipient.
What is this? This reminds me of what?
I try to avoid telling people, you do this.
Why are your socks always so hard?
What you're saying is you need to get more
Sweat.
protein in your diet, more your GI tract is sensitive to suggest something like pork or beef. So that's why I always try to be very, very careful about that, because, my job is to help people, not to, give them the wrong advice. So to Stacy in Nampa, Idaho, welcome to the program. Hi, Stace. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm so excited to talk to you tonight. First of all, I assume that if I have a reluctance to get through, that maybe my husband has a message from you. And then I have a quick question. Am I going to hear grandma anytime soon?
Hold on. Okay, so you gotta realize that anything with spirits is not like the trick of Santa Claus. You don't bring your luck. Let's take this one step at a time. Let's see if we can get your husband in here. Okay, there's a male energy coming through. He's holding up a ring. That's always a good sign. And the funny thing about this ring is there's a very, very tiny stone in it. Little tiny, looks like it could be a diamond. And diamonds are also the first stone for the month of April. So this could mean a couple different things. This could mean this particular piece of jewelry which you may recognize, or this could mean a significant birth, death, anniversary, or event which may be connected to you or someone close to you, either in this world or the other side within the month of April.
What anniversary?
Sorry?
What anniversary?
That's the biggie. We got your husband. Okay, so let's see what you want to know. Interesting. Well, on the big thing, you and lactose milk. You love it, avoid it, what's going on?
I don't know that I am lactose intolerant.
You are lactose intolerant. Now we definitely locked on to his spirit, and you want to know about being a grandmother, okay? 18 months, within 18 to 22 months, So that
As
is
tired as it sounds, it's a lot like
that is very exciting. If he wants to leave you,
the
this
16th and
I like
17th
this guy.
centuries.
He's really cool. He's giving you like a little gingerbread
Out of the
man.
equation,
Is there something about the spiked ginger, the color of ginger, like some people have ginger hair, or something about
the
gingerbread?
United States and the Soviet Union have no common
gingerbread, all that.
no claims on each other's territory,
Gingerbread.
no history of national animosity. They're not even serious rivals for trade and resources. But their post-war confrontation was perfectly predictable and widely predicted as soon as the probable outcome of World War II became clear around 1943. He said, quote, "Our greatest error in the late 20th century is to overestimate our distance and our difference from the past. We believe that the present round of competition between the great powers is different from all the others in history, that it is invested with special significance because of its ideological dimension and because of the appalling consequences if it were to lead to war, as all such other competitions have eventually done in the past." He then goes on to list that both sides can use to point to the other and say, well, look at all these provocative things you've done. And then he says, quote, "Each side has an ideologically watertight explanation for why the adversary behaves with such persistent wickedness and aggression. But none of the post-1945 developments would seem surprising to a 17th century Spanish or Ottoman diplomat. Neither communism, he writes, nor liberal democracy would mean anything to him other than as a useful label for the players. But he would have no trouble understanding why the victorious alliance so quickly fell apart. They almost always do after victory, because the winners are the biggest players left on the board. Hence, they automatically become the greatest potential threats to each other's power."
Well, these things tell you what you need to do. You meditate. Okay. In meditation, that also takes us into the alpha brainwave frequency and on the verge of theta. And so what you need to do is meditate and then summon that dream, that impression that you're getting when you're sleeping. Because when you're meditating now, you are consciously in control and bring forth that particular message and then let it unfold for you. This is a technique that's very important for people that have recurring dreams, particularly ones of a disturbing nature. And when you do that, you begin to see the origin of the dream and why it should be disturbing, why it should either be an unresolved conflict from childhood or something, or some type of trauma, or it should be some type of message. So that's what I'm getting for you. And what you do is magenta. That's a pink color, right? That's a pink.
Readable introduction to a bizarre aspect of
Somebody's talking to you about magenta.
My mom has something to tell you.
It exists in the time when it was in its most bizarre, 50s, 1950s. At the same time, and I've said this before, I wish that there was this kosher circle that would allow
So appreciate it. Mark, I've got a couple websites. Do you have a favorite one?
felt
Yes, afterlifefrequency.com. Just like my book, Afterlife Frequency. Super. Mark, thanks again for being on the program. Keep in touch, all right? Thank you, George. God bless. And to everybody, have a happy, safe holiday. Mark,
freedom all over the world was about
we're
the
going to
most
talk about
important thing
the UFOs on Coast to Coast. Get daily show updates right to your inbox for free with the Coast No newsletter. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
you're not going to use to win. Case in point, time balance. There's another element that's involved in the story that contributes to how bizarre it is as we look back on it now. It's something that for a great many people is an article of faith at the time period, which we know to be false because, well, what they were worried about happening never happened. They don't have that luxury.
Round-Tree Gardens, if you're searching for a senior living community for your loved one, Round-Tree Gardens is the best. True story. A buddy of mine who's a doctor, he told me his 80-year-old dad visited a dozen senior living communities before they chose Round-Tree Gardens. But they chose for different reasons. The doctor loved Round-Tree Gardens because of the caring staff and essential services like on-site medical, pharmacy, dietitians, and a wellness group. But his dad chose Round-Tree Gardens because the campus is gorgeous, featuring cottages and apartments nestled among huge trees and gardens. But the buncher for his dad, the resort-class venues and dining rooms are like
Get a picture of you.
independent living to assisted living to skilled nursing. Round-Tree Gardens is the senior living community that you've been searching for. And space is all limited, so please hurry and take advantage of the great KFI listener move-in special. Visit RoundTreeGardens.com, RoundTreeGardens.com, and RoundTreeGardens.com. It's one thing to have a community, and another to grow it. Especially these days. If you're listening to me wondering what else you can try, isn't that a lot? The conversation that we're having right now, that's the kind of stuff and conversation we at iHeart want to help you have with your future customers. And as America's #1 audio company across radio, podcasting, digital radio, and social, your next customers are listening to us. See how we can help you grow your business at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Did you hear what Tom hears? It's the sound of exclusive offers.
Allegedly. Why? I was the man I'm shining so rudy. That's the beginning because of the winters. You're the fucking outside now, Phillies, Packers, you gotta discuss. Another here, another here. Real fucking Rabbi, Senator, you're the fucking right, so shit, it's better about this stuff. What? They may not sound like me, it's like me, shit, it's better about this stuff. Gotta put money into races. Let's go, perfect.
On the iHeartRadio app. Savvy at Target, RG Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom, and our security guard at a
I was supposed to like my video. Grace Lamb after. Who's this?
I know. Never.
A 9-year-old boy was stabbed in the back. A 25-year-old woman was stabbed in the chest. The boy is in serious condition. Michael Moore says this appears to be an unprovoked random attack. Former President Trump says he's going to do it again in order to make
No way. I didn't do it. Crazy fucking dust.
He plans to get issues like the economy.
Do you think that he would? I didn't really have an opinion on it. I know he won't win. I didn't know he liked losing that bad. In fact, I think that's the thing about, like, if you were like, what thing in the world does Donald Trump hate the most? But apparently he likes it a lot more than we all do. I thought he was out of the place.
I think Stalin has inherited Hitler's ambition for world dictatorship. One must expect a war between USA and USSR, which will begin with the total destruction of London. I think the war will last 30 years.
Thank you for sharing 14K, baby.
From which everything will have to be built afresh. The process taking, say, 500 years.
Right now, it's 53
There is one
degrees
thing
in Costa
and one only which can save the world,
Orange report
and that is the thing which I should not dream of advocating. It is that America should make war on Russia during the next 2 years and establish a world empire by means of the atomic bomb. This will not be done. To the British House of Lords.
We were clear from an earlier time. Pick up a free right lane to your drive. It's supposed to go through this area. German Oaks is on the 405 northbound, connected to the 101 northbound. Little bit of Becker's Rock and that and the road block for delay. KFI in the sky. Don't forget to go back. I'm Brian Van. Hello, I'm John McClain, founder of Riverhill Plumbing and Nest. Last week we found the leak in my furnace.
That goes piss all over. Boy, she is every girl. You were so desperate for money. You needed me so badly. Whatever. Boy, I became a billionaire. Fuck you. I'll piss all over your face if I need to, letter.
I see a nightmare vision of those
No.
buildings as heaps of rubble with
But
corpses.
maybe. I mean, if anybody, she's got a lot of guts to do it.
More intelligent people.
Weird size. If I were, I'd want it like a motherfucker. Though I'd be like, I wouldn't feel the pressure against it. Be able to compare it to her like normal pee in a fucking toilet and what kind of pressure that would be. Really, I'd want to know all the science. Why? Science, baby, science.
That is now humankind obviously faces these sorts of threats periodically. In fact, we still face this war.
That sounds like
Constitutes a grave potential threat, and the dynamics of each one is different. So reactions to climate change, for example, because
business person my entire adult life. Over the years,
don't call me Mexican, I'm Puerto Rican.
interest. There's an answer. Different situation. The dynamics around atomic weapons and just
starting with $99 per month. I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems like radio policies, corruption training, hostile work environment, termination. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees. All putting you in your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, and real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, KFI under the radio drop-down. Credit please. Spell B-E-E, that's Sam, B-E-E, at Bambi.com. What's better than having your favorite radio station, music, and podcast having it all for free. Download the free radio app for all your music, radio, and podcast. The X6 Manco has been fixing cars for over 60 years. Over that time, they've gotten more complex than ever. That's why it takes undergo rigorous training and certification. So they can fix
life experience
complicated repairs
his
from the
decision,
which
is the best line I think a history teacher
ever fixed. Is how we know cars
their life
inside
experiences
and out.
determine how they feel. And the best reaction in any situation is reproach. Bertrand Russell was born in 1917.
That's a good thing. Check the end that I have both. Nobody answers People are gonna be going there and it's like, lady, your fucking leg isn't on. She's like, I know, and then she just fucking runs out like doorbell bitching. Also known as ding dong bitching, but you know, we call it right?
So if you're Russell in 1945, a month or two after the war ended, you are
Bells are
suffering
big, are you
post-traumatic stress
listening?
disorder, and so is everyone around you.
Snow is
So you
glistening.
wonder how atomic
In the
bombs
rain, I thought it was snow.
might be used. You're thinking they're probably going to be used like the last
A
two things
beautiful sight
within living memory.
as we fuck tonight, screwing in. Well, what did you used to say? Walking in grandpa's underwear. Yeah.
Again, so different if we developed these weapons yesterday is that the two sides that are the what you would call the tip of the spear in the Cold War, the USSR, the Soviet Union, and the United States.
This should be a big song. Who is this?
Entered the Second World War.
Moody Blues would be really big. Really? Yeah, that lady who likes Tweezy loved Moody Blues as well as the other ladies. They love two groups, Moody Blues and then Neil Diamond. So, yeah, so I know more than most people that. I don't know that much, but I know fucking Neil Diamond was born in Brooklyn. And I said to our friend one time, I said, you know he's Native American? And she's like, I thought he was Jewish. And I go, well, his last name's Diamond. Yeah, I thought that was a Native American last name. What is it? It could be both, but he is Native American. Yeah.
Everyone was from the hair
The refined Skyway
He's Jewish
radio
as well.
with single sideband is the ultimate companion.
How's he, dude? How's he?
Sits right there in the palm of your hand, weighs only 8 ounces, the reception is excellent.
More than
The
Iran,
audio
the
is sharp
Soviet
and
Union
clear
did
for
not leave
small
as quickly
size.
as they were supposed to. President Truman is supposed to have threatened to
To
use
important
atomic bomb on
communications
them.
that your smartphone just
It
isn't
seemed like they
capable
were
of
happy
doing.
when they got out.
Emergency
Real
single
fast, in other
sideband
words.
transmissions
The
with
idea that
broadcast
you have
during a
this super
hurricane
weapon
or other
you can
major
impose your will
calamities.
on other people is really, really seductive.
Listen to your favorite AM FM broadcast.
Are you done? Or did you like it when I just was on? Yeah? Was that your favorite?
The only way to get this valuable
What's the name of your blanket? Favorite?
sideband radio, it's called the CC Skywave SSB. It's the true radio.
Why? There's this blanket my dad had and when I was a little kid, and it was a comforter, it was a Bill Black comforter, and I had this comforter as a baby, and a little, not a baby, but like a little kid, a toddler, and it was like my only comfort. My parents didn't have a lot of money, and so we did not, it was like a hand-me-down basically, but it was all I had, and I used to carry this fucking blanket everywhere. Really, like that fucking pig pen in fucking Charlie Brown. It was blue, it had rectangles on it. Really, yeah, I would fucking eat this thing to death to the point it would tear. My mom would have to sew it, and all the fucking stuffing would come out of it, so it was like a sheet basically. And what
My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
it made you do something. NSA, no strings attached, you can just fucking leave. Nothing ever happens. Fuck yeah, baby. All right. NSA.
The Iron Age. Nukes their adversary.
Shout out to Loma Linda's in fucking Toledo, Ohio. It was like a really big, it would be a really big, wherever it was. It was the hottest place to go, even more than Tony Paco's in Toledo, where I've been as well. I've never been to Loma Linda's. I'm telling you how hot. They wouldn't even let me in Loma Linda's. No, I'm kidding. We drove by. Why? It was big and distance. It wasn't necessarily big. Tony Paco's was fun.
If you want to suggest the species learning, how about the idea of animal?
Tony Paco's, you're not on this. You were in a MASH. If you were in a MASH, you were an American lore. You weren't going to go anywhere.
Gas, atomic bomb, nuclear warfare, and then you hand him the weapon and say, maybe now you understand the business of chemicals.
It's going to be out there if it happened. It will happen. I also want to say about the book, thank you very much for writing the forward to it.
Back to Toledo, Ohio, Toledo, Spain. Yeah, they were people.
At this moment, it's almost like doomsday clock at night.
It was great to get that little boost there. So,
Contract isn't happening. That was the rumor.
I hear it is. They told me it is.
No matter how close it is, though, striking midnight, we're still playing politics.
And you'll probably see some of your friends not do
Because that's how democracies work. Go back
I'll see you in Los Angeles at the Trump.
Shout out to all the fucking Spanish people who taught like white kids and made them very smart in Spanish. It was like trying to compete with the kid who basically was bilingual because his nanny was fucking, it was impossible to compete with these kids. Right, yeah. Nevertheless, are you done? That was a thing. Shout out to Tony Fisker. She was like, yeah, what's going on, Mom? But yeah, he's from fucking Pittsburgh. But yeah, just outside, Mom. I'd be like, you were good in high school? He was like, oh yeah, man, I was National Honor Society. I had a 1560 on the SAT. He's like, I was like national marathon finals. I was like captain of 2 team. I'm like, but you're a dumb fuck. He'd be like, whoa, you think I'm a dumb fuck? I was like, whoa. He was just like fucking Christopher Lloyd in fucking Back to the Future. When this thing hits 88 miles per hour, you're gonna see some serious shit. Except he was like a year younger than I was, but he was my friend. He goes, wow, you are always partying, man. Mad props, man. I don't know how you do it. Every fucking night I come down here, there are different girls here, there's different party going on. Oh my god. Oh my god. Cool, man. Shout out to Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, California is a thing. Really? Yeah.
Because the consciousness is not localized with the body, then our national security decisions and things like the Marshall Plan, the Truman Doctrine.
Shout out to my cousin who liked Pittsburgh Steelers. I had a cousin who liked the Pittsburgh Steelers and another cousin who liked the Minnesota Vikings. Really weird teams for our family. Why did they like these teams? Well, I think my one cousin liked the Steelers. The Steelers were fucking unstoppable in the 70s. There's shit all over this fucking camp. Really? Yes. She's talking some kind of shit. Kids, when this shit, they need to put like a thing on here. Oh. What is it?
Neither case, by the way, do I hold the decision makers accountable for having made the decisions at the time.
On this fucking
I think it was inevitable for the Obama's administration to
that made it
freak out and overreact.
nasty.
I had the same spirit.
Anyway, are you done?
Later, generations after were upset for not fixing it. The problem with this story is trends going along whole generations never knowing what needs to be fixed
I'm
because
sure some ladies like this. You ever just masturbate and be like, okay, why is it do I masturbate?
Well, we definitely live in a multiverse. That's why I'm saying it's constitute really provides the death of the body, which it looks like it does. I mean, just hearing those readings with those people, I mean, how is Moss doing those things? He's picking up on a level of consciousness. And the universe is so much more complex in this world. You have to know that your energy and these beings are making physical or quantum physical. But the universe is coming from anywhere. They make you right here, vibrating and passed away. And I would say there's more possibility to that. I mean, imagine you're in your house, your doors are locked, your windows are shut, you're asleep, and suddenly there's something appearing at the foot of your bed. That only happens through an interdimensional doorway, an interdimensional vibratory space. And that's why I feel these beings, wherever they're from, they come in and out of their world, but they're not of this world. They may be physical, but they're also of a higher vibration. And that's the challenge at this point, is to raise human frequency to meet them where they are. Could they be coming from those dimensions in the secrets after the war? Absolutely. Lots of people actually see them. I mean, I think if you ask the guy Mark Anthony on first, he see those. That sounds insane, doesn't it? And people would pass over take their executed the U.S. treaty for turning over nuclear secrets as some of our physicists were suggesting. That's the sort of level of understanding that will take us to a world where we can ease tension so we don't have World War III. That's a pretty hard evolutionary turn to have to fight against. Because you have to combat your own favor. So I think how some favors one of those evolutionary developments that has probably saved more lives in history than anything else I've ever done. Not only it's a very good thing to have, right? Saber-tooth tiger comes at you back in caveman times and run.
or kill it. Whatever you have to do, then protect yourself because you're free from saber-tooth tiger attacks on offenses. The fear thing is not a bad condition. It helps with security. But the very thing that always helps with security, not just your existence, but civilization.
I want to
Turn that
remote view, I want to
evolutionary tool
remote sense,
off.
I want to remote
That's the
feel.
only way
So
to
it's like
survive.
applying that same universal
As I
awareness
tried to
for
play with
intending
counterfactuals in a
outcome.
what-if
And
scenario
that's what I
this
think
period.
these teams are
Imagine
doing
it turned
when
out differently than it did. I
it's more
can't think
developed
of
on their
anything that
level,
sound like
but
they would be
we're people, they
rationally
want us to do this.
imagined.
They want us to wake up to
Take,
the
for
fact that
example,
we are
military in
more
this
energy
situation.
than we are
What are
matter.
they supposed to do?
Now, when Congress had a hearing on UFOs, not much came about it.
Pretend they don't have a bomb
coming
in the
out,
United
there more
States.
information coming
Or if you're the other side in this growing distrust,
Don't they
you're
already
the
know what's
turn into the
happening?
Cold War for the Soviet Union.
Well, they're
Do you
doing
just
their job.
pretend
I
that the
think
United States doesn't have an
they
atomic bomb?
don't
How does
really
that work?
understand what's happening. I think they're looking to find
said
how do you work
it's
their hardware,
the
but we're
president of
never
the
going
United
to
States
understand
almost
their
too good of a
technology
hand
until we
to resist
understand
at
how
least
they
threatening to play.
and they don't
That's
think,
just
in my
politics,
opinion,
right?
in
That's
linear
just foreign
terms.
policy,
They
the way
think
it's always
more
been handled.
abstractly. So,
And if you look at this from
of
a
course, they know
strictly
something, but
you know,
the
age-old
problem is
power
they don't know how to
politics
explain
viewpoint,
it
historian
to the people.
Michael
They
Howard
don't know
does
how
a
to
great
explain
job of
this
just
idea
setting
of
up the way
consciousness.
the
And people
military
like
saw
Louis
this thing.
Elizondo
To them,
says
we're
this. He
speaking
says
of
it
as a
in
whole,
some
rather
of
than
the
some of the
briefings. He
individuals
says
and even perhaps some
what
of the various
looks like
services
science
or
fiction is now
saw
science
these things
fact,
because
and
that's
what
what they're paid to
keeps
do.
this phenomenon
Howard
is quantum physics.
When confrontation
Again,
developed
brings us
between
back
the
to
Soviet
the
Union
idea
and
of
the West,
consciousness.
shortly after the
Quantum
ending of the
physics
Second
on
World
the
War,
view
the
of
military on both sides foresaw business as usual. The Soviets planned to advance their western places to the Atlantic, to deny to the Americans the use of air bases in Western Europe, while the Americans hoped at least to retain bases in the British Isles, Spain, and the Middle East, from which to bombard the Soviet Union, and then in due course, in quotes here, liberate Europe for a second
And that's
time.
why they're coming and going and appearing and disappearing. They're not
The peoples of Europe knew nothing of
playing
these
with us.
plans and would have shown little enthusiasm for them if they had. Next time, remarked a French prime minister who did know about them to his American colleagues, you will be liberating a corpse.
Thank you, George. That's right. It's a team with intelligence.
The problem we
Life,
face in
an
1946,
intelligent life is an
1947,
emergent
if you're the
property of
United States
creation. That's
military
something
or Harry Truman, and maybe you've already threatened to play that royal straight flush on the Soviets in Northern Iran once.
Opposite the laws of entropy that
You have
systems
very
are
few of these
winding
bombs,
down. Those are closed
although no
systems.
one knows
An
that,
open system
and you have
that
no
has
good way
input
to deliver
from
them.
the unknown
The
realm,
next
wherever
couple
that
of
is.
years, the military and
Rebirth,
Harry Truman and the government of the United States will focus on a system to deliver
teeming with life
Armageddon.
and intelligence.
If that's
Time
what's
to
needed,
knock on your door and wake up.
its official name was the Strategic Air Command.
And
It was part of this brand
brainwashed in
new
a
branch
sense.
of the United States military known as the Air Force, which used to be part of the Army.
William
And
Blake
it was
said
part of
it's
an
the door
entire
to perception
reorganization that was also
everything
part of this
good as
post
it is
Second World War
infinite.
transformative
We've
period
learned
that
to look
changed
through
U.S.
this
foreign policy as a whole.
hole
Design of
in the
government, the new
wall
Department of
of our
Defense, and the
reality.
Pentagon, it
And
was all
that
part of
is
this.
kind of real
The Strategic Air Command's job,
more. And
if
there's lots
called
of
upon to do
all
it,
those things that
was to
touch us
destroy the
small-minded. So
Soviet Union's
what's
major
happening now
cities with
is
atomic
a
weapons.
revolution in consciousness.
In
This
the
is the
process,
Aquarian age.
killed
This is
tens
what
of
we're coming
millions of people.
into now, and it's a vibratory shift that's going to open up more of our
The
cognitive
minds
awareness.
were used.
Alan Steinfeld with us. His latest book is called Making Contact, Preparing for the New Realities of Extraterrestrial Existence. It's also out in audio
Trying to
format,
craft
isn't it?
legislation to
Yes,
rid
it
the
is,
world of this
and
scourge of atomic
great
weaponry.
actors playing that,
You
and
have
it's
2
done
years
very
later,
well. And
the
it came out
president
right when that
has to
preliminary
deal
report
with the
was released from Congress last year in 2021, and nothing was said. So people wanted answers, and suddenly the media was taking it seriously. And I think we're about to have another breakthrough in 2023. Some people say the Webb telescope that was going to look at Travis 9 system, which has these 5 Earth-like planets. They're thinking we're going to discover life like maybe this microbial-like, and that would be a doorway into the whole extraterrestrial field. The government doesn't want to come out and say, guess what, we have something right away, but
Does
oh yeah, there's life out there. And
libraries have points now? Like,
biologist like the first he said, life 10 billion years old, at least that's the concept, the complexity of the
now a movie? Sure. That's a different kind of touch. That's not my place. Movie theater. A different. Well, also, microwave with popcorn hammer and knuckle scale yellow, so they look like you got highlighter on them. Are you done?
We'll hopefully come back safely. But it's stuff to get back to. It's amazing how we got to the moon 50 plus years ago. And we stopped.
Budgetary questions.
Well, you know what people say, of course, that we were told not to come back. Down there, you talk about cases on the dark side of the moon. I don't know about that, but there was some probably conspiracies, undisclosed reasons why we did not go back. People say that's what our Aldrin and story when they landed. I don't know. I'm not even sure about that, but it's suspicious stores. And now at the Space Force, and now that there's more UFO sightings, I think all this is being concentrated for maybe a explosive.
What's even stranger to me too, the Soviets at the time, in order to survive in a post-atomic world is so difficult. Einstein said they had to change everything on our modes of thinking. But it's hard to change your modes of thinking. I mean, think about Harry Truman after the war. Harry Truman's cutting back the budget because it's spending a fortune because it was just bankrupt history and doing the lion's share of funding. Can't stay at those levels, right? Can't live at those levels. Harry Truman has to cut the military budget for 40 years, 70% after the war. While still having to be able to fight World War III should it come. And as we said, a lot of people thought it was imminent. I did that. Truman brought in business people, opened up business books,
I think I'll have it cool.
organization and consulting. No reason for all this redundancy. First of all, you should just combine all these services and have no Air Force and no Navy, no just military defense structure.
How many
This
bushels?
country here.
My friend was there.
They all services sometimes.
Went to Ohio, and went to Christian. I didn't tell you all. But he went while he was going. It's actually really good for another movie from that. He was working as a contractor, actually. I worked in construction. And somehow, somewhere, in Ohio, and he got to go into school at the same time. He got into like technology. Like, he said the two technology access on very good company here. One State Food from downtown. No one's heard of it. They don't advertise. Their owner was an Orthodox Jew. He's not really I'm gonna look at it. That guy had a big fucking sign on his building. It's a Golden State Food. This is who puts out all the French fries in the state of California from McDonald's. This is his company.
General Bradley tells me that amphibious operations are a thing of the past. We'll never have any more amphibious operations. That does away with the Marine Corps and the airport community. So that does away with the Navy.
I bet he's not on fucking TikTok though. And he wonders why. Golden State Foodies. Golden State Foodies. And he wonders why nobody's heard of his fucking company. I mean, I'd be like, if I were his friend, I'd be like, what's his last name? It's that man of steak. Steakhouse. Full of food. Fucking whole lot of this shit. And like, shut his shit down. That's his wife. Really? She's nice. She's a friend of my Rabbi. I ain't friend of my Rabbi, special person. Okay? What's her name? Yeah? Is that true? Is that true? That's possible. Is it? No. Yeah. Debbie's, that way, too little, Debbie. But, Barbara Stratton, I've been met.
At congressional hearings in October 1949, one high-ranking admiral after another condemned the atomic blitz, arguing that the bombing of Soviet cities would be not only futile, but immoral.
I go on a boat on ocean. What about this right now? Why is it that Barbara Streisand is on TikTok? Barbara Walensky? And your husband's former company isn't on it? I don't fucking know. Make a call. Be like, hey, dude. Golden State Foods. It's really fucking easy. You don't even fucking need the email address or like anything. Just go to fucking text and get your shit.
But it would be politically, economically senseless and ordinary. The harshest criticism of the Air Force came from Rear Admiral Ralph A. Austin.
It's a really bad sign of your marketing. If your company shows up on Google, whatever the Google Map thing was, the search results thing, and you don't have a, like, this is a major platform. And their chief technology officer would always complain to me because my business, the business where I work, everyone fucking knew about it. It was a small little place, but everyone in town, you ask anyone. I was in Santa Monica, California, and people were talking about it when it first started. Just randomly, I would hear about it on the street. I had to wait till it's fucking. I mean, they knew about it at Chabad. I mean, that doesn't get any more deeper into LA than getting into Chabad. So anyway, but that was with like a somewhat small in comparison to what this guy had in comparison to his money. Set of advertising him. And everyone in town knew about it. He's the one who came to me. He knew all about it because he was in technology. And I said, "So what do you do?" He's like, "I'm a semi-retired chief technology officer at Golden State Foods." And I said, "Oh, okay. What the fuck is Golden State Foods?" Like, anybody would say. He'd be like, "Nobody has heard of it." Here you go. They're the largest food distributor on the West Coast. Any fucking French fry in the state of California goes to this company. I mean, that's their advertising right there. That's a big fucking deal. They got a fucking sign on the building that you can't really see from the 405, maybe a little bit. But it's a nice building. And it's in a great location. But these assholes were like, all right, we built the building, it's got a sign, and we got customers. Now what? And I never told anybody about it.
You get a HR person starting at $99 per month. That's not too true. This is real. They can help you deal with your HR problem. Writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, termination. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees. All could do with your business at risk. With Sandy, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Sandy.
So my phone doesn't work. I went, well, nothing. It's still empty. But the people with whom I would spend my time were all thousandaires or hundredaires, or they had no money. Really, yeah, most of them were in debt. They were slaves, just as we are. But then I went to meeting people who were all millionaires, who knew billionaires, and then started getting this billionaire world. It's a whole new world when you get to that one. I mean, it's like people can live forever. They can have plastic surgery and look any way they want. It's fucking unreal.
This is the period of like adolescence. Can we do it? So purely attention is counter sexual release. The drumbeat of crisis and initiatives was relentless. The time words and one thing after another. Bang. Remember, those are the things that make the learning historians that tone discounts in an era, reading their morning newspaper on a day-to-day basis with a pack of contentment.
And I got fucking. Why did this remind me of study hall? None of the kids who I knew.
So if you're talking about these things that sound horrific to us today at any moment you consider, you don't understand the those people talking crazy.
So what happened? When I was in 7th and 8th grade and stuff,
There was something known as the domino effect of communism. It's this idea that it spreads from one country to another. So it's one false and separate things from over there. It was supposed to explain this exponential growth of communism in the world and why you need to be concerned about all these little countries. So who cares about these little other peoples and little communists? It's not exactly like that. So
we don't have any money
why do they matter? So you don't understand.
as a family.
They will support the country next time. You can't really get a
But my mother, like, they had these M&M minis that came out in the late 90s, and she'd buy these, and she put them in my lunch, so I'd eat them all the time. But she said, save the container and bring it home, and I'll give you quarters to put in your backpack to buy things at the vending machine. The vending machine became very good. I'm not going to go into all of it. Because I'd go into stores. We used to have, it was like, that's a lot of food for, like, as I recall, it was 50 cents. Really, yeah. And they were making a big profit. But in comparison to, like you get mints for the same fucking price, basically. Well, mints are usually I don't know. You get like what did they have for the same price? They would sell these for the same price, and this was a lot of food. This was food. And what? It was one of the best sellers in the school, and you could sell it for very cheaply as well. Meaning the markup was very high on it, and so it was kind of a win-win to sell it. But what? Well, we didn't have a lot of money, and so after school, when all the other kids got to go home, we would stay at school. The kids who were poor, I would just say most of us were poor or bad. And it was like breakfast club of these like bad kids or poor kids. And we had like very little in common. We were very diverse. And we liked foosball. We liked candy and stuff and soda. It was like we all liked popcorn. Right? Who in particular? April Doxy, who comes to mind, she'd be like, all the people. She'd be like, she'd be like, you have to sit for one of these, go on these things before you sit. Okay, she'd be like, she had this little doily thing. Anyone who ever looked I would just say compliments to her parents, familial unit. I don't know exactly who raised her, but she always looked impeccably dressed for that school. Really? Yeah. When it came to putting on the uniform the way it was supposed to be, like we had a uniform, and nobody really wore all the stuff to the uniform except a few people, and she was one of them. And when she wore it all, what was she wearing? I don't really remember exactly everything, but she had a sweater that said the name of the school, and a white Oxford shirt. Those are actually called Cambridge shirts. She'd have, I don't remember exactly how this worked, but somehow there was some kind of doily, like fucking Ruth Bader Ginsburg or something. She'd have like some touch to that. And she'd have like little pearls and like her shirt blouse and skirt. And why did that stick out in your mind? She always wore the uniform. Not everyone wore the sweater. Not everyone wore the skirt always. But she did. And I was around her a lot because we were in school, after school together a lot. And she was a class older than I was, so we didn't have anything in common when it came to the kids in our class or anything. And we didn't have a lot of discussions, but we did like to play foosball. Oh, who else was the other girl? She had a friend. What was her name? I don't remember. But this girl was also class above me, and she one time heard me. My mom and I were driving to school, and I stopped this after this fucking story. We were driving to school, and it was in the winter, and my mom was, she had a big cell phone. I remember it was a big cell phone. Was that true? No, actually, I think she had a, yeah, or maybe she had a little phone like my dad, but it wasn't a smartphone. It's big in comparison. It's a big clam flip phone. And I said, on the radio, JT in the morning, JT, John 1, J10, no H, John no H, becomes a very popular way to spell it. It's like Jonathan in the Bible. I know how John and JH got in there, but it's really like, it's really a short name. Jacob, good. James John. Is it? Either way, I believe it's a derivative eventually. Really? Johann. It's something like that. Once again, it's hard to get into the minds of these people. Everything where he talks about how much both sides John Jacob Jinkelheimer shit. John Jacob Hester. You know, so then that wouldn't make sense. John. Well, hold on. John comes from Jonathan in the Bible. But, so that'd be Yonah? John, 20th century. So it means God has favored. Really, yeah. Shout out to Etymology Online. My Rebbitzin loved etymology. Like that was something she always said. We inherited anything from her. She wasn't our mother, kids. I have a mother, had a mother and father, and they did everything they could for us to a certain level. They're as smart as they're gonna get, and they know as much about the world as they're gonna get. But I had to like adopt other parents, and I did. My rabbi and my Rebbitzin, and they gave me other traits that were different, and one of the things that my Rebbitzin loved was etymology. Really, yeah. That isn't to say that my mother didn't love cool stuff too. She loved trash and all kinds of other things. People will like what my mom liked a hell of a lot more than what my Rebbitzin liked. But there's some things in my Rebbitzin like that were very, very important. Yoga, which was an argument. Strictly speaking, yoga is a different religion, but we and take we and we
It's an amazing achievement. Was it easy out?
absorb that. So yoga now is part of Judaism. Really? Anything else?
Especially in July.
No, but there was a famous case in the state of California that schools were teaching yoga, and people argued that it's a religion, and it was found to not be one. But is it? It is actually. It is its own religion, but it's absorbed by Judaism. Really? And the locker room yoga, high yoga becomes really popular. Break room yoga. This one time, my friend Jake, he and I, we were living together, in downtown Florida, and he goes, "Dude, you're never gonna believe this." I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Jessica Alba is outside." I'm like, the actor? He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "The girl from like Dark Knight?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "All right." He's like, "You don't want to go see her?" I was like, "I mean, if she's outside, what I was studying. I was like, I don't have time for your shit." He's like, come with me to double check and see if this is her. I'm like, "Okay, I'll go." Not like sure to see a hot chick, but like I was just going to help my friend. So we go. There's this Bikram yoga place across from where we live, which also was right next to this cigar store that had a bar in the back. It was a secret bar. It was super cool. You would just be walking down the street and some guy would be like, "Hey, come here." And you'd be like, "What?" And you'd be like, "Do you want to see something cool?" I'd be like, "Yeah." And you'd walk into this cigar store. Well, that's what happened. We walked in the cigar store. This guy said, "Come here. You want to see something cool? Come on inside." We go in the cigar store. We start looking around at cigars. And he's like, "You want to see something really cool?" Like, "Sure." And he opens his fucking back door, and it is a huge bar, like a huge bar, and it's just empty. It's like, what the fuck is this? A speakeasy is what it is. It was a secret bar inside this chain. So there's this like secret chain of cigar stores around the world that have bars inside, and you can get a membership to them, and then go to any bar in the world, basically where this is, and have like a cigar. Okay, it's cool, yeah. Is it something for which we had the money? Hell no. But it was a really cool thing. Anyway, is that the end of your story? No, but like people didn't know these existed in the world. That like it was so secretive. It's like nobody's ever gonna find out about this shit. Honestly, if somebody doesn't start talking about there's this kind of shit in the world where it looks like one business on the outside, but it's actually a fucking speakeasy on the inside, or and legally. I'm not talking about like it was a massage parlor that did a rub and tug and anything like that. No, this is a straight up. These are two legal businesses with like licenses and stuff. But on the front it was one business, and on the back was another, and it did not advertise that on the front. And not to say you would want to advertise that it's both on the front. That's part of what makes it cool. But people don't know these are a thing. Anyway, so it's right next to that place. We go to this Bikram yoga place, and I look, and this girl looks, she looks a little like her, but not like, I was like, are you fucking serious? Anyway, she would go to that Bikram yoga sometimes. But I remember being like, this is what I did. I remember going, "You're telling me that Jessica Alba is outside our apartment right now?" I'm like, "Where?" She's like, "Doing yoga." I'm like, "Is she even from here?" He's like, "I don't know." We looked, I remember, Corona California. It was like, okay, maybe. We went down there. Not her. I was like, "How did you swing and miss so bad?" At that point, I realized, like, I was like, "You really thought that looked like her?" He's like, "Yeah, that's what that. You don't think?" I'm like, "Dude, they're totally different looking. Not really, but a little. I mean, they were two different people. Really, for sure." Anyway, she's like, "No, I was there. Fuck you, lady. You were." Really? No, she wasn't. But she would go to that. Bikram yoga becomes really big. Really? What is it? This fucking guy in our family started. Not in directly in our family, but somebody somehow. Okay, anyway, are you done? Hot yoga becomes really big, though. the hot yoga on the corner of PCH and oh, it's a cool little place. There's a diamond store there, a jeweler there, and what else? It's this hot yoga place on the corner of PC. It's in Newport. Is it? Yeah, it's not yet Huntington Beach. It's in Newport, and it's hot yoga, and it's right. I can't remember the name of the street. It's not Bonita Canyon. That's, but it's I don't want to look it up. Anyway, I love that little street. It goes up to Newport. I don't know. Just look up fucking on PCH in Huntington Beach. It's in Newport Beach. It's a yoga place. I'm not looking it up, or I'll be doing that shit all night. So look up yoga. Yoga? Okay, are you done? Alright, sun's right there. Now, wouldn't you think if you were tagged in a video, you'd be like, what the fuck is, and some people are, but are you done? I gotta take a shit.
Only one country came out of the Second World War major ones anyway, better off than they were anyway. That was the United States. Everybody else was recovering.
What would you say, Alan?
Certain countries like the Soviet Union really
had the compilation of all these great
and that's partly the reason why.
I'm not going to have
estimates maybe how long it would take the Soviets to get their own atomic bomb were so off.
Which were some of the
How did they do it so quickly? The military had a thing. And Project General didn't think that the Soviets would get it for 20 years.
Very good friends of
Sooner
mine,
than he thought
and
they
they
would.
said it is dimensional.
There's no doubt that espionage played a key role in helping.
Interdimensional, and if they do seem to exist on a higher vibratory rate.
Who's the hottest person you know from Pawnee? You said the hottest older sister was Joy Kelly's sister, Katie. I know the other sister was Heather Fairchild. Yeah. But here's the interesting thing. Neither one of them technically lived within the city limits of Pawnee. One of them lived maybe like a quarter mile outside, and the other one was maybe a mile outside. I mean, they're very close, and they went to those schools. But I think that's the thing, because I didn't really know anyone. I knew a lot of girls who lived within the city, but I can't say there was one who was overwhelming. I knew another girl, Ashley, who was the hottest girl from outside that county in Pawnee in the state. And then one girl, Allie, from Michigan. She was hotter than Kate Upton. Kate Upton has shit on her face. Oh, I didn't talk about that. So why, Rabbi, are women, when you have a choice of any kind of woman, so when they all look the same, it's like, okay. But then if there's one who has a beauty mark, it's like she's super hot and it draws the eye to it. And so there's something about that person that makes them special. But it has to be in the right spot, and it can't be just anything. It has to be really, really unique. Now, I don't want to say unique either. It has to be in the right spot, and people cannot, because it can also fucking ruin your life. Definitely. But it's like there are 100 girls who look like Kate Upton. So she's the only one who has that fucking thing. Is that why? Is it natural? That would be a thing. Girls would start getting those. But then I'd be like, keep in mind, girls, if you start getting, everybody gets one of those fucking beauty marks, then the girls that don't have a beauty mark, like, I don't care, I'll get it fucking, and then they do that. It'd be like a thing. Anyway, but you can see them on people with lighter skin. You cannot on people with darker skin. Correct. Well, what about, do people with darker skin have any kind of? There's something called vitiligo, which is a thing, but it's not that, and there'd be a cure for that if you had it. So I wanted anyone to know if they had it, there'd be like a cream or some kind of pill or something you could take, and you wouldn't have to worry about passing on those genes in the future. And people would become really interested in it, but a lot of people are very self-conscious of it, and they shouldn't be. It's just like a normal thing that happens to people, but there'd be a way to fix it. Right, Bob, the drag queen? Right. Hey, Boys and Boss Jam. Shout out to Boys Town. Shout out to my cousin Kelly. Why? Boys Town used to have one of the biggest gay pride parades in the United States, and it wasn't as big as West Hollywood, but it was definitely the biggest in the Midwest. And my cousin went to in Boys Town. I had another cousin who lived in Boys Town. Is that where he lived? No, he lived in Lincoln Park. But we walked through Boys Town, and it was the first time. It was the first time I had been in a gay area. He took me the first time I was in a gay. He's a gay man. He lived in Lincoln Park. Very nice place. These brownstones become really big. I always thought it looked like Cosby Show, but those are brownstones in New York. But it was very similar in Lincoln Park like that. Very nice area. I think I ended up buying the old house that he had. Anyway, did you like it? Yeah, I liked everything about it. It was like it inspired me. I would say that the whole thing was very inspirational to me when we went up there and visited. My aunt and I visited him. I think I drive a Lexus like he did in the future. So that would have been a 90s Lexus, and that's what it is. But I wanted to be a stockbroker, a New York stockbroker, because that's what he was. And then he moved to Chicago. And what else? He was from Merrill Lynch, and he had this brownstone. And he just had his shit together. Really? What happened to you? Well, he had 2 sets of grandparents. And one of those sets of grandparents was more well off than my set of grandparents, which was nothing. They were dead. So he had more support when it came to if he ever needed anything. And school was a lot cheaper then. And he was an engineer. He's very smart. I'm not going to put anything down on him. But he had he had some advantages that I did not have, but I wouldn't say that I didn't have advantages that he didn't have either. So, but what? Well, he went to school a little before I did. The economy was better. It was the roaring 90s. But when the tech bubble burst, Merrill Lynch got rid of a lot of people. And he had an opportunity to leave and go out with a lot of money from our families, and do what he wanted, which was be a teacher. He always wanted to be a teacher like both his parents, and he really wanted to be a principal, and that's what he became. And he's an excellent principal. Really. But what was the difference? Well, he didn't have a business degree. So what made the difference? He had a degree with which you could do something. A political science or liberal arts degree won't get you very far in this world. Even if it's from Harvard, Yale, Princeton University, anything, it doesn't get you very far. I have managed kids from Yale who had graduate degrees from Yale. They were Yale legacies. And They were my employees, and you would think, well, wow, you have a Yale graduate degree. You can go just about anywhere you want, or you can do anything you want. No, the market is so saturated with Yale degrees and Harvard degrees and Princeton degrees that when these kids thought they went to these schools, they were told the same thing I was. You'll be able to write your way. Basically, it's a blank check. Once you go to these schools, you'll be able to do whatever you want. It is not true. Really? Why? The ability of the common person to do things with their life and have skills and trades, and in addition get education outside of the elite schools or even just college, has made it so that they have really high positions as well. And you just don't get these jobs because you were fucking from a good school. You really have to. You start down here, even from these really good schools. You start down here and you have to work your way up. No one. What they made it seem like when you were a kid is that you would get one of those degrees, and you would automatically start in at like a vice president level. No one does that. It just does not happen. You would start maybe a little higher than some people, meaning like I had out of school, I went to law school, but even when I applied for positions for Fortune 500 and got one, when they gave a scale of at what they could hire me, I was at the high end of the scale, meaning they could have offered me at, let's say, 30 shekels or 36 shekels, and it was higher, but I mean, so what? Could have been that from a lot of schools. But I remember asking, why is it that they went on the highest level of this? And the person with whom I asked, she said, it's probably because you went to that school. And, but that isn't to say that was a benefit to go there. Not a lot of ways. People love to hate you. Don't ever forget that, kids. Is that the end of your story? No. But like, and not to put down Yale by any means, or the people I've known to go there, or the employees I've had who have gone there. It's just once you get the degree, kids, it's like, okay, you've done nothing. That's kind of what it is. Everybody has that now. When I was a kid, not everybody went to college, but then within a generation, everybody started to go to college. Everyone got in tons and tons of debt, and then here we are. But when I was a kid, they literally like brainwashed everyone. You will not amount to anything if you don't go to college. And it's the college scam. It's a huge scam. I would tell kids, don't go to college. Go to a trade school. What would you tell kids? Actually, I'd say go to coding camp. Learn how to code for free, basically. You could do it, and you could get a job like that. People will hire coding monkeys, people that just code all day long, if they can speak English. Definitely. That's a rarity. To speak a good coder who can speak English. I have yet to meet one. Wait, hold on. Who can speak English exceptionally well. Why is that? I've met people who can code, who can speak English exceptionally well. But usually, if you're a coder and you can speak English exceptionally well, you move up so quickly, you're no longer a coder for very long. It just doesn't happen. Most coders start and they can't speak English well, and they know how to code very well, though, and they're still working on both. And when they go to apply for a job, their English skills are poor. So when they code, their coding is great. But when they write the information to the user, it has incorrect punctuation and things. And so when a user is using it, that person sucks at coding. They just don't know English that well. And I can tell you that those people who do know English very well don't code for long. because they get jobs doing other things. That's what I'm saying. It's so in demand. It's basically like if you speak English well and you can code, you won't code for long because you'll get a better job. But that's an accelerator to the future. If you can code in anything, and what would you say? Like if a kid had no idea what should I learn? Learn Python. Learn Python. Learn Node.js. Those would be the two big things I would say. Anything else, you can learn all the other shit too. I don't even want to tell you. Actually, Ruby would be really good too. Really? Yeah. The big ones are going to be Python, Ruby, Node.js. Anything else? For now, if Israel, you learn those three, anything else, there are other things to learn, but those would be big. Do I know them? I know more about them than the average person, but in comparison to a good coder, I don't know. And eventually, people won't even learn how to code. It would be like a thing that people did in the past, but you wouldn't even like know what. Because computers will be so good that it'll just know how to automatically code it, and it's called WSIWYG. What you see is what you get. I'm not making that up. That's a thing in technology now. It's been that way for some time, but it's an acronym. What you see is what you get. What is that? Basically, what I see when I'm editing something is what it does in real time, and I don't need to know code or anything like that. It's just what I see on the screen is how it codes. So what you see is what you get. Coding would be, I mean, it's not even coding. It's just what you see is what you get. Design would be very, very popular in the future because you don't need to know code then. But people would still need to know it. And the ones that I would say to learn are Python, Ruby, and Node.js. Really? Others are very important. I'm not going to go through them. Oh, actually, though, and Cobra. Cobra's the oldest one, though. Yeah. Here's what ends up happening, and it's funny. I've seen this happen with Node.js. People are like, is it Node? No, it's Node.js. What is it? It's a programming language. But here's what they'll do. They'll say, you need to have 10 years of Node.js knowledge to take this position. It's an entry-level job. Node.js has been out 7 years. Or something like that. Really? Maybe about 10 years now. But let's say they'd say you have to have 15 years of Node.js knowledge. It's like, well, that hasn't been out that long. But they don't even know it. A lot of times companies, when they were putting their requirements for a position, this is some person in HR who has no idea. They're just using a template, and they'd be like, you need to have 7 years of that, 8 years of that, 10 years of that. And people would be like, oh shit, I don't have 10 years of that. But little did they know that actually wasn't a thing. It was impossible. Basically, I've gotten a lot of jobs where I just fucking read the Wikipedia and got the fucking phone interview. That's how I got all my positions. I have no business background. I have no technical background. I have no marketing background. Nothing. Really? I have a political background. Government. Which no one gives about. Which no one gives. Really? You want to know how I voted? In all the elections, of which I could, I went Bush the first time. Why? The only time we vote for a Republican ever is when the son of a CIA head is running. So that means we'd vote Republican for George Herbert Walker Bush, or if he's a CIA head, or former. So did you for George Herbert Walker? I wasn't old enough. But would you have? I don't know. In that one, I might have voted for. Actually, I would have voted for Perot, and that's where I did vote. Really, absolutely. We're very independent. Ross Perot, his fucking Naftali Bennett. If I had to say to you anything, watch Ross Perot's balancing of the budget in 1992. We'll watch it together, either virtually or right next to each other with fucking a lot, and probably virtually, but maybe in person. Eat popcorn and shit, and just watch. This motherfucker had so much money in '92. He bought primetime television on all the fucking channels and just talked about how you could balance the budget. It was the last fucking time anyone literally tried to save this fucking country. Like, I tried. I'm trying now, but even I fail at it. But Ross fucking Perot in '92, he tried to balance that fucking budget and explain to everyone what was wrong with this fucking country. His company becomes really big, really, and everyone's like, "Oh, he's an oil man. He's an oil man." That motherfucker is a technology entrepreneur to the highest extent. He's up there with Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos and fucking Ross Perot. Really? Fuck yeah. Anyway, are you done? Hey, Ross Perot, are you done? Well, that motherfucker's got to be dead by now. Really? I don't know. Maybe Jerry Jones has him on life support or something in Dallas. I don't know. I'm not going to look it up because I'll look up Ross Perot trivia all fucking night. But anyway, Naftali Bennett, you got to watch this thing. Why? Just, it would be like a Mad Lib. Just remove where he says the country and think Israel, and when he says United States, just put Israel, and it's all the same. I mean, the numbers will be different, but he's like, well, this is how you do it. You got inflation here, and you've got conservative fiscal responsibility. Now here's the deal. You've got X amount in debt. You got X amount in gross domestic capital. When your debt surpasses gross domestic capital in a given year, you're just going to go more in debt. And that's where this country is going. Under Ross Perot administration, you wouldn't have to worry about Medicare and Medicaid. You'd have to worry about tight, fiscal, conservative, responsible. I mean, he was really good. And it was just a thing that he bought out every fucking television channel. The only other person to ever come close to this recently was Bloomberg, and holy fucking shit, did he buy everything. It was scary. It was scary how much advertising Michael fucking Bloomberg bought in the state of California from whenever the fuck that was. It was like summer 2020. Summer 2020. Oh my God. You could not. This whole fucking radio station, every single fucking advertisement, aside from like a ghetto fucking commercial or a Mike Diamond commercial, everything was fucking Bloomberg. I've never it. And what was so fucking scary about this motherfucker is a billionaire. Spent like $4 billion on that election. Maybe. No, that's too much. He spent $1 billion on it, but he made $4 billion. He spent. He literally. So it made me understand to win an election in the United States as a billionaire is very easy because he bought so much. He was everywhere. There's no way he would lose. Really, he bought so much. They basically had to say to him, there was some kind of collusion. You want to talk about collusion where fucking Buttigieg, Bloomberg, Warren, Kamala Harris, they all came together and were like, okay, we'll get behind Biden and he'll put us in good spots. And that's not like that crazy. That's how they all got those roles. But Bloomberg was and I mean, it was like America got to see what a billionaire with like not even like with just a little bit of money. Like I thought to buy that much ad, it would be like $50 billion. No. This motherfucker only spent $1 billion and dominated the airwaves, dominated everything. So it really made me realize that if you have like, I don't know, 5 billion, if you put 5 billion, I don't know, probably in the future the numbers would change. But as of right now, for $1 billion, you could buy out every fucking advertise. That's how much $1 billion would buy you. You can basically buy every advertising entity on major mass communication, almost every single fucking radio spot, And television was a little different, but he was everywhere there too. You could buy every spot for like $1 billion in the country at a certain point, let's just say, over the course of maybe a month or two. So basically, for like $12 billion for a whole year, you could put your shit on there, and that won't be crazy in the future. There'll be some fucking super billionaire who wants to run for president, and they'll just be like, okay, so NBC, how much is it to buy every single one of your commercial spots? And they're like, well, for how long? And you'd be like, the whole of next year. And they'd be like, well, that'd be like, I don't know, for NBC, let's say $4 billion at this point. Okay, fine. They write a check for it. CBS, how much would it be for me to buy every single ad spot? Same thing. Boom, write a check. Boom. You, Fox, same shit. You, ABC, same shit. Now they've got the major four in the United States. Okay, then what? They write another one of the BBC and Reuters just for what? Just so they've got international coverage positive way. And now that's what? 24 for under $25 billion, which these guys lose in a year very easily. You literally could buy every fucking ad, and there's no way you're not going to win. Really? There would just be such an overwhelming amount of like, well, Opie was, like, didn't you see his third grade teacher was on that fucking commercial saying that he's a good person or she's a good person? There's no way you wouldn't win. If you just, it would be the same thing. If you were on television all the time, there's no way you're not going to lose. I mean, people would just be, they get associated when they see you enough. Anyway, are you done?
Ukraine probably launched the Soviet-era missile in self-defense. The missile came down yesterday as Russian missiles and drones flew up the Ukrainian power grid. President Biden said it was unlikely that Russia fired the missile. We're going to get into that at 5:50 this morning with ABC's Matt Sarah. TLA County Sheriff's deputies will not face charges for killing a black man in South LA who failed to stop for a bicycle violation. Deputies are trying to stop people riding his bike on the wrong side of the street. The report says in 2020, 50 ran was caught. Meanwhile, punching a deputy, he dropped the gun. The report says when kids picked up the gun, deputies hit with multiple at the stop. Then the floor around was shot, and the final two shots several seconds after the shooting had stopped. Deputies claimed kids kept reaching for the gun. Protesters had disagreed. The news report yesterday concluded the shooting could reasonably be considered self-defense. In LA, Corbin Carson, KFID. LAPD Chief Moore says there have been 5 fewer homicides in the city than this time last year. Moore says overall the crime picture is improving.
After reporting property crime numbers continue to incrementally improve week over week. Total violent crime.
This is bullshit. Why? It's like, well, did the population of the city increase? Did it? I think it probably did, but I'm not sure on that. It could. So it's like, dude, nice job. 5 people, less people died. Well, maybe it increased, but it could have decreased. I don't know. I just feel like they should say, when they give statistics, I'd be really fucking specific. I would say, I don't know
every single week. He's turning out 25,000 meals kids in need in Southern California. So here's how you can help. As always, it's pocketthon.com. That's where you go to make any donation that you would like. Shop at any Smart and Final store in California, Arizona, and Nevada, and you can donate at checkout. And what I love about this is to go and grocery shop, and you're already at Smart and Final anyway, so how easy is this? Now you can help the Pocketathon as well. So thank you to Smart and Final as always for being an incredible partner in this. By the way, today's show will be out at Smart and Final in Orange this Saturday. From 2 to 5, broadcasting live. This is the one at East Patella.
why? Which is why we're in there all the time. Why whipped cream? I fucking love whipped cream. I could sit here and eat 10 cans of whipped cream.
We are also partnering not just with fun,
I do this, so I got
not just with
Really? Why?
but
some weird thing. Oh, I know. Because I was on a ketogenic diet. That would be the thing. I'd be on the ketogenic diet, but I would have these cravings for sugar. And whipped cream is like the fucking fastest way to get sugar. Well, hold on. I shouldn't say that. Whipped cream doesn't have sugar, technically, if it's pure whipped cream. So that's fine. If you take one way you can have no carbs and it's a really good treat, is fucking whipped cream and put a little bit of vanilla extract in it, which has very little sugar in it. It's vanilla. It has sucrose in it, but it's a little different. And that fucking could make a huge fucking thing. And you just eat it. It's very good. Anyway, put a little vanilla on, like a tap full of vanilla on a cookie tray, and your whole house will smell like vanilla. Those smell like cookies. And put 6 to 9 ounces white. It's like 3. It's like, yeah, it's like 3 shots. No, it's like 6 shots. It's really between 6 and 9 ounces. So what is that? It's like 6 shots of globs, basically, but 6 shots of, because the shot is just 1.5 ounces of Vaseline with like petroleum jelly. Put it in a sock. Oh, you didn't even say in a sock. Well, you put it in a sock, you microwave it, and you fuck it to feel. And that, my friends, is not a happy rock.
Last week we found a leak in my furnace that could have filled my purposes as far as anyone can tell. Can you imagine how bad that could have turned out? There's a reminder to me that regular service to your furnace is one of the best actions you could take for the safety of your family. Carbon monoxide is odorless and
Is this fucking phone dead?
50,000 people are hospitalized by it every year. That's why my team takes the extra step for every system they service to protect you. Call now for a thorough furnace safety check for only $77. Call 866-977. And during the month of November and December, my team at Rubio will install a carbon monoxide monitor for free in every home we service as a thank you for your business. Call 866-977. That's 866-977. Or visit us at ROTHSCHILD.com.
Entirely different man trying to avoid temptation.
This report is sponsored by ChangeCA.org. Stimulus use disorder is a disease, not a choice. It's getting out there. Make a change by choosing treatment for your effective co-communication. Find proven treatment options at ChangeCA.org.
Hey, this is Rick Kennedy. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network. But what was racing you? First episode for the Goodies of Week comeback against Week of Doctors down the Mavericks. Rams saw Cooper Crumpus set the ankle surgery today. The wideout will miss at least a month. Former Dodgers starter Tyler Anderson is returning to LA. He won't be wearing blue. The lefty agrees to a 3-year deal with the Angels. Over to the NHL, where the Ducks got their breaking skid with an overtime win over the Red Wings. I'm Joel Stir. With Merrill, the Bull always has your back. Learn more at ML.com/Bull. Investing in golf ring. Merrill Lynch, Spears, Center, and Smith Incorporated. Licensed broker dealers. Registered investment advisor. Member SIPC.
Where the momentum swings wildly from side to side, and there's crises after crises. Each side gets in trouble. Arguing confidence forces with tanks and people that have fought in Chinese Civil War just swore down and start smashing Southern forces, driving them south towards the water. Dunkirk, no place to go for eventually. Their armor was a whole bunch of reasons for it happened. Our coach shut up and just started beginning. The idea of independence down after being occupied by Japan. The Soviets occupying the top half of the country, basically. The last bottom half of the country, they put in governments that they friendly with the countries to the south, and they kind of, sort of,
Do they have Twitter blue?
one thing is playing out. Bigger fish to fry. As a matter of fact, turns out there's a large contingent of people that thinks that this is just a diversionary fate. Sure, Joe Stalin doesn't move in Korea, the entire free world moves their military forces there.
I subscribe on the Twitter iOS app for now. You guys know how much fucking money you're losing, fucking losers? I would be like, I want out of this. I want, like, are there any refunds on fucking Twitter? I'd be like, Jack Dorsey, what kind of fucking bullshit is this? It's only available on, like, one of the apps. It's like, nobody uses it. Fucking, you kick off everybody who says anything on it. Have you done?
Subversive and slow infiltration, where you never know where the decision points are. The Americans probably would have gotten involved in all, but this was a challenge. Somebody had to stand up to it. At least that's the way to Truman. It's just major stages of codifying laws. He's most known for instigating something called containment. There were several different views of how the spread of Congress over the dominant one that was eventually part of NSC 610 was called containment. Don't let it spread too far. There were other more aggressive ones, like rollback or another way. And liberation was what some of the far right hawks would play.
My neighbor, my neighbor, he's a nice guy. And his brother is very well off. He's a contractor in New Jersey. And his brother here is just taxi. My next door is now, like, we work like a real taxi, and he doesn't need that. His brother should pay for him to retire in New Jersey and spend time with his nieces and nephews, but instead he doesn't put his fucking head. And he's just like, we have one really wealthy person in our family. Like, it doesn't happen in our family. It's not necessary to make them mad. Don't care if you're fucking. It's funny. Oh, now you're going to tell fucking how much you think not to say, you ever think I need to know what it was, but there are people who have families where it's like one person is very, very well off and their brother is not, and they don't share that, and that's not necessarily what the parents would have wanted, and they just make for a good family, and so at least I think he would move out and I'd have an office in here. I moved him at this place, so I still have him at the first place here. And then what about the guy who's there? I think he might move out and I might have that restored. What are you doing here?
Rich, good morning. Did you get blown away this morning? How was the wind at your house?
You know what?
I did. It was pretty windy. Coming in, it was quite windy. A lot of stuff on the street. So I also saw a pirate.
And everything.
That was just a wild morning for you.
Because they happen to be going
live in the
the time they couldn't do that.
Okay, well, that's even weirder. When my doctor shows, though, you know, they're coming down, they're looking for food, they're looking for water, and it kind of doesn't matter where you live anymore.
Yeah,
So let's talk about this emergency SOS feature from Apple that's now live. Walk us back through what this feature is. So this feature is built into the new iPhone.
It's a stupid thing that called the police accidentally when you dropped the phone.
Send and receive emergency messages and your location even when you don't have a
Truman puts in charge one of the heroes of the Second World War, Douglas MacArthur, right? The guy who's so famously in the Pacific, so I shall return. And
and it's only once it's done when you have no signal whatsoever, and it's try to dial 911 that says, hey, let's try this new thing. Emergency SOS via satellite, and it does it.
Satellite phones become big. Really? Yeah, I was gonna buy a satellite phone, but I didn't have anyone to call with it. Anyway, they're like $1,000 shekels at the time. But I was gonna buy that. I bought some other stuff too. So I was like, that was my next big purchase. Right? So I'd be yelling at people who were fucking selling it. Go to buy Rabbi. Anyway.
They just don't have what they need. Straight up. They get in there, and now it looks like they're going to get defeated with the South Korea. It's just a terrible situation. It comes to first world.
Absolutely. My parents' old house up in the woods in Shingletown, there were parts of it on their property where it was self-service. You know, they're in a relatively populated area. Yeah, it's in the woods, but still, I mean, so you're right. This isn't just for if you're hiking and you're out in the middle of nowhere. This would be just some of these populated areas that still aren't, you know, that don't have a lot of internet access. So, it is good.
Lands and amphibious operations. Your Facebook age on that Incheon behind the North Korean lines cuts them off, begins to push back up now towards North Korea. So we go from defending South Korea to now defending North Korea through warnings. Be careful. China, they might not like that. Even though MacArthur is supposedly fighting Chinese dead people looking over.
We are going to start charging for extra people.
Tells President
We're
Truman
going to start
Chinese are
really clamping down
and secretly later on you find out he's not scared of him anyway. So they don't have
little
just
things
a
to help you along that road. So
nothing can happen.
this
And
new
he
feature
continues
is
to force
basically
closer to their line, and then they whack him with like 200, 300,000 guys.
But you log into your Netflix account and you go to your settings,
More
and now you
changes
can
again,
see
and now
all the
the
devices that you are
Chinese have
logged into.
entered the conflict.
So, of course, they're framing this as, oh, you ever go to a hotel and log into your Netflix account and forget to log
North
out?
Korea,
No, this
South
is all about
Korea,
being like,
there.
I see it, Mom. I see you watching every single night on your Roku Smart TV.
A multitude of its Western allies, the great powers of the West,
the time, where they live,
China,
and they control a little short
backed
of
by the
putting what
Soviet
they
Union.
last watched on the screen, which I thought would be
We
very
started
funny.
this on June 25th, 1950, and in a couple of days, the U.S. and the West are
I do
involved.
have one
By
relative who
September,
showered
European
me
John
once
Lennon
because I
is the
think he listened to the show.
complexion of
But
the
he
war
will say
changes by
to me
late
like,
October, November, the Chinese
password and I
surrender.
totally forgot it. And I'm like, dude, I never gave it to you in the first place.
Officially.
I had my sister pull that one on me. She's like, oh, I'm going to the log cabin. And what was the login again for Disney Plus? And I'm like, oh, did you have that? I didn't know.
Right,
Weird. So the most important part of this whole situation is that there is a link to log out the account on that device. So remotely, you could literally just wipe Netflix from their device and their access will be gone. It's kind of sad to do that to people, but maybe let's say you have an ex
All the major powers that we needed to fight.
Really helpful.
Did you ever have that? Yeah, I got that already. This girl, I was like, I didn't watch television, I didn't have a television. She's like, you need a television. I'm like, I don't need a television. I don't fucking watch television. She's like, you don't even know what Netflix is. Like, it's a fucking, that's like fucking, I dated kids, how old are you? Kids, I'm so old that I dated an executive from Blockbuster's daughter. Like, yeah. What's Blockbuster? It's like Netflix with extra stuff. Yeah. Anyway, back in my day, Netflix, you still ordered it in the mail. It wasn't like fucking on this shit. Anyway. But then they got it all on fucking smart TV. And she's like, you have to. So what did she do? She bought me a television and she gave me her Netflix. And I became obsessed with it. Oh, shut this off. But yeah. And then what? We played house for a couple of days.